So when I'll be there to support you and help you. Is it good started? Okay. His mom's gonna be able to go. You don't have like your mom. But she's feeling much better now. Oh,
That's the same thing. That's the same thing.
that's why I was saying.
Probably. On the second. Okay, where? Yep, I don't know where they have. On this, that's. Oh, no. What's last thing? Like this thing being. I can do this. The ones that they are written.
Exactly. Compared to the one. So we can pay the one that.
Yeah, that's too high. That's too high. That's too high. Should we do it?
The thing is that. Yeah. And then there's really that. I am being found.
And you need to bring one in.
Yeah, but that, you gotta really, well, you have to do it. Every four guys are on call. They do everything. Why aren't they?
It's the second.
Yeah. On this one, it's communication about this. Yeah, the case and everything, but it's like, we're the better. But that's how it is, but it's not. Yes. But see, another thing that it's like you say two to a ship that way, because like right now, you haven't gotten. Because there's nobody to break. So therefore, that's not the issue. But I'm saying that's happened to me, that I have to stay and couldn't on a break because. No, nobody's there. Now, you know, in this building here. I know they won't give no. So she'll go before I. Me, Liza. And. But Liza doesn't know our system. No. Liza doesn't know our system. No. Liza doesn't know our system. She can't, she don't know the. Like I was telling you. Don't worry about it. We love you.
Oh, that's fine. Feel free to stay up here.
She would like to, but no, that's not.
All right, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Manager. How are you?
I'm hanging in there, sir. How are you?
I'm doing good.
Good.
I got you.
They're much stronger, long time. I am also saying,
Bob, that's your guy.
I have muscles in that more.
So you didn't have a time to even do the time?
I do. Well, she was remote too, but she was. Oh, yeah. There you go.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you.
That's in there. You be texting me after a while. Please text.
Now I press this is a mic. How can I say that?
I can even do it. What kind of phone do you have?
It was not always like that.
Let's say that.
Oh, no, this is, I got the two.
She just, she dropped me off.
Oh, but that's.
Downstairs. That's y'all kidding. Well, I'm saying that's gonna get some. Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to our budget workshop, July 22nd, 2024. The time is now 6:14. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Vice Mayor Irvin,
Here.
Commissioner Kelly,
Present.
Mayor Taylor.
Here, as we stand for our invocation.
Eternal God, our Father, we thank you for this day. We thank you, God, for all of your many blessings. Continue to watch over this city. Give us wisdom, knowledge, understanding. Do those things that are pleasing in your sight. In Jesus' name we do pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, sir.
You rush us through it.
All right, we're gonna go open up the floor for public comments. And those that are talking, we're gonna ask that you stay germane to the topic, which is the budget for the upcoming fiscal year. Public comments is open. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comments online?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Public comments is closed. All right, we're gonna go into our discussion items. We're gonna turn it over into presentation for the manager's office.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we will go ahead and get started with our fiscal year 25 budget workshop. The date is July 22nd, 2024. Next slide, please. I will kick us off with our going through very briefly with our, oh, yes, sir.
Give us a couple minutes,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
and then we'll go ahead and. And can you ask IT to turn your mic up, Mr. Manager, please, and go ahead, Commissioner Gellis.
No, I was saying, which booklet are we?
Yeah,
looking at?
well, we have two different.
We got two different books.
Oh, the one that says this one, the smaller one, the workshop.
The
That's
workshop.
Okay. All right.
Good evening, Commissioner Williams.
Thank you. All right.
All right,
Okay.
so we're starting with the timeline.
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
okay, go ahead.
Page 2, timeline. Oh, okay, we are loud now. Thank you. So page 2 is the timeline. I won't read every line. Basically, we started in July, but we really commences when we received the letter from the county that gives an estimate of how much revenue we're going to have. We shared that letter with the commissioner, with the commission, as it was a little bit lower than expected, and we knew immediately we're going to have to make some adjustments. We follow that up with a special events workshop to solicit from the commission some aid with budgeting for special events. That then turned over to some one-on-one meetings that we had with all members of the commission regarding the special events, which then moved on to what you see here on this page, which is really our 4 bites of the apple and our resolution. So as you know, we're under state financial oversight. So we commence in July with 2 workshops and a resolution. Our first workshop is today, July 22nd. Next workshop will be July 24th, followed with our resolution of our budget, preliminary budget and millage rate for inclusion on the trim notice, which would be July 24th. That has to be completed into the state by mandate by July 31st. So that brings us into our regular budget season, which will tentatively scheduled for September 10th for our first budget and millage rate hearing, and September 25th, which will be our final budget and our budget and millage rate hearing. So yes, it's a lot of times going over the same information, but one of the benefits is that the commission gets 4 bites at the apple. So between now and September 25th, across 3 months, approximately 3 months and 4 workshops, the commission can present any of their changes that they would like to change. Next slide. We did want to share the work that the administration did on budget efficiencies. The question was asked, where had the administration made cuts? So we did a summary page here on the budget efficiencies, which are all the areas in the general fund, the water and sewer division, information technology, and the stormwater, where we were able to find or where we attempted to find savings. If you can see here, we were able to cut $1.5 million out of general fund by meeting with each of our department heads and finding where we could trim. We were able to, as you know, we were able to save another $500,000 by renegotiating. My office was able to renegotiate our debt with the county, where they were able to put some of our interest payments to principal. So we saved another $500,000 there for a total of $1.78 million. Also, we know that we've got quite a long presentation here, so feel free to the mayor and members of the commission, if you have any questions regarding the pages, feel free to ask questions as we go. Because if we wait to the end, it might really, really be a long night. Right? Next slide. Next, I'll briefly go over the agenda before turning it over to Dake. We're going to start with the fund overview and the financial health, the division review, objectives and expenses. We've streamlined this year in hopes of having a faster commission meeting and getting right to the meat. So the budget, Bob and Dake have already met with the department heads to kind of focus on what they need to discuss instead of just reading from the slides, but kind of sharing with the commission what it is that they're looking to get done in their budget and anything that has changed that really needs to be highlighted or discussed. Finally, we'll then have a discussion on the millage rate, special events, and for a summary. I'll now turn it over to Dave Swartz to continue the rest of the presentation if there's no questions.
Mr. Mayor,
Commissioner Kelly.
before he gives presentation, unless he's going to cover it, under the budget efficiencies, you said you're able to save 1.5 million, I guess, after meeting with departments. And I'm assuming that's their request versus what you feel they can function with in this fiscal year. I'd like to know, because I'm quite sure you got it somewhere, what those requests were that the various departments thought they needed that you felt like they could do without this year. And I want to know that only because as you go forward in the budget year where you might realize some savings or some money becomes available through whatever means, that you can go back and possibly fill some of those gaps. Because I'm quite sure you have some that you had to make some tough decisions that you may not have wanted to do that you had to do. So we can get a copy of whatever those differences based on those numbers and projections that you did. And also I see in the stormwater division, it actually, you actually went up. And maybe you're going to explain that in the presentation. And,
Yes, we had an increase in, we had to do a staffing increase in stormwater.
okay, and then the IT, is that the same challenge? I mean, same thing with staffing?
No, sir, but you're correct. We did have an increase in stormwater due to the employees, and we had an increase in IT. That $120,000 is a carryover for the ERP system that we're looking to implement sometime next year.
ERP system. Okay, I will hear more about. I'm quite sure we don't know what ERP means, but okay, explain to us later.
Thank
All
you,
right,
sir.
thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Thank you for joining us. This is the first one. Like the city manager said, it's only the first one. Things can be changed. This is dynamic. It's moving. We love your feedback. The more feedback you give us, the better off we can be. And the sooner we can get off of state oversight. And that's our goal. Okay. You may not know this, but one of my jobs a couple of years ago, I used to do a lot of presenting. And kind of like Susan Orman, I did personal financial presenting. And one of my slides was always about budgets, because to get your household in order, you got to have a budget. And I would talk about the emotional aspect of it. Sometimes people hear the word budget and how do they feel? They feel constricted. They don't want to hear about it. They don't want to know anything about it. It's not something that makes them comfortable. And I always said, you know, it's funny when I hear the word budget, it gets me all warm and cozy inside. So I hope some of you may feel a little warm and cozy inside. So with that being said, we want to jump off. I usually get a laugh or two. That's
Really?
that's my open line.
We all laugh.
Candace is like, no, that's not even close
Nobody
to being
feels warm
funny.
and cozy right now. It's raining.
I guess that's my mentality when it comes to numbers and budgets and those kind of things. So with that, I'd like to start off where the city is, just kind of an overview of where the city is. And then we're going to get into each fund, and then we're going to get into each. So we're going to start at the top, and then we're going to kind of just drill down, drill down, drill down. And like the city manager said, it's great if you say, hold on, let's stop right there. Let's move, I have a question here. I don't quite understand that. And between myself, city manager, and Bob, we'll get you either we're able to answer it right away, or we're going to get you that answer as soon as possible. So with that, one of the important things is the very top line is this is our head count. This is the number of employees that we anticipate budgeting for FY25. That's the proposed budget. We have 188, and that's an increase of about 6 positions. So it's not a very significant increase. Some of those came from 2 of those spots came in the Housing and Social Services Department. So that's 2 additional. Then we have some additional, like the city manager said, in stormwater. But it's not a very significant increase that's going to change the numbers dramatically. So then what we want to come down a little bit further is you're going to see our funding. And if you look, we've got 2 columns. One is FY24. That's our forecast. That's what we project to be at. Then you're going to be our proposed FY25 budget. So if you stay in that column in FY25, we have total income of about $51 million, almost $52 million. We have some transfers of about $20 million for total funding of $71.4 million. We have a budget expenditure of $65 million, and we have transfers out of that 20, and our expenditures are $85 million. So I need you to think about that for a second. We have 71 million coming in, and we have 85 million going out. Where's the other money coming from? It's coming from our fund balance, right? That's that negative $13 million. So that's something that we need to focus on. We're going to talk a little bit more about our fund balance. So if we go to the next slide, this is our financial overview, kind of continued. This is drilling it down a little bit more where our money is coming from, where our revenues. Our projections are based on a millage rate of 9.35. And currently our revenue increased from prior year $2.9 million. Some of that came out of CITT funding. Okay. Some of it came out of a little bit of growth that's within the property taxes. If you come down a little bit further, now we're going to start talking a little bit more about expenditures. You've got compensation. This is citywide. This is including all of our departments. Our compensation grew by $2.4 million, but I need to put a caveat on that. If you look at the difference between FY24 and FY25, that's our forecast. We're at about an 82% occupancy level in FY24. And for the budget, we are at 100% occupancy. We budget at 100% occupancy. If you come down a little bit further, we have a $3 million legal settlement in our trash department. We also have an increase in capital spending, and you come down all the way to the bottom, and there's that negative $13 million. So again, expenditures are greater than revenues. We doing okay so far? Great. Okay. So this particular slide here is our city financial overview. I'm just trying to give you a picture and an understanding about our funds, how our funds work. And the top left-hand corner, these are our operating funds, and these are our major revenue funds. These are where our major revenues come from. So that's our general fund, that's our stormwater fund, and that's our water sewer fund.
Mr. Mayor,
Commissioner Kelly.
I want to go back for a second
Yes, sir.
to the previous page in the compensation. You mentioned 15.4 this year, 17.8. You did mention the legal. I got that down there, but what is the 2.4? Because you had increased in compensation. What is that attributed to?
So, okay. FY24 is a forecast. So we are running at about an 82% occupancy level in FY24. versus FY 25, we are projecting at 100% occupancy. So that is the majority of that $2 million. That's about 20%. So 20% of our
Minus
compensation.
6 positions.
Because that's what you added.
Mhm. Yeah. Yes, sir.
So those
Thank
6
you.
positions are gonna make up $2 million?
No,
No,
sir.
no. He-
I know, that's what I'm saying. No, I don't, because people are watching this. I want to be very clear of how we're presenting it. So I got the 6 positions obviously going to add to the compensation, but I know it's not going to add $2 million. So the key is you plan to be at full occupancy, 425. Now, is that projected to be in the first quarter or by the first quarter?
Yes, sir. So for budgeting purposes, we project 100% occupancy. So that is as of October 1st.
Okay, so that
2025.
means anything that's open now or whatever, you plan to be advertising, plan to be whatever to have them filled early October.
We need to budget for that.
No, I know we need a budget, but we need to fill a position because y'all like to, you have it in there and then y'all look for savings later, and that's normally through not filling positions. So you're forecasting to be able to have them all filled by October at some point, because I know it'll take a little while to actually get people in. Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good question. Going back to this slide again. Okay, so the top left-hand corner, those are our major revenue funds, our operating funds, general fund, water, sewer, stormwater. The next fund down below, bottom left-hand corner, is our capital improvements funds, or CIP funds. Safe Neighborhood generally is funded by general fund, grants, loans. Water sewer CIP fund, we're going to talk a lot about water sewer, and then our stormwater funds. We're projecting about $14.9 million in expenditures for our capital improvement funds. The top right is our internal services funds. So if you recall, we have some departments here that are paid by the general fund, but are utilized by water and sewer and by the stormwater. And a great example of that is our IT department. They go over to Public Works, they fix everything, they do those kind of things. So they are internal funds, and they actually get a little bit of money from the water sewer, they get a little bit of money from stormwater, and they get a little money from general fund. And so we call them internal service funds. Same with risk management. Risk management is our insurance. Those departments, our insurance is one big umbrella. Those departments contribute to that risk or that insurance premium, if you will. So those are internal funds. And then we have a few smaller other funds, debt service, the CITT, or what we call People Transportation Plan, Town Center, which is our facility here, police special funds, and then our ARPA funds. So excluding our transfers out, we have about $65.4 million in expenditures for all of those citywide funds.
Is this, Mr. Mayor? Is this budget reflected in Town Center of it being self-sufficient, or we still subsidize?
We are still subsidizing in the sense of that money from the general fund. We get a little bit of revenue. We'll get more into detail as we go along, but we get a little bit of revenue from a rental on the second floor. But from that, the general fund is funding Town Center.
Okay, and I want to say AC system, but the improvements that are needed for our AC system, is that factored into the Town Center funding?
Actually, that comes as an expenditure out of Safe Neighborhood, CIP.
So you're taking out a safe neighborhood?
Safe Neighborhood, which is primarily a general fund.
Because
CIP.
you don't have enough in the Town Center to.
Town Center typically doesn't hold the balance. Whatever revenue or expenditures Town Center has, it's zeroed out at the end of the year. Doesn't hold the
Yeah,
balance.
I'm bringing it up because to the commission, to the manager's office as well, probably aware, Town Center is not self-sufficient, and it really needs to be self-sufficient, because every year we keep subsidizing it, and now we got to spend money, even though you're taking it out of the safe neighborhood for improvements. We need to really look at that, because it really needs to be more self-sufficient and costing us money to keep it going, especially when it comes to the upkeep and maintenance An AC unit is a good deal, a good example of that. So based on what you're saying, the AC challenges are going to come out of safe neighborhood because you really don't get a lot out of the actual town center, but it is going to cost that 0.6.
So town center being a general fund, from the general government, if you will, safe neighborhood CIP, that's the department that is going to be spearheading the AC. That's the department with all the knowledge, Ms. Gross, if you will. And so therefore, she's the one who's going, and that's the budget that that line item is under.
So the answer to his question is yes.
Yes. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Manager.
He's feeling warm and,
Fuzzy still. Yeah, I'm still a little warm and
Thank you,
fuzzy.
Mr.
I
Mayor.
appreciate that.
Mr. Day.
Excellent questions, by the way, Commissioner Kelly. I appreciate that. Keep me on my toes. The next slide is the general fund overview. So we're just trying to get a little idea of the overview. Kind of little bit of the same information. Revenues for the general fund grow by $1.6 million. Again, based off of a 1.35 millage rate. So there is some growth there. But if you come down a little bit more, we have expenditures that are over $6 million from what our forecasted FY24 is. There's about $3 million in a trash settlement that is budgeted for FY25. So 3 million of that 6 million is from that trash aspect. So again, if you look just a little about halfway through the page, we are at a negative $5 million for the general fund. We have revenues of 29 million, but we have expenditures of 34 million. That's $5 million difference. Okay. So the last part, the very bottom of that, is kind of our fund balance. Now, it's not 100% our bank account, but it's a way I try to get people to understand. It's like a bank account. This is how much we don't have this, and don't misinterpret, but we have to come and use that, use that 5 million or get that $5 million from somewhere. And so therefore, that's how we're going to do it. We have 12 million at the beginning of FY25. We're going to utilize 5 million of it. We're left with $7 million. That's what's in our fund balance based on our proposed budget. So if we take a look at this
To start.
chart,
That's what you're saying.
well,
The
we
7
start
million.
with 12.
From 24.
Yes.
So for 25, we're gonna start with the 7.
No, we would end with 7.
End with 7. Okay.
We would
Yeah, you
end
said
with
start
7.
at
Yes, we're
first.
starting with 12.
Okay.
If budget follows, we're going to be spending 5 million of that,
And we're
going to end with 7.
Got it.
Okay. We take a look at this graph here. We had some great growth in 22, and now we're on a kind of a downward trajectory. If you look at the green line represents, there's a group out there called the GFOA, which is the Government Finance Officers Association, and they put out good practices, and their good practices at least 2 months worth of expenditures. And so that's what that $5 million represents. That's 2 months of the city's expenditures. And so that's kind of our break even point, or I don't want to, but that's where we have to stay above that line. And if we want to get out of state oversight, we have to do that. Okay. And so we're on a downward trajectory. Now, one of the reasons why is because we are spending a lot of money in CIP infrastructure. We want Opa-locka to grow. And in order to grow our base, we have to invest in the city. We're okay so far? So now I want to talk a little bit about that operations. Okay. That's that we want to kind of make sure that we're bringing in what we're spending. Okay. And so we have to make sure that we come up with some savings and, or at the minimum, a balanced budget. Okay. And we're not there yet. We're not there yet. To get out of financial control, this is one of the measures they look at. So this is important. Okay. So right now, if you look in that middle section, we're spending almost $4 million of fund balance on operations. This slide is where our revenue comes from our general fund. There is an increase in our tax base. We have a modest increase. If you come down a little bit further, there's something called fines and forfeitures. We have almost $400,000 increase in that. That's our red light cameras. I believe the chief will talk a little bit more about that. We have 11 of them that are operable right now. 4 of them are about to go online for a total of 15. So that's what that is. If you come down a little bit further, there's something called debt service. There's about $308,000 in savings in that. And the city manager made reference to it in the beginning of this presentation. That's savings from refinancing some of our debt. So that's actually really good. This is our tax base. And it's important to note that I know when we started our conversations about the special events, we kind of had the same chart in there. We had some additional information come to us from the taxing authority and the appraisal's office in July. This was just after we started our special events conversations. So this is a more accurate number. It is still on a downward trend, however.
Mayor.
Commissioner Kelly.
Yeah, he's going kind of fast. I'm trying to keep up with him.
Oh,
On the general revenue, first of all, with the red light cameras
yes, sir.
and you got that under fines and forfeitures?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so it's 3.3. You're projecting 3.7, I guess, because you're gonna have some additional cameras going online.
That's correct.
Okay, and the grants, I noticed for 2,450, only projecting or proposing 50, which is a decrease. What particularly were those grants from 24 that was forecast that either complete or we didn't realize or didn't get? I mean, I'm assuming we did get them because you forecast for them.
Yep.
What are they?
Okay, I'll have to get the specifics to you, but the way we budget is we budget the grants when we feel more comfortable knowing we're going to receive it. So you can see that we forecasted, we feel comfortable we're going to receive $150,000 versus next year. We may receive more in grants, but from a budgetary standpoint and from what my job is as a budget administrator is to make sure that this is a pretty good number.
No, I
and more
understand that.
accurate
So what were those grants? You had 150,000. What were those? What they add? I mean, what were they?
So I want to say, and I'm only going from memory here, those are the basketball courts. Is that correct, Mr. Anderson? Nope. Okay. We're going to have to get that information back to you
Okay.
specifically.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Commissioner Williams.
quick question. It was stated before in a few meetings that the property taxes wasn't rising fast enough, we didn't have enough residents moving in. However, from fiscal year 24 to 25, there's an increase. Is it that from 23 to 25, it's not increased enough? Was there a major increase from? Is there are we missing like a $3 million property tax surplus where minus 1 million to another million from one year to the rest? I don't know what the back end, like 22, 23, was the property tax higher than it is projected to be now?
So I think, I'm not sure I understand
So,
your question, but
On page 11.
every year taxes increase, or the appraised value of a
Yes.
property increases. Okay. There's a second component to that. That's personal property. So if you own a business, your tangible equipment is also taxed. Now, sometimes that depreciates over time. Okay. But the property values tend to increase. And that's what this graph is showing is that property value has only increased. We projected a lot higher and we're hoping for a 10% property or greater, and it only came in at 8.2%. Mr. Manager, if you want to weigh in on that.
No, I think that's the explanation. Because what we saw in 2022, our property values were increasing at a significant rate. Of
Exactly.
course, we were spending at that rate.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we projected that to continue. So the expenditures were projected to continue. Once those property values did not continue to keep that pace, then you see your expenditures, if we stay on that same projection, will exceed what the revenue comes in.
And I'm assuming that's due to inflation and everything else that goes on. What does that do to? I could be wrong.
Well, I think it's several factors. I would say, and I'll let the team weigh in it too. I think anytime a city is not growing, that is death to a city, because that's how we make our revenues, right? If we see houses going up, if we see structures and increase, then we have more things to tax. That increases our tax base. If you look at our census, both our federal census and our local census, we actually see our populations declining. And so if your populations are declining and you're not bringing more residents into your city, then you are going to see your tax base decrease. If that's from a residential standpoint. From a commercial standpoint, if you're not seeing buildings and growth and things like that, you're going to have the same exact impact. Yes.
And I guess what if we're doing a budget and we're actually proposing, I don't know how we couldn't see this 2 years ago or a year ago as a possibility that if we're saying we may be increasing and then all of a sudden our population has decreased, I don't know how we did not see that coming.
So the statement is that you don't know how we didn't know in advance that the population would decrease?
Or just,
I just want to make sure I'm understanding clear on your statement.
well, because I guess I'm repeating what you said. You said that there was a decrease
In
based off
population,
the census,
a decrease
That's
in
what you said.
population. Yes, ma'am.
based off the census. You
Yes,
use the word census.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I don't want to put the words in your mouth. So there's no way to look a year ahead to know that there could be a possibility of a decrease in property tax, population. No,
Well, I think there's lots of ways. Well, that's the purpose of a budget. And so, yes, if you have some certain benchmarks where you definitely know that your city is not going to grow, then absolutely. We have a large opportunity to grow. So there was no factors here to say that we were definitely not going to grow.
I guess what I'm saying is, I'm not trying to beat a dead horse, but and I'm sorry, Commissioner, what I'm saying is I know when we talk about budget, we look forward and it's almost saying, well, we projected to spend this much, but we didn't know that this was going to decrease here because we didn't know. And then secondly, and I guess that's what I'm hearing. And second, I'll stop there. That's what I'm hearing.
Well, I'm not gonna stop.
I'm not, because I want to piggyback on.
Yeah, I don't want to stop. I want to keep that same vein.
If I may respond for a
Okay,
moment.
go ahead.
So remember, homes, property,
Mhm.
some of them, or most, I shouldn't say some, are homesteaded, and they can
Yes.
only grow by a very small
Yeah.
amount. Commercial property, however, can grow by a much larger amount. Okay,
But wouldn't we know?
But-
Couldn't we project that?
once, but once a property is sold, a homesteaded property is sold, it's reappraised and it's stepped up in basis, or it gets a higher value or a higher taxable value, if you will. Okay, so we projected that, hey, Opa-locka is one of those cities that people are attracted to. There's a lot more investment coming in here. People are buying properties here, and that changes our tax base. So we do have information that comes from Dade County that we try to utilize as best as possible when it comes to budgeting, if you will. So, it's not a shot in the dark, if you will. We do our best to get an accurate number or an accurate figure. So I don't know if that helped, made it worse.
Okay, the only thing I'm gonna say, Commissioner Kelly.
Go ahead.
Is this, I hear what the manager is saying about the decline in residents. However, where I disagree is it depends on where those residents resided. Also, when people buy into the city, like you said, when they do their mortgage, the new mortgage, the taxes, I'm sorry, the value is reassessed.
Correct.
And then most times it is higher. So when you say that the decrease is because of residents moving out, I can't agree with that. That to me, doesn't really,
Yeah.
yeah.
I didn't think I said a
You
decrease
didn't say that,
because,
the manager
oh,
said that, the manager said that,
well,
that's what I said. So that's that. And also, the millage rate that we have right now is the 9.35.
Yes, sir.
correct. Yeah.
So, but we never considered lowering and seeing how the budget would play out with that. Also, the land value in Opa-locka has increased.
Mhm.
It has increased.
Mhm.
And there was an increase in revenue as far as taxes is concerned, as it relates to last year versus this year.
Mhm.
So we didn't lose. That's where my confusion is, because you all are saying that the tax, the value, we lost money, but we really didn't lose money. We actually gained more.
We anticipated
I
a
understand
larger growth,
I understand the
a larger growth.
anticipation.
Right, right.
I understand the anticipation. However, we did not lose, we gained. So we didn't lose. The income that we received from taxes was greater than we got last year. So that's where I'm a little challenged with the comments that I'm hearing, as far as we're not making as much as we did before. We're not making as much as, because that's the furthest from the truth.
Right. I don't recall saying that we didn't make as much as we did before.
You talked about the income that was received is not as much as, I believe that's what I heard
It's,
you say.
it's not,
The
it's not,
trajectory, you thought it would go up, but it
Right,
actually went
right. There-
down.
right,
that-
but it's not down income. It's just not what we anticipated. You anticipate 30 million and you
So-
get 28.
So then what that means is you actually spent more than you thought. That's the difference. That's what happened. But it's not based on revenue. It's based on spending. So.
Well, but
we
if you
had-
anticipate getting 30 and you only got 28 and you spent up to 30, that's,
We spent more, we overspent. We overspent.
We did not overspend.
But
Since
then.
we
then
want
how
to
did-
be, we want to be clear. And since this is on the record, we did not overspend. This is a budget hearing. So we are talking about what we're going to be spending in the future. And if we had a budget that was planned for 30 million and we were planning to spend 30 million, and now we have a budget and we have revenues that's 27 million instead of the 30 million. If we still spend what we were planning to spend, yes, we would be over. Under those numbers, we would be overspending by 3 million. That's not what we're doing here. This is a budget hearing. So we want to have a discussion about, hey, we were expecting to get 30. We got 27 instead. So we need to look at how we're going to budget for 27 million instead of 30 million. That's all.
Mr. Mayor.
But if it was based on the 30, I'm sorry, $5,
Okay.
but there was an increase, your revenue was greater than it is now.
Okay, so let's put the numbers out there. If fiscal year 2020, we were at 15 and we plan to spend 15, and then fiscal year 2021, we were at 20. So we plan to spend 20. And then the third year, fiscal year 2023, we then received 25, and we're seeing a $5 million increase. Obviously, using those numbers, which we receive from the county, the budget team does, the city manager's office does, we would project an increase of 5 million in budget around that.
Just ask that.
So
I recited-
you weren't looking ahead. So that's the point.
And,
So you
and I
had to-
answered that. And
No,
I,
you didn't. No, that's not what you,
Sir,
and that's what.
that is exactly what I
I
answered.
said in FY 23, what was it then? Because we must have been projected maybe a larger amount
And he
so
said,
that when we,
yes.
maybe you didn't understand my.
yes, I'm
Because I'm telling
but
you, I
yes.
said no. That's why I was like,
Yes, we anticipate and it
And I
a
did say
continual
that.
growth.
but
And
that's
he
Why
what
said
I
wouldn't you
said.
anticipate?
What he exactly said, and we wrote this down, it is not as much as we anticipated. He said that twice. He
But
said, yes, but
No, the
it's not as much
anticipation
as what
part,
we
yeah, you get
anticipated.
driving.
And when I say anticipated, this is not just date guessing or Bob guessing or me guessing. It is all from the data that we receive from the county. That's where all of this information comes from. So we're not just like, pulling stuff out, rabbits out of a hat here. And as I alerted the commission, the moment we received that notice from the county that, hey, it's not going to be as much as you probably anticipated, we shared that with you immediately. So, yes, that's where we're at.
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Kelly, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you. under your closing fund balance,
What page are you on,
page
sir?
9, it was 17.9. In 23, it went to 13.5, which is a very significant drop right there. And of course, from 23 to 24, it dropped another, 1.3, which was not a lot. My concern when I look at this whole picture projection, that's a big drop to me. From 22 to 23, that should have caused some red flags, some serious discussions, some serious everything. Because now where we are, when you look at your numbers, 24 to 25, now we see this 5 million, but I look at it going back from 22 to 23, where there was a basically a 5 million almost drop there that should have been acknowledged, I guess, or said to the commission even back then, that there's a challenge on the horizon. And that's why I asked the question about under the fund balance usage, the question why. So now that we've got only got 8.2% increase in the property taxes, you said you thought you were going to get 10, it only came at 8.2. So that's where you are. I'm going to, and I know the manager sent us email that if we went to 9.0 or something or another, it would be about 400 and some odd $1,000 less revenue that we receive. But I am disappointed that we did not get an opportunity to look at that, for the commission to make that decision. Because that's a commission decision that we should have gotten that, and I asked for that.
It's in the
Not- not-
presentation, sir.
What happened?
The discussion that there's a presentation for millage rate that gives the commission options to select different millage rates and provides you what the financial cost would be. This is the first workshop. You'll get 4 bites at the apple. We're looking to get your feedback. We're not pinching you in anywhere. We have to give you a presentation, and the decision is all yours.
Well, the advantage you all have is you've had a presentation. I haven't had it. So I haven't had a presentation. I haven't had the document. You all have had it. We're just getting it. So I haven't looked beyond page. I'm going right with you. So I don't know what's in the future. I'm only going by what you're saying right now. So bottom line is the projection numbers came in lower than what you thought.
That is
But I'm
correct.
still going to go back to my concern of 17.9 dropping to 13.5, why there was not a big scream and yell back then. And I know I came in after the budget was done, but there should be a big scream back in that time frame to see that number drop that much, because that's 5 million, and what you're screaming for now really started back then. And I don't think anybody could anticipate or would believe that that kind of fund balance was going to continue at that rate, even with people at that moment wanting to move in the city and property values going higher. So to me, that was the first red flag, considering that we're in financial emergency. And so I just want to say that, but I'll
Thank
listen
you.
to your presentation on
For
millage.
your information, that drop was actually budgeted, and the continual drops were budgeted and approved because of CIP. I mean, those are the beginnings of large projects within the city. So those were actual budgeted items.
Yeah.
That were
Well,
in.
apparently the
in
commission,
22.
I mean, I don't know, I wasn't here when you did the budget. So what I'm saying is, if I saw that number of 17.9 and then see a drop down to 13, that's a significant amount, unless you could show me whatever that meant. That's a big steep drop.
Mhm.
And so I've made the assumption that you probably did tell the commission back then about that, so they could fully aware that your general fund balance was going to be $5 million lower. Because to me, that should have been,
Yes, sir.
like I said, a red flag, given that you're in financial emergency. Okay. Well,
So
Just a moment.
with
But
that,
is this
with
the last
that,
time we received the ARPA funds in 22? Was that the reason for the increase?
no,
No.
those are,
no.
that's not in
No.
the general fund.
Could we go back to slide 9, please, in the presentation? I think it's an important point to make here,
Yeah.
and to answer the mayor's question. And I have to say again, I come from the private sector. So the private sector is a little bit more, unstable. It's a little bit riskier. So the recommendations, all CEOs' recommendation is usually to have 3 months, 3 months of expenses in your savings account. So for me, I'm always trying to, that's about 7.5, I believe that I requested. So for me, I'm always in my mind still thinking like from the private sector, I need to have 7.5 here. Now, governments are generally more stable. So if you look at that green line there, governments, when you're being evaluated, say, as long as you're above that green line, you're good. And that's for a city the size of Opa-locka with our general fund balance. And I'm comfortable with that, and we're still well above that. But I would prefer to have we're getting at that area for me as your city manager coming from the private sector. I'm a little bit uncomfortable towing the line at the 5 million or even going below the 7 million. So that's one of the reasons. And if you, to address the concern of Commissioner Kelly, when we came on board, because this was in the year that I came on board, a lot of the CIP projects were suspended because we were unsure about how much money we had. So as you recall, then we didn't have a finance department. We had outsourced our finance department. We had outsourced our auditing team. So once we hired our first finance director in 5 years and were able to, and that's in 22, determine exactly how much money we had, which was the most important thing for me to provide to the commission as a city manager. That's when a lot of these CIP projects like roads and streets and sidewalks, that's when we started doing those projects. They had already been budgeted for, but the expenditures wasn't there. And honestly, full disclosure, that's one of the reasons why the surplus appears so high, because there were projects that were budgeted for that the expenditures didn't go. And so once you see those expenditures for those projects start moving, that's why that general fund balance goes down. We're still well above the 5 million, 2.1 million above the 5 million actually. But I think, as Commissioner Kelly said, now's the time to, or he would recommend earlier, to kind of have that conversation that if we continue on this level, even in CIP projects, we're going to start hitting that near that $5 million number. And as Mr. Dake said, this is one of the things that we're going to be evaluated on to get us out of financial oversight. So we want to make sure, I would prefer that we stay above 7.5 million, but we definitely have to stay above that 5 million.
Well, Mr. Manager, let me ask this question, because you referenced the CIP.
Yes, sir.
A lot of projects were not completed or even started. So monies was carried over.
Yes.
So there should have been a cost savings. And I'm just going to use this, and I'm going to pick on this particular one. Let's just go with Arabian Nights. $250,000 were budgeted for. So it was a carryover from the year prior. So there's a cost savings there. So in any other project that was slated to go into effect in 2022 that did not happen, there should have been a cost savings. So if you say that those monies was for CIP, then it should still be there, no?
No,
Then
so
why
let me have that conversation, which is a fair question. No matter what we see here on this general fund balance, when I was assistant city manager working for one of the 4 city managers I worked for, Newell Daughtry, he had me do a study on our public infrastructure and come up with some calculations and some numbers. And those numbers are pretty still accurate. You're talking about a cost saving and a carryover when you're really in a CIP deficit. So in order to do all of our CIP projects, the city of Opa-locka needs, and I've said this many times, about $100 million. So we're picking and choosing what we can do, when we can do it, how we can do it at the most cost efficient basis. But there's never, I never want the commission to have a notion that, which perhaps, and Commissioner Kelly and I have had this conversation, I've mistakenly allowed this to happen, that, we're just flowing over with cash. Yes, even by this graph, we're $2.1 million above our mark. But as far as what our needs are, we're still at a deficit. We have areas of the city that still have clay pipes in the infrastructure. We've got to get that fixed. We've got to get that addressed. We've got areas where I push 100 gallons of water down a pipeline and I get 60 gallons on the other side, which means we're leaking 40 gallons into the ground. So So that's the conversation. That's the backdrop to the conversation. That's what's on this page.
But I understand that, but this is CIP projects that we anticipated, your word, that we were going to complete. That's what I'm saying. So if we said that we're gonna spend $2 on CIP, but we only spent 50 cents, we still have $1.50 left over. Where's that $1.50? That's what I'm asking. So you said, he said something, I don't know.
So,
Hmm.
oh, okay.
So that's why I don't understand when you say we're in a CIP.
But once that
deficit,
project is completed, that
But-
money is utilized.
but the projects have not been completed.
Well, but you're only looking at, when you look at this page number 9, 17.9 to 13.5, that's not budget, that's expenditures. So that's not money that we were planning to spend and didn't spend and we can carry over somewhere else. That was money that was spent. So everything in this chart and that blue graph are expenditures. That's not budget. That's money that was spent.
It's our fund balance.
No,
And-
I'm comparing our revenue to our expenditures. That's what I'm,
Okay. Okay,
that's what I'm comparing,
okay,
based on what you said about the CIP, but, all right.
okay.
So if I may make
Wait,
a,
I'm sorry, Commissioner Kelly, you had something?
No, that was the point. The expenditure 17.9 down to 13. What did we really get out of that? To really show that, but because it went down so much. What are we looking at? How much did we accomplish? I know some of it might have been CIP, but obviously it's not a lot because you just said that the projects were really carried over and just getting started. So, okay, we are
Yeah.
where we are. I'm gonna wait to hear
Okay.
the rest of this.
I appreciate that. But I also want to say, you bring up a point where, hey, it was 17.9 and then it went to 13.5. Somebody should have notified us. It's at 12.2 and we're projecting 7.1.
Yeah, you notifying us now.
Okay. So I want to be sure that that's on the record. And I think, city manager, you wanted to weigh in on the millage rate. This particular graph, well, here's the historical. We're on page 13.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
So, I'm actually was
We
getting
skipped out 12. Oh.
page 13. Did we
Page-
skip 12?
No, 12 was the
Okay, all right.
growth. Yep.
So now we wanted to have, as Commissioner Kelly was prepared to have this discussion, we do have a section here for the millage rate starting on page 13. This has our millage rate history, and this is important for us to look at. And for those that are, for those residents that are in the audience, a millage rate determines what percent of the taxes can the city retain. The state of Florida has a cap at 10%. And does not allow municipalities to charge more than 10%. And in fiscal year 16, we had a rate of 8.5. Excuse me, it was 8.9, my apologies. Then it jumped up to the state cap in fiscal year 17 at 10%, and then took a huge drop from 10% to 9% in fiscal year 18. In fiscal year 19, it jumped back up to 9.8, where it stayed 9.8 in fiscal year 19, 9.8 in fiscal year 20, 9.8 in fiscal year 21. And the city saw its first drop in its millage rate under this administration in fiscal year 22. Mr. Anathan and I spent weekends determine how we can find any places where we had the possibility to drop the millage rate. I remember texting Dottie Johnson over the weekend. I remember texting now Vice Mayor Irvin saying, hey, I think that we found a way to drop this millage rate. And we were able to realize a drop in the millage rate in fiscal 22. In fiscal 23, we have a projection of 9.3, but we have a discussion. There's a desire to continue to drop the millage rate. So if you turn to the next page, that decision is totally the commission's, and we have some options for you to consider. What those impacts are. If you look at a 1% millage rate reduction, realizes about $150,000 loss in tax revenue. So if we go from, so there is an opportunity to calculate 9.3, we're at 9.3, what it would look like at 9.25, 9.16 and 9.0. So you're looking at approximately $150,000 every time we see those drops. So again, this is workshop number one. We have workshop number two. We have budget hearing number one, budget hearing number two. So the commission has 4 bites at the apple here to send us back, make us have us draw some more calculations. I think because we've been able to have some significant cuts that we will savings, I should say, that we will share with the commission. There's an opportunity here, and we look forward to getting a direction from the commission on what is it that you would like for us to, what would you like for us to see as far as numbers?
Mr.
I
Mayor,
would have wished that it would have maybe been a side by side.
Side by side?
Yeah, because I don't agree with the 9.35. I said
Okay.
that from jump.
Mhm.
And I think the taxes need to be lowered. However, you said 150,000 for every 1%
Yes.
reduction.
I think, okay, I think I understand. Let's have that ready for them. The next commission meeting, we'll add an additional slide where we have it side by side. So you can say, if I
No,
choose,
no. What would the budget look like?
yes,
So where would the money come from? If we was to decrease it by $300,000
yes,
or
Yes.
$450,000,
yes.
what would the budget look like?
Correct. So we'll be better positioned to do that once we get all the feedback from the commission to see what we're keeping, what we're throwing out. And we'll be able to throw some projections. Let's say if we, would you like for us to do a projection at 9.25 for Wednesday? All right, Commissioner Williams is nodding head.
Low as
So
possible. I would want the 9.16. And if I had it my way, the 9.06.
But I think, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, but I think where I'm it's trying to find both pieces of the pie. At one hand, you're saying not enough people are coming into the city. People aren't buying homes, people aren't, you're saying that on this hand, then if that's not happening, or from my understanding, that's a decrease, then where would all these decreases come from? If we're not growing the city, I do want to, I mean, maybe what should have happened is we focused on the growth of the city, focused on bringing in contractors to bring in and build. And I think we did a lot of focus on CIP projects the last 2 years, and that has been the focus. But I think there needs to be a shift right now into how we create more residents in our city. And to me, wouldn't that be your answer to bringing this down, bringing the millage rate, the more?
Yeah,
Or
but
one of the answers.
one of the answers,
Because
but you
right
also have
now,
to
we're
remember
gonna be-
expenditures do increase every
exactly.
year. We're adding new programs, we're adding new items to.
I'm be honest, I don't even know if I'm comfortable with 3 years, what people saying gonna happen. I'm not, I'm not
Right,
comfortable. I
but-
gotta go on year-to-year basis right now.
Right.
But you can finish what you're saying.
Yeah, I was just going to say, every year expenditures are going up, programs are being added to what the city can offer the citizens. So therefore, we have to be mindful of that also when we're putting in it. And I started this by saying, we are already running at a deficit with all of our CIP projects
Well,
included in
sure.
it, right?
Yeah.
So if we lower the millage rate, you want to know where that's coming from? Well, we already are running a negative number. So how much more negative do we have to go?
But aren't some of our CIP projects coming from the ARPA funds?
Some of them are, not all of them. We'll get into that here as we go along.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
those are options.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm saying to look at the numbers.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Vice Mayor.
I have a question, and it's because I was on 27th Avenue today. So we talk about growing the city, correct? on 27th Avenue, what some of us know back in the day, you know, where the movie theater was. That's a huge project now. But on 27th Avenue, the streets are like torn up. So that I'm assuming that they can they're doing some kind of project, I guess, to be able to handle the water influx and stuff like that. And I'm gonna just call it a CIP project. When that happens, who fund that? The city that you're building in? Or is that something that the developer paid for? And I'm asking because if we're talking about growing the city, then there's a need for more CIP projects to happen to control the extra water flow and all that other stuff flow. So it was just on my mind today, just being on 27th Avenue, that's a whole wreck.
It's not just the infrastructure, police, Parks and Rec. All of those things grow as we grow a city. Do they not?
Yes.
Yes. And in the development agreement, we have assessments. They have to pay assessments fees for that. So if a project's going to come, we do a calculation of what their impact is. Your impact is going to have this impact on my water. It's going to have this impact on my streets. It's going to require this many police officers, and we charge them a fee for that. So the developers do cover that.
Okay. I was just wondering if that was on us or we had help with that or,
Yes, we do get help.
okay.
Mr. Mayor. Thank you. What is our current impact fee structure? How current is it?
The impact fee structure, I believe, and I can get Mr. Gay up here to say it. It supersedes myself, and I've been here for 2 years, and we have an evaluation of that impact fee structure in this fiscal year coming.
I'm asking the question because I raised that when I came back. What was the impact? And I was told that it was being looked at and worked on because as you started doing all of this additional construction, whether it's warehouses, whether it's apartment buildings, whatever, those impact fees were going to play a major role. So you're saying a lot of construction is going on now. The impact fees are based on the old rate structure?
All the construction that is going on now is from the current impact fee structure. Yes.
When you say current, it's really the old structure.
Well, there's no new one, correct?
And that's really outdated. And it's
Correct,
it's been outdated for a while.
So, which is why we've been working on that. And when we get to community development, or we can call Mr. Gay up now to provide an update on the impact fee structure. But as I have.
Well, you can have it for us when it's given. So I bring that up because when we talk about these CIP projects that have been in the work that didn't, happen in 22, but were funded, carried over to funding, I'm amazed that no one really looked at the fact that at some point they will get built, because some of them we had funding, some of them, I guess, from the pipeline from people coming in want to develop, that nobody said, we need to really look at our impact fee structure because it's outdated, it's old. We need to get it current. And I would have thought by now it would have been updated. So what I'm hearing now is we're still on the initial stages of it because that requires a process. So where is that process? You said it's a community development or where it's planning. Where is the impact fee conversation at right now? Is it been brought to you in some form to present to us to go out, or where is it at now?
So yes, I'll call Mr. Gay, the community development director, up to explain where we are in the impact fee reassessment.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Gregory Gay. We have started the impact fee assessment. We hired a company called Stantec, which is doing an evaluation of where our impact fees were when they were initially done in 2015, and to do an update as to where they should be in comparison to our market rate and the market rates of adjacent municipalities as well, because we want to be somewhat consistent.
So then it did come to the commission?
Yes, it
when
did
come to the commission.
I believe it came in March or April of this year.
So nothing had been done prior to it coming for them to do the impact fee study?
No, sir.
And so that I don't understand why with all of the potential growth, with all of that, that would not have been a part of the process way back then, because that's additional revenue, because now that means some of the things we built, their impact fees actually are based on then, but they probably need more police services. They need more whatever, but they're being charged on the old rate. So now if Stantec is doing, or whoever's doing the assessment now, when is that supposed to come back in?
We anticipate that it should be complete probably toward the end of this year.
So it's not going to help this budget. Okay, thank you for your answer. Let me be clear on the numbers before you go further, Mr. Mayor. So 150,000 for every 1%, because we had got email saying it was about $450,000 if we went down to the 9.0. Is that still the assessment? I mean, it's still the.
That is correct, yes.
Okay, so if you go down to 9.0, it's about 450,000 that you would have to find or look at to decrease.
Mhm.
And I know my colleagues want to see that, so I look forward to seeing that. But I only bring it up because that's been brought up so many times in these meetings that it really should have been part of this process already before we got to that point. But since you're going to bring it Wednesday, that's going to probably take a little more time because you got to dissect it down. Even if you're trying to get to 9.2 or 9.0 on the millage rate. But I think the impact fee definitely has a revenue impact that should have been in place, because all this development we've got going on, and if I'm a businessman watching this workshop right now, I'm trying to get in now before that happens. You ain't got to smile, just keep mellowing. That's because that means it's going to be a higher impact fees probably coming. So I'm trying to get in the door. All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can move on.
Okay, all right, and I finally found it. Mr. Manager, so.
Yes,
here's
sir.
what I would like to see. If we all received the letter from the property appraiser that talked about for the third consecutive year, Miami-Dade County has continued to see an increase in market value. Right, and the letter also urged the city of Opa-locka to decrease its millage rate for its residents to be more affordable.
Mhm.
So I would like to see the difference from last year versus this year in the increase of taxes that we took in.
Okay,
And then maybe we can go with that number. So if it's, let's just say if there was an increase of $150,000,
okay,
then we can go with 9.25. If
got
there's
it.
an increase of $300,000, then we can go with the 9.16.
So, but that's going to be based off of money that's already spent.
How?
Because you're basing off of money that we received and that's already been spent, not money that we're projected to get in. What we can do, and what I recommend, is that we,
What do you mean money that this is the estimated taxable.
so maybe we're saying the same thing.
Mhm.
So perhaps if we, as you
I know
said,
you pay your taxes from the year before. I understand. what
okay,
you're
so
saying.
we do side by side what
So
will be.
but there was an increase. So whatever that increase is that we receive in the value, what is that number from
Okay.
year to year?
Okay, so increase
But
in
in the
property
last
value
3 years.
or the
No,
increase in revenue.
increase in revenue from
Okay.
taxes in the last 3 years going into next year.
Okay,
And
All
I
right.
know that number is higher because the land value hasn't.
okay. So we'll do a graph on that for you.
Yep. Happy to.
And accurate, no, not accurate as in live numbers. So the whole number, not the whole number, but the actual number,
Okay, okay.
not a rounded out.
Proceed. So page 15, we are looking at the general fund expenditures, a little more closer look at them, compensation. Again, the difference between forecasted and proposed is the number of occupancy. We're at an 82% occupancy at the forecast, 100% in the proposed budget. You're going to see a $3 million trash settlement that is in FY 25 versus 24. If you come down to the bottom there, these are our transfers. This is money leaving the general fund and going into Safe Neighborhood CIP. See that it's down by $1 million. We did that because we're trying to preserve that general fund balance. Okay, so we're actually spending less in CIP or proposed spending less in CIP to help preserve fund balance.
Under the operating expense, you have other, I see you're proposing more, in 25, $1 million more. Exactly what does that other entail?
You mean operating expenses and other?
Yes, there's other. I
Okay.
have an idea of operating expenses, but
Yeah, so
what is
we have a line item in our budget. You'll see it as we get a little deeper into it. It's called other uses. We have expenditures. One of the good example of those expenditures is the red light camera. So a red light camera, they do bring in revenue, but they cost us money. And so those cameras have a monthly fee that are associated with them. That goes under other uses. Another other use. So operating expenses are what departments need to operate on a day-to-day basis to do their job. Other uses are also things like we have grants that we support the community with, housing grants, rental assistant type grants, community development grants. Those grants also fall under other uses. So you'll see those would fall under an other use as well.
okay,
And
so,
as we get a little deeper into it, I'll point those out and make sure you see it.
so you're going to point out then the operating expense to day-to-day, because the number went up so significantly, you're not breaking it down. So I know you're talking about the cameras and the assistance programs that we do, but I'm really referring to the operating expenses as well. Did they go up? The operating expenses go up for
They
each
go up.
department?
Yes.
So that's somewhere later you're going to show us?
Yep.
Okay, I'll wait till I get to that. Thank you.
You're welcome. So remember, we're kind of doing an overview of the funds that we have. And so the next fund that we kind of look at is the water sewer fund. And the thing about the water sewer fund is that it has a negative fund balance. And when you have a negative fund balance, you can't borrow money for it, right? Because nobody's going to lend us money if you have a negative fund balance. We can't get, a lot of times we can't get grants because grants are 1-to-1. So if you don't have the money to put the first dollar in front of it to get the dollar back from the grant, we can't do that either. So that creates a real situation for the water sewer fund, that we don't have funding to progress and make the city better and the infrastructure better because this particular fund is underwater. So what you're seeing is in the top right-hand corner, we've increased the revenue because we're hoping that we get a rate study done by September and that we can increase based on our figures. We did a 9% increase starting January of 2025 for the water sewer division. So that is the revenue being brought in. We did a 9% increase. So that's
Why do we forecast it so high?
that is a probably, well, to be honest with you, Mr. Mayor, is because we haven't had a rate increase since 2015. So
But I'm saying,
do you anticipate a 1 or 2% if we're looking at
but clearly
7-8 years?
our forecasting has been off. So why would we shoot for such a high number versus maybe in the middle to be on the safe side?
Sure, we could do that. We could do that. Happy to.
I'm just saying historically,
Yeah.
we've been a little.
But I think, you know, when we look at something like when we, you know, Bob, the city manager, and I, we look at this and we say, how can we get out of this? And how can we keep our infrastructure and continue to build? And I just told you, we can't get grants. We can't get loans. Where's the money going to come from?
No, I get it, but you
Yeah.
said we anticipate the 9%.
Right.
But if
right.
we don't go to 9%, then we're back here having this conversation.
The
again.
recommendation to the dais in January will be hopefully.
Mr. Mayor,
But I'm happy to adjust it for you, sir.
Mr. Mayor,
Commissioner Kelly.
that's the mayor is asking you the nice way. I'm going to say it like this.
Please.
You're really kind of tying the commission's hands already by saying it's going to need to be 9, even though the rates may come back and say you can do 7 this year, raise it another next year and get to 9. You're basically tying our hands already because you're putting in the budget in advance. And again, I'm not saying 9, you know, it might be even higher than that. But you're really tying the commission's hands by saying 9 on one WAP. The other problem I have, not problem, the other challenge I have is when I asked about this earlier, we were supposed to get the numbers back by, I think, the end of September or whatever. Now, the budget obviously will be complete, but you're projecting when you get it back, because that, and that has to go through a process too. And so I'm a little concerned unless, you know, you had some preliminary data that would show that, because this is not going to be an easy sell to the community either. And that's required to go out, and that's part of the public engagement that the company has to do to show why you're going and whatever. And you'd probably be, you know, good on paper, infrastructure needs, can't get grants. But the reality is, with property tax, the way people view it already, at 9%, you are going to kind of force the commission to say it's going to be 9. And I don't know if we want to do that. I would have rather seen some kind of window, if you will. And again, it could be even higher than this that they recommend. But to put us at 9 already.
Well, you know, the city manager started by saying this is.
I got it. That's why I'm putting on the
This is
record
why
now.
we're here. We want to hear your feedback.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor?
Well, unless you got, like I said, some preliminary data.
We do. So yeah, I wanted to address that concern that you had, Commissioner Kelly, if you will. So yes, we didn't just pull these numbers again out of a hat. This was all a scientific calculation based on formula and data. We don't have the official recommendation. And as you said, it might be above 9%, but we were able to crunch numbers based on if this was done by statute as required, the way it was supposed to be done since 2016. This is the number, and that's the number we put it in the budget. Now we can, again, this is bite number 1 at the apple. We got 4 bites. If the commission wants to see 3% or 6%, we absolutely will do that.
So then my question would be, based on what data are you referencing?
So-
Because had we not questioned it, we would have moved on to the next slide.
Okay. Well, I can honestly say that we got something back from the Dade County saying they're going to increase our rates 7%. I can show you that data. Not now, but I will make sure that you get.
We'll
that.
make sure you get that.
Well, I'm not, but Mr. Mayor, I'm not just referring to Dade County, because I know
Yeah.
they were going up on the
Yeah,
rates.
they're going up.
But I'm
on the
also
rates.
talking about what the water rate study is going to show, because it's
Yeah.
not going to just be reflective of what Dade County is proposing. It's going to be reflective of what they're finding out there in our system.
Mhm.
What's really broken, what's really causing the flow or lack of
Yep.
flow. Even as the manager mentioned, where you're talking about, we're hoping to get 100, but when it goes to, we're only getting 60.
Yep.
That's the purpose of the water rate study. It's going to show you what those numbers are and how bad it is. In addition, that you already know that the county is talking 7%.
Yep.
And I guarantee you, I hope I'm wrong, when they come back with their rate study, they're going to be recommending more than 2%, which already gets you at almost 9. The camera, you see you doing it. Yeah. So that's why I said it's really probably going to be higher. And that's why I've been asking, so we could have more accurate numbers before we even get to the finalization of the budget. Because what I see happening now, in a perfect setting, they're going to get it back to us. You're going to bring it to the commission. It has to go through that process of, community engagement. We're voting on it, go to the state, come back, get put in the budget. I think that's a tremendous timeline of challenge. And again, those numbers are high. You had the county 7. If they go anywhere, I'm just thinking based on my experience and memory, it's probably going to be at least 5.
Mhm.
And I'm going to say this on the record, so it's already on the record. I would hope as a part of the process they're recommending is something that is tied to a formula, CIP or something, so you don't have this exercise. It always goes up every so many years or comes back to the commission every so many years for an update because of the challenge of, going before the people and getting commission approval, especially in tough challenges. So if you're going to base it on that 9%, I just want the commission to be aware that that's a moving number, in my opinion. Well, moving number.
You know how I feel. I think there should be a relief somewhere. So, I don't agree. And I think you should have. Yeah.
So your feedback, what number do you think you would like to see? So I'm not tying your hands.
You give us nothing and you just, that's the,
Yep.
I don't think that's fair that you all say, what's your feedback when you only give us one option on the paper? So if you give us a snapshot figure of different, then we have stuff to choose from. So we can't calculate that off the top of our head. So so can we please stop saying that?
Yes, I apologize.
Slightly offensive.
Can I-
Well, we find it.
Mr. Mayor,
Let's stop doing
Well,
that.
let's
Understood,
let's
understood.
get on the same communication.
After I said it, I
Because-
could have,
because
I would have withdrawn it.
Mr. Mayor,
Yeah.
can I ask a question to the manager or Mr.? The 7% that the county is telling us they're going to raise our rates, did we ask or nicely ask whether it could not be 7, that it could be 3 and pick it up on the back end?
That was approved,
Like we
by
do when
that
we get
was
a
their
car?
budget. They
Yes.
approved that budget.
Say it again?
They approved that budget. I got that from their budget
To
approval.
7.
Yes, sir.
No, but I'm saying, okay, they've approved
Yes.
their budget.
Mr. Mayor?
Well,
Yes, sir.
let them finish.
Oh, I was
sorry.
thought I was gonna answer the
Well,
question.
you're saying, so it's not a option, it's already done. I know what their budget is, but in other words,
They
what I'm getting at,
forecasted- They did, they gave.
what
us a
I'm getting at,
forecast.
they had to say to us at some point, because I know the county moves their budget process faster. They had to say to us or send something to us saying, we're projecting all of our water users, we're going to be going up 7%. Right. And they sent us that somewhere way before now. So I'm saying that when we got that letter, we reach out to them and say or ask, could, you find a way for Opa-locka or any city that meets some kind of threshold because where we are, was that question asked? That's what I'm asking. I'm not saying they would have went for it, but was that question asked?
No. Bob said no.
I
said no?
I would have to
It would
defer
not,
to.
it would
Mr.
not be for Bob to say that. Bob would not have that a conversation with any executives down at the Miami-Dade County. It would be the city manager. And we did have those conversations and the answer was no. And that was what I was trying to answer.
And who, you had your conversation with the managers,
Yes, with the
water sewer managers.
Yes,
And I'm going to always say this, when you have situations like that going to impact us in such a heavy way, you got to reach out to the elected officials.
They can advocate.
You got to reach out to us. And I'm saying it's futuristic because it's probably going to be hard now.
Mhm.
When you got that letter, knowing our financial condition, you're looking at our projected numbers, you got to say, hey, the county wants to do 7. It's beyond my level because, well, I'm on the management. I need you all as elected officials to talk to whomever, because usually that will require some kind of legislation from the county. We go down, plead our case, and they can make that adjustment. They can say that.
Yes.
Now, they probably wouldn't just sing out Opa-locka. They probably would have had to do some kind of legislation, any city that fits this financial, budgetary challenge, et cetera. And there might be some others. Everybody's not doing that great these days with infrastructure either. But that's the way you do those things. So I'm saying that now for in the future, when you have those things come from the county and they're doing their budget, I got that. But when you get that letter, immediately reach out to say, okay, we've done all we can on our level. Mr. Manager, you've met with them. They told you no, which is what they're going to tell you. You got to come back to the mayor and commission and say, listen, you got to do a public meeting, come to us one-on-one or however and say, this is beyond us. We really, if we go 7%, knowing that we got a water rate study out there that's probably going to come back at least 3, 4, 5, whatever. And if we take the 7, add the 5, that's 12, which given our challenges is going to be a lot for a resident to chew off paying water bill. Now, it may not work, but we have to try that because of where we are economically. So in the future, I would hope you keep that in mind. So that means, Mr. Mayor, and to my colleague, we're looking at 7 already. Looking at 7 already, plus whatever the water rate may entail. And I know the way they normally come back, they come back in tiers, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. So I think what you're asking, how much pain can it be lessened?
Yeah.
Well, when those tiers come back, they're probably going to come back pretty strong as to why you need to do this, this, and this.
Mhm.
But again, it is a commission decision. And I'm pretty sure when those residents hear what that could be, you can
It's a
tell
lot-
them the
it's a big
county
jump.
part, but
Big
when we
jump.
add on to it, it could be a challenge. But yeah, okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on.
Gonna be a fun September.
Water sewer operating, this is where majority of our funding or our revenue comes from. The water sewer fees, impact fees, we have adjusted. So you will see now that there is an impact fee of almost $300,000 in the FY 25 budget, proposed budget for the water sewer operating fund. If you turn the next page, page 18, we're looking now where our expenditures in the water sewer operating fund go. And if you look at the highlighted yellow, you have $6 million in water. That's our water, how much we spend on water. And then we have another $1.1 million in sewer, in debt service. That's our debt service. So the 6 million is our water and our sewer. And then we have our debt service about 1.1 million. That's $7 million that goes to the county. Our revenues are $10.5 million.
Based off the number that the manager said his office renegotiated.
Yes, that's correct. As far as the debt, correct. So we have a $10.5 million revenue fund in the water sewer, 7 of it that goes back to the county. That leaves us $3.5 million for operations, compensation, equipment, tools, everything that we need to run the city. It's pretty lean. It's pretty lean. So I'll second Commissioner Kelly that rate study is an important piece of this budget. We follow on to the next one, stormwater operating fund. So stormwater operating fund is in a lot better situation than the water sewer. We're anticipating about $2 million in revenue. Some of that is coming from impact fees, about $90,000 are in impact fees. And we are anticipating spending about $4 million. So we are using some fund balance, but if you notice, that fund balance is being transferred, about $2 million of that is being transferred out for CIP projects that are stormwater related projects. Speaking of CIP, we're going to look now at our CIP funds. If you recall, those funds are the Safe Neighborhood. Then we have water sewer and we have stormwater CIP. So this Safe Neighborhood CIP fund is projected to generate about $4.2 million, of which $1.1 million is coming from the general fund. $500,000 is coming from ARPA, and about $1.6 million is coming from loans. So that gives us about a total of $4.2 million in revenue for Safe Neighborhood or funding, if you will. And we are projecting to spend $4.2 million on projects.
So the 1.8 reduction from grants, what was that?
Grants. Okay. So some grants in this particular case could be SRF funding, if you will. So if we or the police department, we got $1 million from the police department. And so therefore we're not going to collect that money in FY 25. So that was a grant. So we have additional grants that's where I think the majority of that is coming from. We also have some grant money that is coming for the historic city hall that we're going to be receiving this year that we will not receive next year because the historic city hall will be done. Okay. If you turn to the next page is water sewer CIP funding. We're anticipating funding about $6.1 million, of which about $3.1 million is coming from ARPA. The loans that you see there, I believe is the SRF loans. So that is a particular situation where they'll sometimes turn into grants, sometimes it's a loan. So that's that money. And we're anticipating spending about $6.1 million. Again, these CIP funding, they do not hold any balance. At the end of the year, they should be zeroed out. Stormwater CIP, we're anticipating about $4.5 million in revenue, of which $1.8 million is coming from operations. That's coming from the stormwater operations. And we're also, again, projecting to spend $4.5 million in stormwater related projects. One of the other funds that we have, a lot of you refer to it as CITT. The next slide shows, but we refer to it as the People's Transportation Plan. If you notice, $426,000 is the freebie. That's the community bus. And then the related projects are road surfacing, sidewalks, and then about $800,000 is going to Cairo Lane. We are mandated to spend about 20% of our revenue on bus demand, on our bus transportation based on the CITT program. The following page shows our ARPA funding.
Mr. Mayor, hold on.
Yes, sir.
Where, this is
CITT.
right, people.
Mhm.
So I know there was something that came back in on the transportation, and the commission asked the manager to go back and look at that RFP that went out and came back in. So where are you at on that?
I would have to defer that.
Through the mayor to Commissioner Kelly, Mr. Austin is preparing a report on that, and it looks like that we will not realize savings by going with the other provider, as from his from professional perspective and reading the statute and the requirements. We have to spend all that money on that provider. So any money that we don't spend on that provider, we don't get to utilize elsewhere. Now, Ms. Gross is also going to be taking that question down to the next CITT meeting, and that's the status of where we're at with that.
Okay, well, you're projecting, proposing an increase really of 720. And I know that was a large amount, and the commission was saying we didn't have to, why didn't you go with the lower provider as opposed to the higher one? Now you're saying you got to spend all of the dollars.
No, that is the lower provider. And that's 426,000 under fiscal year 25 proposed community bus / on demand.
That is the lower provider, correct?
This is the lowest provider?
Yes.
No, but
Okay.
that's coupled with the on-demand and the bus service. Right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so it's two different,
It's the same provider.
so they're gonna do both.
Yes, sir.
But
So
was
you-
is that what we voted on?
Yes, sir.
The 200 some $1,000?
It's 426.
No. When it came up a couple meetings ago?
Okay, I guess I'm referring to something
Yeah.
different in terms of where that funding is, because what I'm referring to is when it came back and the manager wanted to utilize the different company because of everything they provided. And the other company was actually lower, and we were saying, why did we go with them? And even the selection committee said the other one, but he said he wanted to go with that one because of what they offered. So if that's not this, then tell me where that is, because I'm thinking that was in this this fund overview. And I know that hadn't come back to the commission. So now you're saying a report is being prepared by Mr. Austin on it. But where's that fund? Where's that revenue and or expenditure captured in this overview?
It's in the second column, fiscal year 25 prop, under expenditures, the first line item on page 20 that says community bus / on demand with that number of 426,000.
So it's that's the one he's preparing to report on?
Yes.
Okay, well, I'll wait to get the report then. Okay, I'll wait to get the report.
Okay, so now I'm confused. What did we vote on?
So the RFP and the reason wasn't that I recommended the other provider. It wasn't just because it wasn't just because of the additional services they provide, or perhaps it was the additional ability. So of that, the provider that was selected. Well, let me give some background, some history. The freebie provider, we additionally attempted to do a piggyback contract with. But as I shared with the commission, we want to still provide our residents with an opportunity to have a fixed bus route. That's what they've always had. That's what they know. And so particularly with the seniors, if you say your bus route is gone, but you can get on your phone and order a freebie, that might take some time for them to get acclimated to, right? So I asked Freebie, do you provide a bus service, what is called a fixed route? They said, we don't provide that. So that was the reason why we were unable to do the piggyback contract. So then we put the RFP out for the community bus / on-demand service. We were looking for a provider that could do both. And I was actually surprised when Freebie actually put a bid in, because I've been working with them for months and they said they don't do that. And out of all of the 3 providers that did put bids in, only one had experience doing that. And that was one of the reasons why I recommended for that provider. Now, I think there's some, what you're saying, Mr. Mayor, is some discrepancy in the number. We can get back into that. I think you said that the cost at the commission meeting was projected to be 226, and then that looks like we have 426 in here. So I need to have Financial Services Department give some explanation on that.
And Mr. Mayor, we need to get that report as well, that is being prepared.
Absolutely, sir.
Reference this because that's one of the reasons why I mentioned it, because I know those numbers were different. And even if we go from the 226 to 4, it's saying here only increase of 98, but that's based on the 24 forecast. But that's why I said I wait on a report.
Yes, sir.
You don't need to compare that.
Yes, sir.
So, but my question still remains the same. What was voted on at that meeting? We voted for the on-demand services
And community bus,
and community bus.
which is a fixed route. So there's going to be
No, I got that part.
right.
I got that part. So we voted for Freebie to do
both.
Yes. But you have reached out to them since then,
No,
since we passed that legislation.
no, we're waiting for the signed contract to get back.
So then where did we get the 426 from?
We increased the number of hours. So the original budget or the original agreement that Freebie sent in was for 150 hours. And our request was for additional hours, so 226, 25 hours on an annual basis for Freebie. And so therefore that increased. So they do their invoices or expenditures by hour. So we had to figure out how many hours our community is going to be utilizing their services. And so their initial contract was not what we needed. We needed Saturdays, we needed additional time. We may have even needed a third vehicle. So that's why we had an increase in the number of annual hours that we're going to be utilizing Freebie. And so that's how we got a $426,000 versus what you saw, I believe, on your agenda item.
Okay, but I want to say this, Mr. Manager. At that meeting, what you just stated was never said. It was stated that the reason why we were paying the $600 and something thousand is because we would be paying the benefits of the drivers.
I never said that, sir. So
During the presentation, I didn't say you, I said what was stated. That's what was stated. So that's why I asked specifically, then what did we vote on? So, because now you're saying.
but that was for a provider that we didn't go with.
But you said that provider was going to do both.
The RFP requires both. So whoever was selected would be required to do both.
And then, but prior to when Commissioner Kelly asked the question, you said that there was a report to come back that we were waiting on, right? As it relates to this.
Well, he's asking something different. He's asking, because if you remember at the meeting, he said, well, since we're going with the lower provider, we'll have some additional monies that we can use and spend elsewhere. I believe, if I'm correct, Commissioner Kelly, that's what you're referring to. Correct, sir?
Well, I'm referring to that and the fact these numbers don't seem to match previously. So that's why I said I wait a report before I comment anymore, because I'm seeing different numbers. I want to see the report. The report will give clarity.
Well, let me give an answer for the record, reciting what Mr. Swartz said. What you voted on, which was presented by Freebie, did not match what the needs of the city were as far as our requirements in their presentation. So when we did our contract negotiation, it says this is what the city requires. They increased their invoicing number to, I believe that number came from Freebie. Is that a yes or a no?
Yes.
Yes. So this is the number that Freebie said, okay, in order to do what the city wants us to do, that number is actually 426.
But I thought you just said you haven't spoken to them. I'm confused.
Okay, so
All right, no,
I haven't,
no,
again,
no,
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 no, I don't want there to be a misunderstanding.
no.
So I just asked Mr. Anathan, who does the contract, who did that conduct investigation, that had that conversation with the city attorney's office, what the status of it is. I, as a city manager, has not had a conversation with them. Once we have an executed contract, then I will have a conversation with them about the implementation of the services, sir.
Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead.
okay, I'm confused. I'm confused. If we're sitting at a budget workshop and the goal is to cut the budget and find ways to cut it. So we're saying an entity told the city that they needed to increase, number one, strike one, it didn't come back to the commission. Let's just go there. It did not come back to us. That there was a contract change. And that contract change, well, they said the hours, right? The hours increased from one number to another. What is that increase? 100, 200,000?
Almost
$200,000. That's
Yes,
what I'm
ma'am.
thinking, right? Okay. So see, that's the part where I'm getting confused because we're over here trying to rob Peter to pay for Paul and we're slashing and slicing. But now they told us, instead of us saying, well, here's what we're going to do. And this is the contract we're going to sign. And then we'll revisit that contract the following year as our budget increases, as our revenue increases, our money increase, so that now we can change the time, unless we're signing what, a 5-year contract or something?
Let me give a point of clarification. Generally, what you're saying would be absolutely correct if we were talking about money from the general fund. The People's Transportation Plan Fund, or what we call CITT,
Mhm.
is use it or not. So if we're eligible for $800 and we only spend $400,000, they're not going to give us another $400,000. We just get to spend that $400,000. So that increase that increase has no financial impact on the city's general fund.
Correct,
Okay, all right.
correct. But what I'm saying is, but there are other things and projects we could have been using and doing with it.
No, that's no.
You're saying no.
That money can only be used for this. And that is exactly the memorandum that Mr. Austin is preparing, and that we're going to have it reviewed by legal and whoever needs to review it. Is there any way that we can use that money for something else? And right now, the answer that we've gotten from the county is no.
But we saw that, like we got that in a letter?
As
The
I said with
commission?
Commissioner, it's not even, I don't have that yet. So
Wait,
we
what?
are negotiating that question. And as soon as we have a response, as soon as I have a response, I'll be more than happy to share that with you. But right now, the verbal response that we have is that you can only use this money for this purpose. And so even if they gave us $1 million, if you only spent $200,000, you don't get to take the $800,000 and use it on something else.
But I don't think that's what we're saying, because we didn't pick a project to put it on. But I will say this, for example, Cairo Lane, $800,000, but we also have 1 point something coming out of ARPA. I believe that something like that, something is coming out of ARPA. We couldn't use money from the CITT funds, any money, because some of that stuff is transportation and roads.
Well, when we get to those funds, if it be, again, we have 4 bites at the apple. So we get to those funds and the commissioners say, hey, we want to utilize these funds for that instead of ARPA, we absolutely can look at doing that.
But when you say things that it can't be done, but that's.
Well, absolutely, that cannot, unless we get a different response from the county in writing. Right now, your CITT funds can only be used for, and in fact, it was generally first stated community bus. And I believe it was Yesley met with them and said, hey, we want to do a rideshare on demand. Can we utilize this money also for the community bus portion and for the on demand portion? And after going back a little bit, they said, yes, absolutely, you can. And so those are the kind of conversations we have. But to say that, okay, they've allocated $1 million to us, we only spent 400, can we use that $600,000 for something else? That's generally not accepted.
But I'm under the knowing and impression, CITT can be used for anything transportation related, be it sidewalks, be it roads, be it anything like that. We chose to use it the way we're using it. So if we can use it, you have, like, for example, you have 147th Street here, you have sidewalks, you have 60th Street Bridge, you have the road resurfacing. Any projects, and then you have an $800 cost savings, right? So is there a way to Commissioner Williams's point, I don't know if this is what she was saying, to shift projects over from this fund.
Absolutely, we will explore that, as I said at the very start of this conversation.
No, you said we can't do it. You
No, no.
said we can't do
For
it.
community bus on demand, the answer is no. I also said, for the record, that Mr. Austin has started that conversation. It's going to be
Community bus
followed
on
up. Let me
demand, no.
finish,
What does
please,
that mean?
sir.
What does that mean? Explain that sentence.
Community bus on demand services. So if they allocate us,
Can we use it or not? Yes or no?
but we are
You said
using it
community bus on
on
demand,
demand
no. What does
for
that mean?
additional projects outside of a community bus on demand service. The answer is no. So if they give us $1 million and they say 80% of it you have to spend on community bus, and we don't spend, which is $800,000, and we don't spend $800,000 on community bus, we don't get the additional money back.
Okay, but
Is that
your staff said 20%, by the way.
okay? Whatever that number is, if we don't hit that number, we don't get to utilize that money toward Carroll Lane or road resurfacing or anything else. If they say you have to spend this percentage on community bus and on demand, that's what that is.
All right, so this is what I'm gonna ask, Mr. Manager, because CITT is grants funding, right? So do me a favor, can you provide the commission with the parameters of CITT
Absolutely, sir.
as soon as, like, by tomorrow? So we know the rules and regulations. And the
Well, so
do's and don'ts.
okay, I don't want there to be, this has been an ongoing conversation with the county. We have made a lot of progress. I've given you the status and update. Please provide staff significant and ample time to provide you the answer. We've got 4 bites of the apple here. This is just the first bite.
But if
We
it's
will
a-
definitely get you the information that you need.
If it's a grant, Mr. Manager, then it's listed on paper. Can we have the information to the commission so we know the do's and don'ts of CITT?
Absolutely.
So by tomorrow.
Oh, well, absolutely. We can have, well, then I can tell you the answer
No, no,
is
no.
no. So what we're asking
But
for
you
is
said it
exception.
Paper.
Because what we're asking for is an exception to that, like we did with, because remember, they didn't even have, when they wrote these regulations, they didn't have on-demand services. So we had to ask permission to utilize it.
Mr. Manager, nobody's gonna give you grant money and not write it on paper what you can and cannot
Yeah.
do with it. Like,
Okay.
whatever that paper is, give it to the commission.
Absolutely, I would give it to you. I would give it
Why
to
have you
the,
been so reluctant to pass on that?
I'm not being reluctant to provide you anything, sir. Absolutely not.
You're
You can,
definitely
I
gatekeeping
want-
right now. with
I want to
information.
service you.
No.
Well, of course, we're open to difference of opinion. I'm clear on what it is I'm trying to do. I'm trying to provide you all the information that you
Okay,
need.
I want to make a,
If I may finish,
hold up, no.
if I
no,
may
that's
finish,
okay, that's
sir.
okay. Madam
If-
Clerk, I want to make a public records request on all information dealing with CITT for the last, we can do 3 years. Simple. I want all information dealing with CITT for the last 3 years. We can move on, Mr. Davis.
Page 24, ARPA fund overview. I think we're going to have a ARPA presentation, so.
22, 21, 21.
Oh, 21, yeah, thank you. So the expenditures for ARPA, that's the next page. We're going to utilize all the funding. One thing that you might want to notice, or in the prior page when it says the fund, if you look at the bottom, there's a fund balance. In FY 25 proposed budget, we have about just around $500,000, $478,000 worth of additional fund balance, and that money came from interest. As we were holding on to the funds, we were receiving interest revenue from it.
And what are we
So-
going to do with that?
That's going to be utilized within the community.
Utilize where?
Within the community,
The interest?
well, it's going to be,
500,000. What's,
we're going to,
what is being proposed or recommended to use it for?
I would have to defer that. I don't know exactly.
'Cause I asked that when you brought it up about the interest, from the ARPA funding.
Yeah.
What is projected or what is recommended for the ARPA interest money? Because it is quite a bit of money and it could be used for anything.
Mhm.
So what is the recommendation, or what is the thought process from the manager's office, or your recommendation regarding that?
We have no current recommendations on the expenditure of the interest funds.
Okay,
Because I think we should utilize it. Well, let me make this recommendation. It's my recommendation, since a lot of the ARPA funds are going to be funding construction projects and even some of the rental and mortgage assistance projects, that we keep that interest money there for any additional expenditures. Say if we want to continue to provide the mortgage assistance program or continue to provide the rental assistance program, or if we have a projection of a project that's going to cost 1.3 million and end up being 1.5 million, then if we have that interest money there, we can complete those projects.
well, I'm bringing it up because the commission can make a decision, and I'm just going to throw this out there
Absolutely, sir.
just to muddy the waters even more. There's your 3 millage points right there.
I was going there.
I'm
too.
just doing that just to put it on the table. There's your $500,000. I'm not saying I recommend that, because the way we run into challenge with a lot of our CIP projects being
If that's a motion, I
costing
second.
more. So I'm not really recommending the whole 500,000, because as we know, one project could wind up having some cost overruns. But I just wanted to know what the commission would be having to look at. So the manager's saying hold it for rental assistance with some of them. I'm not really concerned about that, but I am concerned about some of the overruns on the CIP projects that we could utilize some of it for. But I also think it's possible to use some of it for the reduction in the millage rate, or possible way of holding back when those water rates come back, that you don't have to, maybe you put some of it over there since it's really free money. So I just gave you really 3 options.
I love the water rate option. Yes, sir.
Well, I told you I need to have another card here somewhere.
Now that's
Those are 3 options, really, though. Seriously, there's 3 options that Mr. Manager, you and your staff can look at, bring back to the commission what those numbers, because we've kind of told you we want to see reduction in millage. We obviously know the water rate thing is sitting there. We also know, can't leave it because it's real reality, that every one of our projects that comes back seem to have overruns and additional costs. So if you were to pick out 1 or 2 and say, okay, we need to set 2 million over here for those 2, I mean, I wouldn't have a problem with that. But because it's money that can be used anywhere in the budget, so that's why I'm giving those potential 3 options to my colleagues to be thinking about, in addition to whatever recommendation you all may make. Since we got 4 bites, that's possible bite right there. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know you want it all.
If you look at the next slide is the ARPA funding expenditures. Thing I wanted to highlight here is you'll notice that majority of the ARPA funds are going to the water sewer fund to the tune of about $5.6 million. Debt service fund, if you recall, this is a fund where we pay our debt, our loans, and it receives pledge revenue. We pledged some revenue against the debt. So that revenue comes in. The revenue is $5.5 million. Our debt service is 1.1 million. So that leaves about $4.3 million that is then transferred out to the general fund. So that is revenue that goes to the general fund. Like to point out here, this is the law enforcement training fund. This money we receive from court fees. So we get a nominal amount, but over time, the fund balance actually kind of grows and grows and grows. So right now there's about $120,000 in fund balance. This is a fund that has to be utilized for training for our police officers. So you'll see the expenditures for that when we get the chief up here. Very similar to the prior fund is our special law enforcement fund. This is the next slide. This particular fund receives its money from forfeitures when we collect anything that has been seized. Then it is sold, and part of that forfeitures and or any kind of monies that we may receive are divvied up amongst multiple police departments, government agencies, those kind of things. We receive the funding. We receive about $250,000 of that. Like the prior fund, this fund is restricted on what it can be utilized for. One of the things that the chief has pointed out, and when he comes up here, he'll talk a little bit more about it. We utilize about $120,000 for shot spotter and something called, we want to add what's called Safe Point. So Shot Spotter is really unique in that if you don't know what it is when there's a gunshot, there are microphones all over the city that pick up the shot noise and can register it as a gunshot. And it notifies the police officers, it triangulates where it is and notifies the police officers that a gunshot happened at this particular location. And a lot of times it notifies the police officers before the 911 call comes in. So very, very interesting technology. If you look at the next slide is Town Center.
Mr. Oh,
Yes. Oh,
Madam
he
Vice
stepped away.
Mayor, could you go back to the law enforcement? I heard the
Yes.
part about the shot spotter, but you said it was going to be, thank you. You said it was going to be 120,000 or
Yeah, 117,900. Yeah.
on training.
Oh, well, okay, wait. No, the training is the fund before it. Sorry.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Okay.
referencing.
Okay. The law enforcement training fund
Right.
only receives about about $2,000 a year, maybe $3,000 a year in revenue. It's minor. And this comes from court fees and those kind of
No, I
things.
got it, but I'm saying it's up to 120,000,
1,000,
up to
the
100.
fund balance. Yes.
Right. So you're going to use some of that for the shot spotter?
No, we cannot. No, that's the next
could.
fund. I apologize. I
Okay.
went on to the next
All
fund.
right, so the 120 basically is just for training,
Yes,
because you got in line for training.
correct, correct.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so so the
Yeah,
shot
the next
spotter
one is
code.
called the special law enforcement.
Okay.
That's where Shot Spotter is.
Okay.
It's something called Safe Point, and I won't steal the thunder from Chief, so I'll let him talk about that when we get to that point. And again, Town Center. One thing that I think we should point out is if you look down to the bottom of the page, one up, is the transfers out. In FY 24, we transferred out $432,000, and in FY 25, we are not transferring any out. What was happening is the general fund would transfer in money into the town center fund, and then it would just transfer it right back out into the general fund to pay bills. So to eliminate that transaction and to simplify accounting, we eliminated that in the budgeting process.
Mr. Mayor. Thank you. So basically, there's a decrease of 400,000 in the proposed for town center in terms of expenditure.
No, it's a wash. It's just an accounting. So if I may, Commissioner Kelly, we would get a bill for insurance, right? General fund would transfer money into town center to pay the bill, to only transfer the money back out to the general fund to pay the insurance bill. So instead of this back in and then back out, we just eliminated that process. It's literally an in and out.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. And the second one on your vehicle.
Oh, we're back at the police.
Yeah, we're back.
Sure.
Yeah, you were going kind of fast.
Okay.
On vehicle leasing, on the expenditures, I noticed even for 24, you had 250, now you're 251. I mean, how many? I mean, I thought we had bought enough cars that we had a lot of vehicles here. So we were still buying more, or our leasing agreements have changed? Because I'm assuming these are the leasing agreements we already have. These are not new ones.
That is correct. So some of these are lease vehicles and some of these are rental vehicles for our undercover cops. So what's important to note is I don't think an undercover officer shouldn't be utilizing the same car over and over and over again, because then they kind of stand out. Hey, I know that car. So they exchange the undercover vehicles on a monthly basis, Chief? At will. So we have an agreement where we have rental vehicles and our undercover police officers utilize those.
Okay, I'm trying to separate the difference out. I know undercover, you got under this needs line. I mean, they got to switch out.
Yeah.
I'm trying to separate out how much of this is that as opposed to what we're paying in rentals or leases.
Yeah. So I
And
think
for
it's,
regular rent, I mean, for the vehicles, we're leasing, purchasing, whatever we want to call it.
so
Trying
there's
to figure
about
that difference.
$75,000 goes to the rentals of the undercover police officers. And the others are uh, everyday vehicles for our police force.
So the everyday vehicles are the ones we're leasing.
And that's an interesting comment. I refer to it as a capital lease, with the exception of the undercover vehicles, which means after the lease is over, we own those vehicles. So it's kind of like we're buying them, but that's why I call it a capital lease versus just the word lease. So after 5 years, we own those vehicles.
Okay, but you didn't buy them all at one time. I know they were
Correct.
bought on staggered. So some of them may be at the end of 5, some at the end of 3. So that's why I'm asking the question, because now that you've taken out the 75 for undercover
Mhm.
for a year, I mean, do you do any analysis to show with the vendors you're using, whether that's economically on track basis for doing that? Because again, I don't know how often you change them out, but that's high or not, because I don't know how many
Yeah.
undercover folks you're talking. So then that leaves about
75,000.
175 or something for the lease that we're doing, that you say, and all of those are going to be hours in 5 years.
Correct. Correct.
Okay.
Within a period of 5 years. So some may be 4 years, some may be 5 years.
Okay, so
The
we're-
lease terms is only 5 years. But like you said, some of them may have started a while back ago, and so they're going to be up.
So how many of that percentage do we know we should be owning pretty soon? Because we've been leasing cars now for a while.
For a while, yeah. I think the first round of about 10 are coming in January. Yeah, about 10 of them are coming off on the first part of FY 26.
26?
26. 26. Yep.
Okay, some of those new vehicles. Okay, I'll look up that in a minute. Okay,
Okay.
all right, thank you.
So moving on to IT, which is an internal service fund. I think the thing to point out, and we're going to have the manager of IT, director of IT, explain a little bit further as we get into it. But the $625,000 difference you see there is the ERP. And if you want to know what ERP stands for, it's an enterprise resource platform planning system, enterprise resource planning system. And that's a big investment in our software for the city. So we'll get a little more into that as we get into the divisions. The next particular fund is our risk management. We spoke briefly about that. This is our insurance. This is where we pay our insurance. Money comes in from multiple water, sewer, stormwater, general fund to help pay our insurance premiums.
And we don't expect any increases in that.
Well, if you
Because
look,
I know we got the law, you got the legal things
Yeah.
sitting out there for that settlement,
so
so.
one of our biggest increases though is the property insurance. Because of the hurricanes that hit the West Coast, property insurance has gone up significantly in the state of Florida, and we are not exempt from that. We did actually have a meeting with other insurance providers, and they indicated that that is a correct statement, that everybody's feeling it. Nobody's really immune to that. So the majority of the increase came in our property insurance. I'd like to wrap up kind of the operation, the funds. The general fund, additional rebalancing between funding and expenditures are required for operations and sustainability. Again, that's an important part that we have to remember to make sure that we are getting off of state oversight. That's an important aspect. Water, sewer, I think it's important that we look for potential future rate increases through the rate study. This could take some time. Right now, it's not able to support CIP investment in the near term because of a negative fund balance. But over time, we hope that we can get there. Stormwater is financially sound. It is actually contributing to CIP projects. So that's pretty much the fund overview and kind of the whole overview. Now, what I want to do is I want to talk about the divisions. I want to do it a little bit differently because I felt like last year when somebody would come up here and just read a bunch of numbers to you, it didn't mean much. So I wanted to invite the directors and the managers of the departments to talk about what they want to do for next year and how the budget will be impacted based on what they want to do. But I also want you to know that I put in, because I know you want to know more detail on where a lot of this comes from. So I put in the page number. That was a last minute addition, so you may not have that in your presentation, but it will be up on the slide. So on your budget book, it refers to the page number in the budget book. So now I know you have two books. So if you want to know about the city commission, the more detail of it, we would go to page 40 in the budget book. You take a look at it, we can go through there, we could talk about it. So with that, do I continue? Yep. Okay. So
Before you go there,
Yes, sir.
just quickly, the stormwater operating fund, because you've been saying how fiscally sound and how robust it is or whatever, but then I notice here, in your summary, you have with possible future rate increases. So you, are saying now for it to remain robust, you're looking at rate increases in that, in the storm. I mean, I know they'll give you to, but you think you're going to need that for it to stay?
The words, it is currently sustainable, but everything is increasing, including what the county charges us, including what, so therefore there will come a time when it is not sustainable without increases.
See, I bring it up because the way you've been projecting, when we talk about stormwater versus water sewer, you always give that it's sound, it's good, it's whatever. But when you say future rate increases, because you're anticipating you're going to need those to keep it remaining that way. Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor? Thank you. Commissioner Kelly, I think I heard the statement that the water and sewer fund is,
The water sewer fund
yes.
is at a negative fund balance.
Okay.
Negative fund balance.
Okay.
He was talking about stormwater,
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
which is healthier.
Yeah,
Healthy.
yeah, you say healthier, because you're making it seem like it's not going to need no help, but you got here possible future rate increases too. So I don't want it to be lost
Yep.
when somebody
Yep.
gets the wrong picture that,
Yep. All part of the rate study.
Okay,
So-
thank you, Mr. Mayor.
No problem. Mr. Day, you said you was going department by department. Mr. Manager, how you doing that? Is there
He's-
a list or? you just
Yes, he's
call
going to
them
go
out?
through each department.
Yep, I'm gonna
Oh,
go
you're
through
going-
each. Yes, sir.
Oh, I thought you said the departments are gonna do. it.
Well, the department director, I'm just gonna call them up and I want them to just kind of give you what their projection and or what they feel like they want to accomplish next year.
Got
I
it.
think it's important for you to hear them, what's important to them
No,
and
no,
what's
we-
important
I
for
just
each
wanted to
department.
probably shepherd that
Yeah,
process.
Yeah. Now, granted, some of them I'm not going to be calling up the city commission, but I think it's important that you guys take.
Sure. Call up Commissioner Williams. She'll speak for us. She'll speak for us.
Tell me what you want to be doing.
She'll rob Peter to pay Paul. That's right.
So on the city commission budget, if you look, what we did was, instead of going through every little line item, we throw in a miscellaneous, but again, if you want to know what every line item is, then we go to the budget book. Oops, sorry, I didn't realize I was going the wrong way on my clicker. So we go to the budget book, it'll tell us what every line item is and how much we've allocated for each one of those line items. I felt that was the best use of paper and the best use of our time. I think it's important to know a few of the things that we put in here. Travel. So for the commissioners, we have a travel budget of $16,000 for proposed for next year. I've got Mr. Mayor, Washington DC, National Leagues of Cities is also Washington DC in March. Florida Leagues of Cities in Stuart, Florida in April. I have $16,000 allocated for those particular travel. Memberships, Florida League of Cities, U.S. Conference of Mayors, Florida Black Caucus, and miscellaneous. And again, conferences, you can see a little more detail if you want. I'm open to any suggestions. If you feel I got it pretty covered, we can be moving on. Conferences, Florida League of Cities, African American Mayors Association, U.S. Conference of Mayors, Miami-Dade County Board meetings, and some additional membership miscellaneous. You know, and again, Mr. Hunter
Mr. Day,
indicated,
what-
oh, yep.
What page are you reading this list
Yeah, I
from?
was trying to figure that out too.
So it should be page 40 on your budget book. You didn't bring any budget book out.
I have my
Okay, so
book.
you can like mine. Oh, she's got it. Okay.
I have it.
Okay. Again,
We had just been going by the presentation.
yeah. I like to save some trees if I can. And yep. Oh, they're not listening. Okay.
Mr. Mayor. So the travel that's listed under the commission on page 41. The monthly allowance thing is 300, whatever. That's still there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But what you were referencing really was the mayor's travel?
No, this is for the whole commission. So, but
Yeah,
the,
you said
but
mayor's
the,
travel. I was like,
Mr. Mayor wants to go to a specific meeting that is the Conference of Mayors. Is that correct? Conference?
that's
Yeah.
what I had.
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to sing out the mayor for the mayor's conference because obviously if it's a
Yeah.
U.S. mayor, it's probably the mayor going to be going
Yeah.
more than likely.
Yeah.
But the way you have this broken down for National League of Cities, and then the Florida League of Cities, 5,500, for example, let's say the National League of Cities
Mhm.
that you have budgeted. So that's for the entire commission.
Yes, sir.
So we would have got to get our name in the hat quick
Yeah, I was gonna say, how does that work?
Yeah, I was like, yeah, because that's
because I'm not being comical. I mean, it's not that all five of us probably would go,
Right.
but the reality is $5,500 to go to the National League of Cities, because you're talking about Washington is, cost is a lot higher. And when you talk about the Florida League of Cities, all of us, let's say, may go there because it's normally somewhere in the state, but even that costs. So I'm trying to figure out the numbers of how you
I
came up with,
apologize.
because they need to be.
Yes, I apologize. I did 3 commissioners going to Washington DC. That's how I figured out the 5,500. All 5 of you going to Stuart. If that's incorrect, we
So
can,
you have 3 going.
I have 3 going.
Okay, I'm bringing it up because, all of us get the literature.
Yes, sir.
Let's say to go to the league. So we all of us want to go. Basically, we'd have to decide which 3 going to go based on your budget right now.
Correct.
Okay. And then the Florida League of Cities, like everybody goes to that, you're basing it on all 5 with a certain amount. And I'm assuming you projected the hotel cost because the league sends that out pretty
Yes.
early anyway.
Yep.
Okay. So then that DC one is kind of unique to me.
A little low. You think?
Well, I just wanted to be known, for example. I don't think that's high enough. And I don't know if I like the idea, and you may have it somewhere down in miscellaneous, because there are other things that come up that the commission, not necessarily the whole group, but 1 or 2 may need to go to travel. And when you lock it in like that, then we got to come back and act like we got to find money because we're going to trip. I think that's something you need to look at, an area you need to look at, where you need to maybe increase the travel line item, even though you got those specifics. Because I know there are things that come up even through the league. Some of us may go to the National League of Cities, for example, And then they find out there's something going to be happening somewhere. Not that all of us going to go, but somebody may need to go to attend that. So I'm thinking that line item for sure. Just something to think since we're at the first bite of the apple. Yeah, I just think you ought to look at
Noted.
that
Noted. Thank you.
as well. That's all I kind of see
And
in there. I see some miscellaneous, so I'm assuming that's open to interpretation. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr.
no
Mayor.
problem, but to Commissioner Kelly's point,
Oh, no, no, no.
I was gonna say, what about Tallahassee? You know, we go to Tallahassee twice a year. That's not here. And I think, Mr. Manager, they asked us to come up a third time. So they want us to come up.
All five?
No, I'm talking about the legislation.
No, all five of the dais goes?
No, this
Well,
one,
generally-
I'm specifically talking about me and
Okay.
Yes,
Mr. Manager.
but I will add, Mr. Mayor, if I can, we do need to allocate money for some of the commission. I know the mayor has to go up based maybe on some specifics, but we do allocate so the commission
Yeah,
can go up prior to session. And I'm going to say that very loud. Not at all five needs to go. The commission can decide who, but it needs to be at least a couple of folks go up prior to the session.
Mhm.
And I know Tallahassee is expensive, but go up really now. I think they're meeting early, so you really need to talk about go up in December, November,
this November.
when those meeting, because that's when you really get some FaceTime communication, because that, going up in March or when they have days and all that, that's really more picture taking. As far as I'm concerned, I'm just being real picture taking. To go up to actually get some FaceTime, talk to folks, maybe squeeze $1 here, go talk to theirs, what's needed. So I think you need to put money in there. And I'm really going to say if 2 go or 3 go, being the cost of Tallahassee just to fly is expensive, especially during that time. So that's something you need to consider. To my colleagues, you're gonna need at least,
Very good.
I would say at least $5,000 or $6,000 for Tallahassee. And those are really necessary. Those are really necessary.
And then I believe what was the conference the FBC Leo in Chicago, the summer conference that Vice Mayor attended.
I didn't hear the name of that.
I think it was FBC Leo for the National League. She represented the city. No one, so we need, to Commissioner Kelly's point, we want to make sure that one of us are represented.
Right.
The city is represented at all times.
Yep. It's important to note that we have to define where, Tallahassee, Chicago for the state. So
Mr. Mayor, that's why
great-
I was
great
going to
info.
say that. I think what we need to do is like have a list or provide some type of listing of conferences ahead of time so that we know if one person is going to be represented, so we can have those conversations. Because what I'm hearing is if the pot is gone after some, one person or 2 people decide I'm going to go to DC or Chicago or whatever, then if another conference comes up, no one else can go because the pot is gone.
well,
The
there's
share of the
right.
pie.
Now, there's always budget amendments. This is
Well,
not
of course, but who wants to
course.
do that?
Yeah.
I'm trying to
Yeah.
look forward thinking.
Yes.
right.
So,
Yep.
so
No, that's absolutely necessary
Yes.
for the state to
correct,
forward
right?
thinking is the, yes.
So
100%.
I'm just saying, if there are conferences, now we know that there are conferences that, come up and Joanna does a good job letting us know ahead of time. Look, she saw her name and she, what? She does a good job letting us know ahead of time. And everything, but I do think even specifically for I would agree with Commissioner Kelly that Tallahassee, having gone a few times myself, that as a delegation, outside of, when the mayor goes, but as a delegation is very important. I don't know the last time Opa-locka has sent a delegation to go, not specifically commission, but I know that, when I go up for, Delta Days or whatever, it is very powerful, impactful, and we see other people do it as UTD and colleges and whatever. So during that window, having those conversations with our, state reps, senators, whoever, I think it's very impactful because you do see change there. But I would take a look, if I were you, have increased the travel budget. I don't know where, but increase it. I'm still confused about the monthly allowance, and I'm not gonna get into that anymore. Yeah, I'm not. I'm done. It's
No,
it's a
great.
bust.
Noted,
It's
noted. Very good information. Thank you.
it's a fake account. But anyway, I'm sorry, did I say that? Okay, we don't see it. We don't see the residuals of that account. Let me say that. But nonetheless, I did want to ask, I'm sorry, take that back, shade. This state of this, well, I don't get it, but the state of the city, are we
Yes.
in agreement? I was just wondering because I felt like 10,000 was good, but if, that's just,
So we did go over the $10,000 budget.
I know,
Yeah.
but maybe we need to decrease it to not go over it and look for ways to bring it down. Only because we're trying to save money certain places. Maybe it's not having dinner, maybe it's having finger food, maybe it's decreasing some of the numbers of attendees, maybe it's, I mean, if Kava is doing hers virtually, our mayor, hers is virtual. I'm just saying, maybe we don't make it as especially if we have very large swearing ins, maybe the state of the city isn't such, a super large event as well. So I'm proposing to go down to 10,000. But that's, and everything else, memberships, and I would love to see eventually an increase in scholarship, but I'm gonna be liberal there. And that's it.
Mr. Mayor, I like, yeah, in the line, because I know the state wants to see it structured out. I would like to see propose and since the first bite, I guess you can let with the numbers, that for the Tallahassee committee meeting timeframe, that's how you would put it. I mean, it goes on for a month or whatever, so we could decide which 2 days, 3 days, whatever we're gonna do, at least 2 days, I'll say it like that. But I would suggest you budget that for like at least 3 elected officials. And the reality, yeah, at least 3 elected officials. Now, normally, someone from management might go as well. Doesn't necessarily have to be the manager, it could be whoever you choose. But at least 3, budget from our standpoint, not his budget, but
Right.
from our budget, at least 3 elected officials for committee week. I'm saying like that. So when you put it in
I got
the
it.
budget
Yep.
of the state, it would be that way. Yeah, I would want
Thank you.
to see that. And I'm going to suggest, and again, I've had the same challenge when I think about this monthly allowance for commissioners. How much of that is actually used from that, that you can expend? Is this one where you got to turn in the receipts and then wait to get your money back or whatever is this the one?
That's the one.
That's the one.
That's the one?
Like, I thought that's not a thing anymore. That's a thing now? I'm confused.
Well, it's in the, it's in here.
No, it says monthly allowance, but I thought we can't turn in receipts.
Well, that's why I'm asking the question.
Oh, okay.
It's in the
okay.
budget. It says we're allowed to spend 300 per month addressing needs, but I know you have to turn in receipts. I've been waiting to say this. That clerk,
That they told you about.
that clerk that they told us about.
That they
Just
told
for
you
the
about.
context, she had a shirt on Saturday at the picnic saying, "I'm that clerk."
I'm
So
that clerk.
I've been waiting to reference that all. Right, Ms. Lawson? I've been waiting to reference that all night. So Commissioner Williams gave him a chance to say that clerk. But really, so the $300 is still there potentially. I know we got some parameters, but I know I'll say for myself, a lot of times I didn't use it as much because it's just too much headache, but it is still there.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Um,
Mr. Hunter, that wasn't what he was referring to.
Pardon me?
Mr. Hunter wasn't referring to that when we had our conversations.
okay, well, my question is, this past fiscal year, did that get all utilized or?
I would have to get that back to you.
No, sir, it did not.
Of
Because,
course not.
Yeah, I didn't.
Of course not.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, good point.
oh, everybody over here shaking their head. That's, I guess that's a
I can tell
unanimous.
you that's a no, because I didn't turn nothing in.
No,
I
well,
don't-
most of the time
isn't
I
it-
didn't,
It's
I only turned in a few things, but I'm just saying it's
mileage, right? Is that
14.4.
mileage?
Minor usage, very
Minor
minor
usage.
usage. Yeah.
And possibly because it's just so much headache to do that. That might be a way you could probably save a couple of dollars. That's the only reason I bring it up. If you look at your track record of how much is being,
This is by ordinance, so I would have to refer to the city manager. I don't think we can take it away if it's by ordinance. Is that correct?
No, there's,
no, I don't want to take it away.
Oh, I thought you said save, so that's why I thought that's what you meant. I apologize. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We. I thought you were saying utilize that funding somewhere else and no. Okay, continue, please.
You tell a man you need a break 5 minutes. You trying to, no, I wasn't referencing that. But seriously, if we could put additional for 3 folks at least for the committee meetings.
Yep.
That would be, we
Noted.
need to do that.
Noted.
That's something we need because we have not, at least I know when I left in 20 it was COVID, so nobody was meeting. And when I came back, and I don't think anybody's really with the Tallahassee except for the state thing or whatever. And as Commissioner Williams pointed out, it is important for us to go to Tallahassee as a unit to speak. You could do the whole notice and we'll be up that thing. So that's not an issue. But that is important during the committee week that we go up there and push our agenda and look for any possible money that might be available as a unit. So other than that, that's my only concern out of Commissioner.
Good feedback.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
We can move on. The next division is the city manager division. Business as usual here, minor expenditures for travel, conferences, memberships. We have forecasted 11 employees and we're going to keep it at 11 for this particular division. You have any, that is on page 46 and 47 of your budget book. If you have any additional comments or questions, I would like to move on to the next division, which we call our non-department division. If you look at your budget book, that is page 50 and 51. I do have one question regarding Feed South Florida. I have that in the budget and I didn't know where that stood.
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Kelly.
Per the commission, we're supposed to evaluate the data, I guess by September. So what I would suggest, since that was the way it was crafted, we're going to be getting food all the way up until the end of fiscal year. So when the commission looks at that data, if they want to continue, then we would just have to come back at that point, if it's the will of the commission, or a budget amendment. So as far as I'm concerned, it wouldn't need to be there until the commission makes that decision. So
Yep.
I don't want to, I leave that up to how the commission, because that potentially could free up, because you're talking about a fiscal year, you could free up about $30,000 or $40,000 there. And as a part of the commission passing it, that's the way it was crafted. So I want to follow that same mandate. So for this coming budget, you could take that 40 and, put it somewhere or reallocate it at this point until the commission makes a decision after reviewing the data.
Thank you. Any other questions regarding now, the non-department, this is typically a fund or a division where we utilize a lot of our transfers for the general fund. So general fund gets transfers in, transfers out.
I have a
Yes, sir.
couple questions,
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Date. So I know we put out an RFP for lobbying services, but we never put it on the streets. But I see here we allocated $100,000 for it. And so that's that. Also, public information services, what is
Our PR firm.
PR firm? Okay. I thought that's what that was about.
Mhm.
Okay. But isn't that more than what we budgeted, what the RP was for?
Just minutely,
Okay.
yeah. Yep. Yeah, they're about $7,000 a month.
Okay.
So that puts us at 84,000. And then that provides some additional funding there if needed for,
All right, so going back to the lobbying services.
I would
first.
have to defer that to the city manager if he can weigh in. Lobbying services.
Yes, sir. How can I?
Okay, no, it's not that kind of, so what I'm asking is one, to ensure that going forward in the new year that we have lobbying services. And I want to make sure that we have it for all levels of government. So local, state, and federal,
Yes, sir.
because we're missing funding on all levels. So I just want to make sure that we have somebody in all of the levels of government. So somebody in the county, somebody in the state, and somebody on the federal level that can allocate. And to Commissioner Williams's point, because we're going into budget season, we do need to probably start sending delegations to all three levels of government. Because we're missing out. So that's where I'm
Got
at.
Got it.
And what is details in a for the $15,000?
Oh, details not available. That's just kind of more along the lines of saying miscellaneous. If something pops up that we needed additional professional services from somebody, we would have that available funding for it.
I was just about to, yeah, y'all gotta,
Why is that? Why is that?
it's a,
We're not allowed to miscellaneous.
the
but you
commission
can have
can't do it, but
miscellaneous
everybody
somewhere.
else can have miscellaneous.
Mr. Mayor, also the parking meter study, that's already in progress, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
So is this the, I guess, balance of whatever will be
That is-
owed when they finish?
That is correct.
Okay, and we anticipate that to be finished when?
We don't have one. Bob, do you have a timeline on that?
Nope. I do not have a timeline. We will get back to you on
Yeah,
that.
please give me the timeline
Yeah.
on that parking meter study. Thank you.
There's no further. We'll move on to the next, which is our city clerk.
That clerk.
That
They
clerk.
told you that.
So-
Mayor. I have a question.
So the city clerk can be found on
You want-
page,
Just a moment,
One-
Dick.
oh, sorry.
Just, through the mayor, I just had a quick question. On the, page 43, what's the acronym, what is this Assistant City Manager, GE and SL? It's on your,
Shemeka Lawson and Georgia.
George Ellis and, okay, I thought, oh, Jesus. I was wake up. I'm so sorry. Shemeka, it's late. I was working today. I thought it meant something and I was like, did it mean? Okay, let me
But before we get to the city
turning the
clerk,
mic off.
before we get to the city clerk, I apologize, but city attorney budget, you can find that in your budget book at page 59. Pretty much business as usual. We did have some settlement fees this year that we are not carrying forward into 25 at the moment. So I don't think there's much more to say about that. Now on to our city clerk. So that could be found on page 55 and 56 of your budget book. And I think it's best maybe if our city clerk can answer, just kind of talk a little bit about what she's got coming up. And one of the things that is coming up for the city clerk is elections.
Mr. Mayor, before she does the
Yeah.
elections, on page 36, the employee leave payout you're proposing quite a bit. Is there a reason why it's so high?
So that's more of a historical number. We have had some high, we're talking about non-department employee payout. Historically, we've had some high numbers. It is actually less than what we anticipated as far as an amended budget. So that's pretty close to a historical number that we've utilized.
184,000? That's what you're proposing.
No, through the mayor to Commissioner Kelly. Mr. Dake.
Yep.
Keep in mind that also in that number, it's not just employees leaving. Employees also have under our policies and procedures, the option to, if they hit financial struggles, to cash out some of their leave time as cash.
Thank you for that. Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
Correct. Yes, he is correct.
Okay. I I need to find them employees. They cashing out us. Okay. We have financial struggle. We get half our 500.
Mr. Dake, go ahead.
Well,
Mr.
so
Clerk.
now we get to go to the city clerk.
All right, so I have
Uh,
questions about.
You'll notice, one of the big things that's coming on for the city clerk next year is elections. And Miss Joanne, you have anything you want to comment about elections?
No, thank you, Dake, but, just so that we're on the same page. So our office, one of our goals is to oversee a successful, election, which is scheduled for November 5th, 2022. This election, we have 2 commission seats that are up for election. The qualifying period will actually begin this fiscal year, which is the first 2 weeks in August. However, because the election is in the next budget year, we have to budget for that election. We are piggybacking off Miami-Dade County election. So I believe we received an estimated cost of about $6,000 for the general election. I'm happy to answer any questions with regards to that item.
I have a question.
Sure.
And I guess this more or less to Madam Attorney. Can the city participate in GOTV campaigns, so get out the vote campaigns?
Say that again?
Can the city participate in get out to vote campaigns? So educating people on voting, helping people register to vote, stuff like that.
Yeah,
That's something that we can do.
yeah, that's something
that the
city would be able to do.
All right.
Just,
I would like to propose adding that into the budget.
Is that
Through
the
the clerk's
closed circuit
office.
TV?
No.
No. Okay. That's not
Get out to vote.
Comcast. Oh, get out
Like,
to vote.
yeah. So it would, we help people register to vote. We teach, because laws have changed as it relates to voting. So for example, absentee ballots, the requirements. So I would like the city to, educate our residents on how it works.
One other big line item for the city clerk is records management. Joanne, tell us a little more about records management, how you foresee that for next year.
thank you, Dake. Again.
I'm trying to MC this thing,
You
man.
did everybody's budget but mine.
Yeah.
I think we're good on records
So-
management.
so-
You
no,
know what? Okay.
Yeah.
I'll go ahead and,
Well, it's rather large.
one of our main goals in the city of Opa-locka is to implement a citywide public records management plan. The city of Opa-locka has never had a public records management plan in place, and we look forward to, we have allocated funds for that purpose. Recently, we put out an RFP. We received 2 proposals, and we're now in the process of evaluating those proposals, but we would definitely like to move forward with that plan.
Okay.
With that, you have to be thankful you have Stephen back there.
All right.
Yeah. Anyway,
Mr.
moving on.
Mr. Dake, before we move to the
Yep.
human resources, I do have one thing, and we tossed this around a couple of years ago, but we never did it. I would like to see the clerk get a raise, and I also mentioned that in our one-on-ones. But she's been at the same number for a while now, and a lot of people have gotten raises in Opa-locka, except the clerk. And the only people that can actually do it is the commission. So maybe we can bring her up to. Yeah, she passed her 90 days. So maybe, because we're at maybe 5 more. So that'll give her, well, even one.
And Mr. Mayor, I have one question, please.
Mhm.
So I know during the budget meetings that we had, I mentioned the swearing in ceremony that we normally have after the election. In the past elections, I noticed that was not a budgeted item. So I requested to see if that can be included, but I'm not sure under what division that would be included under. I didn't see it.
So that would typically fall under our,
Commission budget?
yeah, that's a non-department. So that falls under our, Division 19, which is the non-governmental
Okay,
department.
so is that something that was included in there?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So our next one,
You never talked about her raise.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's,
I do believe, well, I noted that, but I do believe that has to go before the commission, does it not?
But I think we can include it in the budget.
So, yep. I put it down. I wrote it down.
Okay.
So the next one is human resources in your budget book. Human resources is page 65 to 66. And we have Ms. Adams here, who is our human resources director. And maybe she would talk a little bit about what she may want to do and how she can find some good talent for the city of Opa-locka. If you can come and join us for a moment.
Mayor, as she's coming up, one more question. This may be to the manager's office but I often mention it to the clerk because I don't have the capability in there. The copy machines that can laminate, short banners, whatever you want to call them. I know community development used to have one in there as part of theirs. The clerk doesn't have one. I know they used to go down there. I don't know if your office has one or not, but that's something I'd like to see as mayor, my colleagues, especially when we're
Unless you want to.
developing stuff and we want to put up that don't require, i.e. going to get a banner or spending that much for a banner. I know some of the machines can do the lamination
Yes, sir.
for them. So I just want to, if we have enough in here where we don't need to buy her or incorporate in her system, that's fine, but I want to be able to have that service available for that. So I want to put that on the record. I don't know. Yeah, I want to put that on the record.
Yes,
So-
sir. We do have a machine in CIP that has the capacity to laminate.
Okay, I just want to be able to make sure that the clerk office can access it because there's some flyer banners that I want to do. And I know their machine doesn't have the capability. So I want to be able to make sure that gets incorporated. So if CIP or whoever has it, Madam Clerk, you hear they got it. So utilize theirs. Don't have to worry about it. Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Uh-huh.
It's my understanding, CIP has the machine that's capable of printing the
Banners.
banners, but not capable of, laminating, so maybe that's something that we need to look into, the lamination portion of it.
Okay. Commissioner Kelly?
Laminate.
Okay, well, I'll, Madam Clerk, can you look into it and I guess speak with the manager? Yeah, okay. All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Mr. Dake, you have HR coming up next, right?
We have what?
HR.
HR.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
all right.
We're
So
good.
do we have any questions to Mr. Dake for HR?
Oh, I like the way this is going.
Yeah, time is fast spent.
Time is of the essence. Next one. Good job, Miss Adams.
So
Is
seeing none, wait,
finance.
1 second, give us 2
Oh.
seconds. Any questions for HR? You good? All hearts and minds are clear? All hearts and minds are, okay.
I don't want you to feel slighted.
It's a vote of confidence. I see it as a vote of
All right.
confidence.
Thank
But
you,
you look
Mr.
great.
Dake.
You look
The
great.
next one is finance,
Finance.
page 71, 72. I have Miss Naima here.
Do we have any questions for Ms. Gant as it relates to finances of the city? Okay,
Really quick question. I don't see anything on here about education. Like,
For-
you don't
for
need,
finance?
for finance, you don't need to have,
I think.
is there?
It
Training.
is, it's training, it's right here.
Training. It's the second line from the bottom if you're looking at your budget book. Budget book. Yeah. Hey, yeah, budget book.
Okay. Thank you so much.
It was part of the miscellaneous
Okay,
budget book.
I got you.
Okay.
Okay,
And-
thank you.
Mr. Manager, the only thing I have for finance under professional service, that's the auditors, right? I think that's,
Yes, sir.
Yes.
okay.
No, that
No,
is
that's
the
not.
consultants auditing has its own line item for
Um,
itself. Right under it. Accounting and auditing, $150,000.
And then what's other professional services?
Our financial consultants.
Thank you. Good evening. It's the internal accounting services team that we have.
Okay, that's what I meant.
Yeah.
That's what he
Okay,
meant.
so that's what I meant.
Yes, that's
All
what he
right,
meant.
but we prefer them as auditors. So
Oh.
I think we were good. All
Okay.
right.
That's, Mr. Mayor,
Commissioner
you're talking about
Chairman?
under the other professional services?
Yeah, other professional services.
That's
what I-
the outside group that's helping with the audits.
Right.
Okay, and they're in the contract for how long?
That was my next. one.
Fiscal year 23 and 24.
So they're going after this year.
We have nothing beyond 24, correct? It
Okay,
ends.
so is the anticipation that the staff that's going to be there is going to be able to keep up now going forward with audits, et cetera, because now you'll be caught up?
I didn't catch the first half of your question.
Is staff gonna do it going forward?
Oh, yes, that's the design, yes.
And I
We
think
don't
that's
need
why
to
maybe the
crunch
Vice Mayor
forever.
was talking about the education and training, because that's supposedly one of the reasons why we had to get the outside folks, because they had the expertise, et cetera, and we didn't have it in-house. So our folks will be able to just take over when they leave, and well, that means they're leaving soon.
Yes, I would also like to state that not only is the training and expertise necessary, but we're also trying to do an audit from the past while we're currently doing present day work. So it's helpful to have an expertise set of hands on site to work on one or the other, which is the past, the old past due audits.
No,
while
I
we work
understand
on
that.
current.
I appreciate that. I'm just
Yeah.
saying their contract is up this fiscal year.
24, fiscal year 24.
Right, so when they leave, our staff then is sufficient staff to be able to take over and move forward with no glitches or hiccups.
Today's head count, no. Which is why the projected for fiscal year 25 has a head count of 10, which is a whole new set of persons. So if I can expand on that. So what the ask is for fiscal year 25 in terms of head count, finance director, executive secretary / payroll clerk, accounts payable clerk,
Page 68, Commissioner Kevin. In the budget book.
senior accountant, cashier, a data analyst, which the city has never had before, and then 3 staff accountants. So that's a design for the new headcount for the finance department. With that, we should be able to maintain and move forward as the city grows and as our infrastructure grows as well.
So currently
Mhm.
you don't have all these folks.
Correct. No, sir, I do
Because
not.
I know I've heard the manager mention before about
Mhm.
you're gonna have to, we're trying to increase the amount of the salaries to try to attract folks. So
Mhm.
the budget numbers that you have here is reflective of that potential increase. Particularly, I remember hearing about the accountant folks in those
Mhm.
positions
Yes,
to fill those.
yes,
Okay, so the hope then is to have them fill before the folks leave, when their
Yes.
contract runs out.
yes. That's the goal. If I can have them immediately, I'll take them.
Pardon me?
If I can hire immediately, I will.
But that's the goal by October 1 was your plan, right? To
Yes.
have all-
That's what I'm asking, yeah.
It's currently posted. It's been posted, the advertisement for the vacancies.
Okay.
They've been posted before I arrived.
With the new projected or salary range?
It is supposed to have the increased range attached as well as the sign-on bonus. Yes,
You said supposed to.
yes. I haven't read it to see if it's there, but it's supposed to have that new range applied, plus the sign-on bonus.
Okay, well, how wouldn't you, you're the director, how wouldn't you?
Oh, I don't
No.
advertise jobs.
No, I
I'm
know you don't
sorry.
advertise, but that you need these folks, so somebody knows. I mean, you're like calling, hey, is this posted with the right amount? Because the manager mentioned a couple of times that you need to put money in those
Mm-hmm,
positions because we couldn't hire people.
mm-hmm,
I'm concerned that we get to, September 20th,
mm-hmm.
and then I feel the folks are contract ends, let's say October 1 or whatever, this 24, and you don't have enough people. Now we're going to have to re-enter something with them or whatever, as opposed to saying, if we got to add 10 more thousand to get that accountant, to go ahead and do that, as opposed to having to enter a new contract with the outside folks for 50,000. I'm just using numbers. That's why I'm asking you, do you have an idea based on what?
Well, I can tell you that the old range that was there when I arrived, within that range falls within where the midpoint is for the new range. So it is not far-fetched. For example, if the advertising was posted at a range starting at 40 up to $67,000, that's a $27,000 difference between the beginning and the end of that range. Well, the mid-range or the new mid-range for the position is between that. It's
So you
between
do
the 40 and
floor and the
67. Yes, so
Okay.
to meet someone, to bring them in, I should say, entry level at the the beginning point of that range, the new range, it falls within what's already advertised. So it's not a hardship per se.
Okay, I just want to be sure that since we have the folks here, they're working, I got it.
Mhm.
Their contract is going to be up. You're forecasting, you're
Mhm.
projecting to have the 10. I see the breakdown
Mhm.
of the flow chart, that if you get to September and these positions are not filled, that the manager, somebody's going to come back and say, you know, we tried, we talked to folks and they're saying it's going to require this. What I'm trying to get out
I
of
s-
is having the department staff with our people,
Mhm.
not having to always deal with consultants outside where we're at the whim
Mhm.
trying to get something done. So we got to go bring them in and pay them 4 times as much than having someone on staff. So you say it's out now with the new range, and so you're just filling it as they come in, or you have a closing date after it closes to see? That's what I'm trying to understand.
So I think I heard a pivotal point in what you just stated that I didn't catch initially. You're comparing the internal accounting team's tenure here ending in fiscal year 24 to filling a position of a staff accountant. Is that correct?
No,
Are you treating them the same
what
in
I'm
your
saying
statement?
is you got the folks here in that's contracted, that's going to be
Working on audit.
right. But you're trying to fill positions that are going to be, they're going to be here,
For
whatever.
staff accountants,
staff
yes.
accounting.
Two different purposes,
Now,
yes.
I got it 2 separate
Okay.
purposes,
Mhm.
but the challenge has been apparently still filling those positions,
Oh, the staff position,
the
yes.
staff positions.
Mhm.
And so I'm
Correct.
saying the idea is to have this staff for this fiscal year, well, next fiscal year, right? To have 10 folks,
Uh-huh.
right?
Correct.
That's the goal,
Staff, yes.
staff. And I'm just saying, do you have a moment or a pivotal point where you're going to say, what we're advertising, the range we're advertising is not
Mhm.
working because people are not applying, we can't get enough.
Mhm.
And so we got to increase
Mhm.
potentially that amount that we're offering to attract.
Mhm. Yes.
So that's what I'm saying. Do you have like in your mind, director, when you reach that point? Because we're doing a budget now, I guess, I mean, I know we always can do budget amendments, but I just don't care for those. So I think, you're kind of like looking, you're not sure what,
No, I'm sure. So the internal accounting team, they're going to work on the development of the financials for fiscal years 23 and 24 audits. That doesn't imply that on September 30th, they're leaving the city. They will be here until we have fiscal year 24's audit issued. So their service is separate from the hiring of staff. The advertisement is posted since before I arrived.
Okay,
It's
so-
open until filled.
And
Wow.
that's my concern. Because it's already been advertised, you said it's been open
Mhm.
before you got here. So I guess this is a question to Mr. Manager, to Ms. Adams. Have we changed our approach? And
Yes,
maybe
I-
got a little more aggressive as it relates to our finance department to fill those positions?
Yes, we have continually changed our approach. In fact, this is our 3rd approach. I met with, I was unsatisfied, well, we all were unsatisfied with the candidates we received for our first batch. For the second batch, I recommended a signing bonus. And for the second batch, Ms. Gant was still not satisfied with the candidates we received. So she and I met with, I requested a meeting with her and Ms. Adams. And so we did an increase on the salaries along with the signing bonus. And I think that just went out, was that last week? So the 3rd round is just went out last week. So we're going to see how successful that is. And we also increased our approach with advertising. I believe you went to a new trade board too.
Yes, I went to the job boards for GFOA
Yes.
and FGFOA as well.
So this
So
is our
national
3rd
and
attempt, and
state.
we are increasing our outreach. We're increasing our signing bonus. We
Mhm.
increased our salary. So we're doing everything we can to get those.
let me say this,
bodies
Mr.
through.
Mayor, and I'm just gonna make this statement and look at the ceiling. We need to make sure that directors are not disconnected from the hiring process? I'm talking to the ceiling. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sir, could you give us an explanation so that we can make sure we implement
Well,
that?
because I'm asking the director questions about the hiring in terms of, you know, the position being filled, the money, the whatever, and I'm getting the indication that she's not really in the loop of knowing specifically that. And that's why I'm looking at the ceiling, because I
Okay.
don't, you
So-
know, I don't want to put nobody on the spot, but I
Thank
know
you.
when I was a director, I knew, for example, it was going out today, it was going to close. I knew when the applicants came in, I could look at them and tell, you know, possibly this is good, possibly not, or I could, you know, call them up and they say, yeah, I was applying, but, you know, you all do not have enough money. You're not, you know, it's not enough, or the compensation package is not well enough. So I want to be sure that they're in the loop, and it doesn't sound like to me they're at the loop. Now, maybe since you are having these meetings now with HR and the director going forward, it'll be a little more clear, not just for this department, any department that you're hiring, because you've mentioned several times here that you're having trouble finding accountants. So obviously something is wrong with our approach, our strategy, or whatever, that we can't seem to fill those accounting positions. And if it's money, then you gotta let us know as well, because I mean, we might need to fund it. And I'm saying that on the front end as opposed to the budget amendment thing where you gotta come back later, since we're in the budget process. So I'll wait to see whatever comes out of your meetings, so they can get these filled, because I've been asking about finance being filled, not just doing the audits, but just having all those positions filled in finance to do everything that needs to be done in the finance department. Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, before we move on to the next department, Mr. Manager, I do have two questions. Did you want to respond to Commissioner Kelly? To answer his question?
Oh, was there a question? I
No,
thought
Or
he
just
was,
okay.
he was
Did-
clarifying his
did wanna-
position.
Are you moving from finance? or
No, I'm still on finance. I have
Okay,
a
because I had a, okay.
I saw travel at $58,000. What is that? And also credit card fees at 42, but I thought the state took our credit card, so I was a little confused with those two.
So,
So I apologize that 58,000 was a misalignment perhaps on your budget. If you look, 58,000 is for payroll services.
Payroll service,
Yeah, sorry if that was that's a misalignment. So it's one off. I will make sure that's corrected.
And then the credit card fees.
The credit card fees is the merchant services. Every time somebody uses a credit card, the banks charge us a fee.
But
Sorry, that's for,
I thought the city didn't have credit cards.
that's correct, sir. So this fee, oh,
Sorry, go ahead.
so this fee is attached to the convenience fee to use your card, to pay for a building permit, to pay to rent a park, to pay for an inspection. These are the costs that the city
Okay,
incurs for those,
Okay,
and
okay,
it
got it. Yeah, that
finance
was a
eats it.
little- Okay, got it. And Commissioner Williams had questions.
Really quick, Madam Finance Director.
Yes, ma'am.
So I guess I heard the discourse with, Commissioner Kelly. And I recall even before you came, one of the issues that was always mentioned, filling those slots were, and to call a spade is a lot of finance, employees or, those that are experts in it, felt like they did not want to risk is it CPA? Am I getting it right?
If they possess such, yes.
Yes, that they didn't want to risk it or having, is that the issue or is it salary? Because I've had that conversation because we went through a lot of push and pull
Mhm.
through the finance department when, Mayor Taylor and I first got in. And and I guess you can tell me,
Mhm.
if it's the narrative of the city that we hold, we do, this cloud of money. And I know that every time I had these
Right.
conversations with those that are in finance, that was one of the issues. If that's the narrative, how do we change that with finance, through HR, through marketing? And then, or if that's not the case, another thing I was told from a few others is you have to pay me if I'm going to risk my license or whatever. I mean, and I'm being honest, that's what was said. I just got to keep it real. So if it's the pay, is that it? And do we now need to, look at that threshold where it may not be as high as all the other departments, but we know finance runs the city. I mean, we
Mhm.
can't do anything, and that's how we, get our city back on course. So is it the salaries, and do we need to increase? And I know you probably don't know, but
I would like to state that the credentials aren't a concern. As someone that possesses a CPA license is not a requirement for any vacancies, current or future.
okay.
To
But
include
if
my
they have a
position.
CPA,
Correct. If they
Correct.
possess one, then yes.
Yes.
They may feel like as long as they're compensated, that working for the city of Opa-locka is not that much of a risk.
okay.
There are
As
other
lo- that's
cities
what I was
similar
told.
size doing way
As
worse
long as
than
they're
us.
compensated.
Correct. Yeah. So I would say
Okay.
it's the compensation.
So are we meeting that threshold of compensation? So how do we, so I guess that's where, the three of you all need to sit down and work that out, because we've been, like I said, we're going on 4 years now with this same,
Mhm.
job openings and
Sure.
so, yeah.
So just recently, we did increase that range of compensation for an accountant, which is what we're actively recruiting for. So we're hopeful that that plus the sign-on bonus
Okay.
will be
Well,
attractive to
I'm
the
just saying,
candidates.
hopefully that will, and hopefully we're meeting, meeting all the other thresholds of, what that
Mhm.
good compensation is.
Yes.
And I don't know what it is. That's, you're Miss Adams,
Yeah.
but, and the manager. But again,
I feel like it's fair now.
oh, perfect.
like it's fair
Okay,
now.
Okay. And
Mhm.
again, I still think, when you're talking about those that are coming in, because if I
Yes.
have a license, I'm actually not coming in entry level. I have the
course.
talent and the skill, and I've been there before. So if I come in with those particular licenses, and it would be great to attract that talent,
Yes.
with experience, then we got to figure out, when you do throw out the job listings and the postings, how do we change that narrative in the wording to attract that talent? And I think that's pretty much, where we are with the whole city. I mean, but I know that's always been a hard department to staff.
Great point.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions to Ms. Gant as it relates to finances?
So is that the first bite of the apple? We're gonna have some resolution by the time we get. We talked about a lot. So I know y'all scheduled meetings. That means y'all gotta try to come up with something because we're in the budget process. So
This is our third increase, so this is our third increase with bonuses, so we're hopeful that this is going to be the round we get in the field. If not, then yes. We should definitely have an answer before September when we have bites 3 and 4.
I better take some big bites, I guess. All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You got community development up next.
No, police department.
Oh, I'm going by your book.
Yeah, I know you're going by the budget book. It's a little bit, so page
Hold on.
95 and 97, police department.
So we just gonna skip community development? and just
No,
allow
it's
the-
in here. It's in
allow the chief
here.
to go up?
It's in here. It's in here.
All right, so any questions to the chief? I, I got one question, Mr. Manager. Downstairs is completed, correct? We're not gonna see any more ratifications. We're not, it's done.
Downstairs is complete, Mr. Mayor.
So there's no more expenditures and
Would you like some more work done?
no. 'Cause
I'm always open to ideas, Mr.
no,
Mayor.
I think you got the most last year.
I had a question, Mr. Mayor, about the shot collar program. I don't know if you were gonna.
Shot spotter.
Shot spotter. I said shot collar.
You did shake shot collar. You did. It's late. Go ahead. It's okay. We understand.
What's a shot caller? Okay, never mind. No,
It's a
I
rap
don't,
song.
it's a rap song? Oh, okay. At 2, it's late. I can't get this right. The shot spotter
And
program
and Safe Point.
and Safe Point program. Okay. Or as they say, program. I'm so sorry. Anyway, my question, when we initially acquired the program, I know that Congresswoman Wilson, I believe, gave us the initial funding. Was that just for a certain amount of years? If I can recall, what was it like? 1? Never
1
mind.
year.
So is there, have we ever attempted to go back? We have to go back and see if they can pay and okay. All right, thank you so much.
Okay, I do have a question for you before you leave, Chief. So I see here the Explorer program at 5,000. Is there any way that we can increase that to maybe 10? And the reason why I'm asking, because one, Commissioner Williams talked about delegations and also, yeah,
I thought we did.
Explorer programs, they travel, they go to competition.
Yes.
And when me and Bass went to NLC, they brought their Explorer program. So they were there, well, other cities had their Explorer program in Washington DC with them. So I would like to see Opa-locka a little more active in these national conventions so we can have a presence. And then
Absolutely.
also, I brought this up when we met with the manager, which is the PAL program. And I know you said that you were working towards it, but I didn't see it here. As it is, go ahead.
We just got the documentation from, well, not from the state. We signed it. We're waiting for it to come from the state, but the PAL program is in existence.
Okay, so will there be any way, Mr. Manager, that we can forecast that in the budget for next year, the PAL program?
Yes.
Also, I see that you took away the K-9 unit that was blotted out. So we're doing away with that unit
Yes, sir.
completely? All right.
It's under evaluation, but we're leaning toward that. We were not getting the outcomes that other cities were getting with our programs. And the expense just wasn't worth the return. Other cities with successful canine programs, you were seeing drug busts, hand over fist, and a couple of our dogs were, struggling to find weapons. So it wasn't matching the liability. And one of the dogs bit someone, and luckily they haven't sued. And yeah, and then another dog just ate some wood.
Well, we got it, Mr. Lim.
Yeah.
Yeah, and last but not least, I'm sorry, Commissioner Kelly, but I
No,
think-
no, go ahead and finish.
all right, the Honor Guard, isn't the Honor Guard volunteer services?
Yes.
So, because I'm looking at a $8,000 expenditure here, I mean, $8,000 budget. Here, proposed budget, line
So
item,
where we at? That would be uniform and equipment
Uniforms.
uniforms, okay.
to bring them up to speed with
Yeah.
our other county
Yeah,
partners.
they have specialized uniforms.
All right. And Commissioner Kelly, you had a,
Thank you. I was going to mention the Explorers as well, but you mentioned that already about increasing. But when I'm looking at the summary, in terms of regular sworn officers, you're proposing one less sworn officer than you had already?
Two less.
Pardon me?
Two. So that
Well, now, so you got these different books. Which one?
it's on page 92, it's,
Yeah, I'm on 92.
page 49.
no, they're
but
going down to
the
48.
Vice Mayor said about 46, so
49.
I don't know if this was by design or what, but this is, okay, so it's two.
Yeah, decreased by 2.
It says one. So which is it?
It's two.
It's two officers.
Utilizing the two officers that bodies that we're getting from the cops grant, which is two. And we reduced the number from 50 to 48, and getting those two officers from cops will bring it back up to 50.
So the cops, the two cops, will be under
The cops grant.
the grant.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you're still gonna have 50 officers.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
50 slots. 50 slots. We don't have 50 officers yet, so just to be clear.
50 vacants. It'll be
Yeah.
50. Yes.
50
That's
slots.
correct.
okay, yeah, the manager knew where I was headed. So you're trying to, and it goes back again, where are we at on trying to attract or get officers? Because, yeah, how close are we? Where are we on that? Minus the two, grant officers, but the other 48 or how many, without, you don't have to tell me how many is short, but where are we on trying to get the rest of those slots filled?
We are interviewing. I just denied 3 They're just not meeting the qualifications. They're failing in the background. They're applying. They're just failing at the background level. We're interviewing at all levels within the department, and we just have to go through the numbers. And eventually we'll find some qualified officers that we want to take. I'm not going to accept candidates that cannot pass the basic background investigation, or they have a theft in their background. I'm just not going to do it because you don't know what comes with that baggage. So we have to remember all the other agencies are pulling from the same pool. And yes, it is a challenge for us, but they're all challenged. I talk with all the other chiefs of police and they're all challenged.
Well, I understand there's challenges hiring in any, whether it's government, private sector, there's challenges with hiring. I'm just trying to get a sense of the numbers because you had two different things on different pages. The other thing is on the communication operator, you have 4, you're projecting 4, but our calls still go through the county, correct? And they come back here.
Correct.
So what do they work? 8-hour shifts? I mean, I know you got
12.
somebody 12 hours.
One
You
per
have
squad.
Pardon me?
One per squad.
Okay.
We have 4
but-
squads, 1 communications dispatcher per squad.
Well, I'm just looking at 24 hours a day. So you have, you said they work 12 hours?
12 hours per shift. It's 2 on, 3 off, 3 on, 2 off, and every other weekend.
Well, you only got 4. How you just counted 5.
No,
So you got 3 on,
Those are days that they work, Commissioner. So we have 4 squads in uniform patrol. Right? Day shift, night shift, day shift, night shift.
so I'm saying you got 4 people. I'm just trying to figure out 4 people. So you always got at least one, you got one person always manning the phone. I'll
That's
say it like that. Is that 2877 number?
Yes.
Okay, now the manager left, Mr. Lawson. I'm gonna tell you, is if we got somebody always manning that 2877 number, I should not get any complaints from folks saying that nobody's answering that phone whenever they call, even if it gets routed back to the county or whatever. But we've advertised when you have a non-emergency, whatever, want to report this or that, you call that 2877 number. And one of the things I get a lot of times is nobody's answering, or they just send you back to the county, even though it's not an emergency type situation. So I'm glad to see that. I'm gonna keep an eye on that. And the other thing is the PSAs. The manager's not here. I'm at my lowest and highest with PSAs in terms of not, pardon me.
You want me to ask my question and then maybe the manager be back by then? For your
No,
PSA?
Ms.
Oh,
Lawson is
got it.
representing.
Okay.
I've seen this 2 years now with PSAs, and I have yet to see a PSA on the street. The last I heard a few meetings ago, because I made sure I went back and looked, they were being outfitted, need a police car. You had 2, and I know they were supposed to be helping out with red light cameras. But here we are, almost 2 years later, and I have yet to see a PSA on the street in a PSA car or a PSA uniform. And so now we're budgeting again. So I could really say, where did the PSA money go? Where did the PSA money go for the last 2 years? Because you had it budgeted. Where'd it go?
The PSA cars are in transition. They're being retrofitted. That takes time to change out the lights that we have. We're taking police cars and retrofitting them to PSA cars, changing the markings, colors, lights from red and blue to yellow. So,
Okay, for the brevity of time, I'm talking to the manager. That's unacceptable. It's unacceptable to tell me that you're retrofitting a car when we can wrap around vehicles out here left and right, and we're talking almost 2 years. Not to see a PSA person on the street in a uniform in a PSA car. If we can rent vehicles for undercover, if we can lease vehicles for all other stuff, we can have PSA cars. This is the second year. So I want to know where the money is for the PSA. Where'd that money go? Because it didn't go to PSA for people to be on the streets doing public service aid work. Now, I bought a little bit of helping out with the red light cameras for a while. But here we are going into a new budget year with 4 people projected that, and it says we budgeted for 4 last year, and we're budgeting again for 4 this year. Haven't seen one yet. Haven't seen one yet. And I don't buy the idea of this retrofitting a vehicle that takes time and all that. I don't, that's unacceptable to me. Put them on a bicycle. You got some of those. Vice Mayor, make sure you got some of those. So I can't say it to you, Chief. I'd say it to the manager. I want to know by Wednesday an update on that. No excuses. And I want to know where the PSA money's gone for the last 2 years that have not went for PSA for folks to be on the streets. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Go ahead, Madam Vice. I'm sorry.
Vice Mayor, you had a question, please?
I did, but I found it.
Okay,
I was looking for education. That's it.
all right, so, Chief, and Manager. We passed legislation for the school zones, red light camera. When are we going live with that? Cause I didn't see that here.
So the red light camera, the school zone cameras,
Mhm.
that's still, that, I don't have the answer for that right now. I'm gonna have to find, matter of fact, we just discussed that earlier today, and I didn't have a firm response on that, but I'll get back to you, Mr.
All
Mayor.
right, the other thing is, we passed legislation to, create a recruitment program.
The what, sir?
A recruitment program where we pay for officers to go to the academy.
Yes.
Specifically 2 every year to make sure you have a revolving door of officers coming in. Where are we with that? And you all told me that grant that you just said.
Cops grant.
Yeah, now you're saying that is being used to pay 2 other officers. That was a meeting that me and you, the manager, had. And I specifically asked that question. I remember that. About the recruitment for officers, recruitment program.
I'll get back to you. I'll definitely get back to you, sir.
All right, and the other thing is the gun buyback. We passed legislation for that as well.
Gun buyback will be this year. Before the end of the fiscal year.
But I didn't see it in the budget. That's why I'm asking.
Oh,
So the recruitment program to make sure that we have officers going into the academy every year is not in the budget. The school zones, I guess, wait on you, but that should have been here by now. Cause it was 2 months, I believe, 2 months. And the gun buyback, neither of which are in this budget.
yes, sir.
And that was all that was passed through legislation. But it's not reflected in the budget.
Yes, sir. Funds of alternative gun buyback. 2 candidates.
All right, any other questions to the police department? All right,
Thank you.
I see Mr. King. Beautification and maintenance. Any questions to about beautification and ground maintenance?
We found on
What page is that?
page 116, 117 of your budget book.
116.
17.
All right. Any questions on this,
Mr. Mayor,
Commissioner Kelly?
I think, because it's listed, I don't know why, but it's listed under beautification, the temporary office at Ingram Park for 22.5. And then I see some other, rentals or whatever, but let me just speak to that. There's still a major challenge, with the beautification of trees out in the community. And I know one while we had, I think we bought a truck, but I guess for some areas, maybe it was like Ingram Park where we needed somebody to come in and kind of get it, we could maintain it. So where we using an outside entity for trees that's just hanging over in the community, outside of people's yards that we're responsible for or whatever? Are we using outside entity? We're doing that in-house? Which one are we doing?
At this time, we are using outside contractors to prune the trees.
For the trees, we're using outside. And they're on a schedule of, because I in residential area like that, where sometimes the trees are like kind of hanging where the lights, where there's not a lot of visibility. So how do we determine like where the contractor is going? Do we give them a list, or they just, how is that working?
Yeah, that's correct. I do my driving around and we give them a list of certain areas that need to be pruned, trees around the street lights. That's correct.
Okay, so then if citizens feel like they got a tree near their house or outside and the light, so we just get to the manager, gives it to you, and then you give it to the contract.
Correct.
Okay, and then the other thing, again, I don't know why it's under your area, but the temporary office at Ingram Park for 22-5, I guess commission has to make make a discussion or deal with that, how they want to deal with it, because I've seen them using the with the building open, but and they use the senior citizen building for summer camp. So I don't know if that's the plan or intent going forward, or is it to keep the trailer until something is decided on further. But I know that's a year to year. Is that a year to year lease? So I know it's going to come up. So I guess you all have decided to just fund it for another year. Is that the thought process?
Yes, that's correct.
Wait, but Madam Manager, let me ask this question because Commissioner Kelly just brought up a good point. The building is currently being utilized?
The building is currently being utilized as we have summer camp and the kids cannot fit in the trailer. So they
So-
are using the building.
So the building is able to be utilized going forward then?
Yes, it is. We made minor repairs inside, so it's suitable. So it is, they
then
can use it.
My next question will be, when does the contract come up for the actual trailer?
I don't have that date right now, but I can check and we can call the vendor tomorrow morning to see, if we can end those services and have a
Okay.
response by Wednesday.
And both buildings are being, the senior building, which one are we using?
We're using both.
Both buildings are being.
Yes, we're
No,
using
this,
both.
I'm sorry, the senior building only. We're not using the main.
No, they're not using the regular.
No, they're using the trailer and the senior
Trailer
building.
and the senior building.
Yes.
So what is the trailer being used for?
That's to replace the main building at the time right now.
No, no,
We're
no.
we're not using the main building at Ingram Park.
No, I got that part. No.
So
Yeah.
let me say
We're
this,
using
on the
a t-
on the weekends,
Uh-huh.
when the kids are not there on Saturdays and Sundays, the staff use the trailer. When the kids are there, they're using the building because like I said, the kids can't fit in the trailer.
Is the trailer, I'm sorry, Wes, I was gonna ask this.
Can the building be used? Can the building be used? Yes, it can.
Going forward,
Yes, it can.
so we can get rid of the trailer.
Right, that's 20,
That's
we just
22.
found y'all 22.
Now, I brought that up and y'all know Ingram Park did my heart. I don't have a problem with taking down the trailer, but staff cannot sit in that building. That's the problem. And that's why I pushed for the trailer initially, because the senior citizen building faces 21st Court. Staff will have to make sure they're outside, not sitting in that building where people going to the park will not know they're there. I understand for the summer. I agree with that because you got too many kids that fit into the trailer. So now we take out the building, which is fine with me, but staff has to be outside. And one of the challenges that I heard, the reason I pushed for it was because it gets hot and to sit outside and it's hot or what have you. I noticed it was in the budget. That's why I was trying to get some clarity because I know it's a year-to-year lease. So only thing I'm saying, if you do take it out, whenever the lease is up, if it happens in the next whatever few months, that you staff, whoever's there knows they can't sit in the building. That's the other problem. They can't sit in the building. They got to be out where people can see them and know that they're there. See, if they're in at least when they're in the trailer, you know that they're parked there and people know they're there and they got the golf cart there at the building. But if they're in that in the senior citizen building, nobody's gonna know they're there. Because I thought that nobody was at the park one day till I realized they're in the senior citizen because the cars were even parked on the other side. I only bring it up because I know it's a year-to-year lease and I don't want us to have any trouble with it. So I'm just saying that up front. Because if I ride at the park, or somebody goes to the park and staff is not out there where they can see them in the golf cart or somewhere visible, they're gonna, oh, nobody on the park. And I mentioned earlier too about some signage so people would know, you know, staff on duty, whatever, but they gotta be visible. I only brought up because it's under beautification maintenance. I didn't really know why it's under Mr. King's division. To me, it should have been on the parks, but it is there.
Is there a way to put a sign there that says staff on duty, call number, something like that?
Yes, it is. I'll make sure that we
Because I know
have those.
and maybe we can, to Commissioner Kelly's point, lock the front gate or something, that we streamline everybody to the inside.
Come in one
To
entrance.
come in one entrance.
I don't think it's the gate issue, Mr.
No, I'm
Mayor.
talking about the parking, but you talked about they park in the front. Somebody-
I'm saying I was able to see because, the park staff, they're parking inside of the parking lot of the senior citizen building. So when I rode down far enough, I could see the cars, but I know that if I'm just coming to the park with my family or whatever, to do something, or even looking to want to rent it or something, if I don't know to go to the senior citizen building, the staff may be in there, I'll just think nobody's on the park. Park staff just needs to be more visible if that's going to become the main building. That's the only thing I'm saying. It has to be, because once you take it out, it's gone. It can't be staff is in there and all activities by the basketball court or fishing or whatever. It has to be clearly stated. And I'm not sure taking the trailer down is the best idea yet. But if you do go that route, that's necessary. I torn between that because I don't see staff standing out there like they should.
Or maybe working with the director to create the staff do rounds.
Yeah, the
Mhm.
staff, they're
30
supposed to be
minutes,
out on the
yeah,
golf
yeah.
cart, patrolling the park,
Patrolling.
riding, litter picking throughout the
There's
day.
staff members there?
Yes.
So one off, one
But right
on,
now,
one
during
off.
the summer, we have more, but once the summer is over, we'll have just two.
Yeah, so everybody's, to Commissioner Kelly's point, everybody's not in the building at one time.
Right.
So one is outside, one is inside, and then they can swap. based
I
on-
agree, because in a minute, we would have already purchased that trailer with just renting it.
Okay. Any other questions to,
I have a question, Mr. Mayor. Around our city, I'm not sure if, it's in this budget to have it done or where it is, but a lot of our trees are older than all of us in here. If we add it all up. But those trees have busted up sidewalks, especially on Opa-locka Boulevard. Also, when you go over on the east side, it's busted up the sidewalks in front of people's houses. Are we preparing to fix that in this budget? That's a yes.
We have a budget for sidewalks and we also have a budget for new trees and tree maintenance.
Okay.
Cutting, sidewalks and new trees if we need it.
okay,
That's in the budget.
Okay.
all right. And before I let you go, Mr. King, I have a question. Mr. Manager, we did, I believe, legislation to do a lighting assessment for the city, overall lighting assessment. I don't
Yes.
see that in the budget.
Yes, I believe that's already been completed.
It's been completed.
Yes,
So are we going to now put money to add lights?
that's a CIP project.
Okay, so
Yes.
If I may say, Mr. Mayor, was that the last Meet Me Monday? At our last Meet Me Monday, I didn't know, because I questioned how dark the city is
Yeah.
at night, and I assumed that it's the trees that covers the light. And the young man said, that's not it. It's that the lights come in different brightnesses, and we must have chosen a lighter wattage, and that's why they're still dark. That we have sufficient lighting, we just probably chose the wrong.
well, I think I can answer that because I remember we had a meeting about that. Some poles are owned by the city and some poles are owned by FPNL. So we just have to make sure that the bulbs that FPNL are using is the same bulbs that the city's using. We just got to work it together. So I.
No,
that I can
Mr. Mayor,
remember.
Mr. Mayor, reality is, yeah, we know
Yeah,
some
I
poles
agree.
owned by cities, some
We
are
just
owned
gotta
by,
make sure we-
let's say Comcast or some of those providers. The challenge is a lot of times what we have been requesting, I'm talking about the FPL poles, we've not necessarily requested the brighter lighting.
Mhm.
And then the city lighting, I guess Mr. King can answer that. I don't think we're putting up the brightest of the bulbs because I think they probably cost more. Now, I think in some areas I've seen where it's brighter,
It's bright.
but it's a cost. That was the other part of that. I don't care which pole it is. Obviously, some belong to us, some belong to them. But the brightness of the bulb is going to cost more. So you have to make that request. Obviously, that means more on our light bill for whatever we pay, but in some areas, we know we need that. But to the city's lighting that the city may own, that's a bulb issue for us. Do we have the brightest bulbs now? Or are we You know, 'cause I know years ago, we didn't have the bright, we had the cheapest, so
I think we're still upgrading, right now as we.
we
go-
still, we upgrading.
Still upgrading now.
We what happened?
It sound like we're
He said, we're still upgrading. I like that.
Yeah, that's a good political answer. That's a good political answer. Let me move on.
all right. So
How long are we upgrading? For the next 5 years?
I just would like to see it in the budget, Mr. Manager. But you said the CIP, so we'll go with. We'll go.
Oh,
Thank you,
my
Mr. Hogan.
goodness.
All right, next is code
Code
compliance.
compliance, page 103 and
We're
104.
right out in the dark.
All right. So do we have any questions for our code enforcement
On
division?
pages, these things.
103, 104
Code compliance.
from code compliance. Well, you have on here.
That's my error,
Pick a
my
title,
error.
pick a title.
You're right, you're
Which,
right.
So 103, 104 for code compliance department.
Well, how they backwards like that?
No, because we have the book and the book and
Workshop.
the snapshot.
Gives you
Yeah,
more
it's
detail.
to. Any questions to Ms. Wilcox?
Moving on.
Hearing,
It's on here somewhere.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we have a
Yeah.
budget for,
education is there for.
Yep. the only reason you didn't see it in police is because that was the other fund, the
It
law
was on the other
enforcement
page. I
training
did
fund.
finally
Yes.
find it, yes.
Perfect.
Oh, wait, I do have a question, because I think Commissioner Williams brought this up. It was done in legislation that she requested an additional code enforcement officer. That is in the budget as well.
Yes.
And then I know it came up before that all of our officers did not have cars or something like that. So everybody we're complete.
With the additional, we are, sorry, I can answer.
Is the date ready?
Well, because that came up, we talked about it.
That's why I asked.
Ms. Wilcox.
Well, we currently have 4 code enforcement officers, code compliant officers, 1 supervisor. We have 4 new cars. So we do have with the new officer,
Mhm.
he doesn't have the new car yet.
Okay,
He would not have it, but we're working on it.
okay. Now, go ahead, Commissioner.
Thank you. So the additional one that was referenced in legislation, that one hasn't been hired yet.
The-
Yes,
the
no?
CRA,
No, 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 no. The additional officer that was referenced, that Commissioner Williams was saying we need to
yes,
look
we
at.
did. We
That one is
recently-
hired.
Yes, he's on board.
Okay, so that brings you to
No.
4?
4.
Okay, so now your plan is to hire
One
one more.
We're gonna have a CRA.
So that's the one for CRA. That's what I'm getting at.
Yes, that's
That's one for CRA that CRA is gonna pay for.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay,
all right.
so then, Mr. Manager, the CRA code enforcement officer will only do the CRA boundaries as a whole, or will they overlap? Because that's a huge area.
CRA only.
CRA only.
Yes.
But will will you have an overlapping? I guess,
Well, each code enforcement officer gets a zone.
okay,
So we're just going to create a zone that's just the CRA. And that'll be assigned to that officer. Then the other zones will be the rest of the city.
okay. So then what I'm going to ask is one that we reclassify this in a different way. So code enforcement compliance officers 4, and then, because it's kind of misleading, and then maybe do another one just by itself, CRA code compliance
Yeah.
officer 1. Because this says that we have
5,
we
yeah.
have
That's
5.
that's why I asked that
It
question,
needs
because
to be,
Commissioner Williams, to your point, Mr. Mayor, Commissioner Williams, when she brought hers, she was referencing additional one for
yeah,
quote unquote, the city.
But we are gaining one because if say the CRA doesn't exist and we just name the area that the CRA is zone 1. So right now, the city's divvied up into 4 zones. Now all we're going to do is take the same and we're going to divvy up into 5 zones.
okay.
So we
No,
are
no.
gaining.
What I'm asking you to do, don't worry about the CRA.
Okay.
Focus on the city as a whole. Make sure every zone is covered by a code and compliance officer from the city side.
Also, that CRA would have 2.
It's 2 different entities. No, CRA will have 1. That's a different entity. It has nothing to do with so complete us.
There would
now.
be no administration of the officer by CRA. by, all they're doing is
I don't think
providing, all they're doing is providing the money for this officer, but they're not doing any of the administration at all.
No, based on what we discussed in CRA, that officer will be paid from the CRA by and report to the
Correct.
the director.
Correct.
So what I'm asking, because that is a CRA employee, let it be CRA employee, nothing on to do with the city. You can
It's
add
not a
another
CRA
column.
employee. It will be,
But see, that's what we discussed in the CRA meeting, that it is a CRA employee. And
Well-
that person will answer to Ms. Wilcox.
that is not how it was presented to us by the CRA.
And then I don't know the intent of Commissioner Williams' legislation, but are you all saying that that's the answer to the legislation? The CRA?
Yeah.
One has nothing to do with the other.
Right. That's,
No.
that's the point I'm making because her legislation
The
asks for an
answer is no.
additional officer.
The answer is no.
I mean,
The answer is no.
So how many officers did you have pre-legislation?
So there's another, 4, I believe, correct?
We had 4.
So then you still
and
need
we
to.
still have
And we are
4.
going to have a total of 6 because we're actually, there is another there is another code compliance officer that will be assigned to Public Works. We're actually out of state compliance because there should be by law a code compliance officer assigned to Public Works, and we haven't been in compliance with that. So we have added that additional.
okay, but okay, I appreciate the heads up on the compliance, but the legislation that was passed, and I don't want to speak for her because her legislation, and we support it, so I want her to weigh in. It was to add an additional code enforcement officer to the department. And I don't remember hearing about the out of compliance code, Public Works. I thought we were just adding another code officer because we had a lot of challenges with dumping and what have you. So let me defer, Mr. Mayor, if I can, to the sponsor, because that when I saw the 5, I thought that was the increase of the
Yeah, that's what
one, not nothing to do with the CRA. I know that's coming down the pipe, but I wasn't thinking that was the CRA one. So is that was the intent of your?
The language and Candace, you can actually, if you don't mind, if I recall, we went back, the language says to explore the feasibility of hiring an additional, not to make it legislation too, because I know I can't direct the manager to hire. So if I recall, if you can let me
Correct.
know. if that
Correct. It was
It was
under,
to explore the
Mhm.
possibility, not to say
not
hire
to
one.
actually add that
Correct. Okay.
personnel. Yes.
Thank you.
But did you get it back?
The exploration of it? No, of course not.
Okay, so, all right, so right now we're at 4. We're going to hire, like the manager said, an additional officer that's going to be through, you said, what was that department? Public Works. So would that person come up under Public Works or would that person come up under code compliance?
We're still exploring that, sir.
Okay.
They don't.
And when will you have the answer to that exploration?
When would you like it, Commissioner? How is Friday?
Well, no, because it makes it seem like it's a flat out, no, we can't afford it. And so I'm kind of gauging that right now. And I
No,
think
No, it wasn't that at all. I'm trying to understand and I'm trying to navigate all of the different things that are pulling. Like I'm going to go back to the team and say, in order to make the commission happy, do we need to look at maybe a total, instead of adding 1, maybe adding 3? Then that way we'll be in compliance with the CRA. We'll be in compliance with the state law that requires one of them be assigned to Public Works, and then we'll have an extra one to kind of, roam about. So we're going to look at all the feedback that we get in order to get and hopefully get the money and get the answer to the response that you desire.
Well,
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, I mean, the legislation is to explore. So if you explore it, you bring it back to us, how much it's going to cost, commission decide they want to go that route. So I guess that's one thing you're going to do. But what concerns me now, you're saying we're out of compliance with the one for Public Works. That seems like, that seems more needy at this point. So I guess that's the question of, are you trying to, or you plan to bring it to the commission as a part of this budget? Because it's not a part of it now. I don't know when you found out about
It's in
we're out of
public-
compliance, but when is that
It's in
gonna,
Public Works.
pardon me?
It's in the Public Works budget.
It's in the public works budget.
Yes.
And that's referenced in the state statute that you have to have. a code
I'll
enforcement
have
officer?
I'll have the, I think it's MS4. I don't know the exact location of that requirement.
No,
But
no,
we'll get it for you, sir.
you said you don't know where it's referenced?
I don't, not off the top of my head. No, I don't.
Okay, when you, please find it. I want to know the state statute that reference that we have to have a couple, that, all right. But so now we're at 4 now. Okay, what I don't want, Mr. Manager, is that you forget CRA. I think we should focus on the city and let the CRA just be an addition, but has nothing to do with the city because it's 2 different entities. So if we're gonna do 4 code compliance officers, then it should say 4.
Okay.
Or if we're gonna do 5, then it should say 5, because the CRA is paying, it's not coming out of our budget.
So how do you, so it sounds like you want it, how it's displayed. So you want it 4 + 1 and 1?
No, I
No.
want whatever the city is paying for in this budget to
Yes.
be in this budget. If we're gonna pay 5 officers out of this budget, then
Mhm.
it should say 5 officers. If we're not paying 5 officers, but we're paying 4, then it should say 4 officers.
Okay, so the arrangement that was presented to us from the CRA is that they will reimburse us. So we would have to have a budget line item for that officer and having some expenditures to match their reimbursements.
I think, Mr. Mayor, if I can make a suggestion, I understand solely what you're saying, because someone just looks at this budget, they're gonna think it's 5 officers just for the city. They're not gonna see or know that it's one of them is actually just for the CRA zone. So maybe there's a way, until y'all figure out something better, that one in parentheses kind of says CRA.
That's why I
and
said
some
we
high
can get
initials.
another box.
Because we know they're reimbursed, we know that the money's got to
Okay.
come back and you got to pay the person. But if I'm looking at the budget, I would not know that one of those officers is strictly CRA. If I read it, I'll be thinking the same thing the mayor saying, oh, we're adding an additional code enforcement officer for the entire city, and that's not the case. Because that CRA officer is just going to be in the CRA zone. So to me, maybe if you just in parentheses somewhere where it says 1 or separate underneath 4 city, 1 CRA. So it's notated that, it's CRA person. And then as the manager wants to explore, because he says the other one is in the public works, so I guess. Now, with that one won't be under Ms. Wilcoxon, that one would be separated out too?
It'll be a joint role. So they will be answering to Ms. Wilcox. They will be reporting to Ms. Wilcox, but it sounded like what we have for the CRA. It'll be paid for by the Public Works. Bob, is it water and sewer?
Stormwater.
Stormwater.
Okay, so in short, what would be that person's job description?
I'd have to look at the statute, and I'll get you that statute as you requested.
All right. Any other questions for code compliance?
No, through the mayor, I don't have a question, but I think we've passed so much legislation in terms of beautification, the RV legislation. There's so much legislation that has been passed, not just this year, but last year alone. And I don't know, because I was looking here to know how much in terms of liens, how much have we collected, that, we can say that we've turned over a profit in terms of code enforcement, citations. But we do know that those code enforcement citations, if paid, brings profit to the city or brings something back to the city. So to me, which is why I asked for the legislation, our city is grown, and not in terms of not in terms of land size, but grown in terms of population, and population that we haven't even counted, because we know that there are people living on top of people, living on top of people. So what I'm saying is at some point, if we're talking about all these other things, beautification and all the other legislation, we have to have additional code enforcement officers. We have to look at that, because if we don't, and if you're saying, I don't know, the number keeps fluctuating, 4 for the entire city, it will be 5, but that CRA is it's a little hard to understand. But for the city, if it's only 4, an entire city, I don't know how we clean the city up. So that's my 2 cents, but how do we clean the city up? And we keep, we're gonna keep having these conversations about, beautification. Well, beautification also means parking in the swells, parking in tons of, there's so many things that we're sitting up here, commission meeting after commission meeting, having these conversations about, I know we talked about I can't think of the other, legislation, the the open storage, like there's so many things and I don't know. So I think we need to really go back and look at the drawing board when it comes to the budget and look at how we increase, your staff. Thank you.
And Mr. Manager, Commissioner Williams said something very pivotal and vital. I would like to see the compensation received from code enforcement, fines, as well as policing fines, traffic tickets, like monies that we receive from those departments, even parks. Because parks.
I believe it's in the
collect money.
budget, sir.
It's not here. Where?
Okay.
It's in.
It's in the front, yeah.
It's in the front.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
In our revenue section.
Okay, but can you give it to us broken down? I want to say
It is
broken down.
broken down. It is broken down. I'll give you the exact page.
Which book? This is the book.
Page 33. So page 33. And continues on page 34 and continues on page 35.
Oh, building permits. Okay.
Yep, building permits, we have licensing,
Oh, okay, okay.
fines and forfeitures, grants, et cetera, et cetera.
Mhm.
Yep, code compliance.
Impact fees is here.
Mhm.
Parks and Rec. Okay.
Where's that? So to that point, under
But it's actually blank.
code enforcement citations, you're forecasted in 24, 300,000, you did 290, you're proposing 200. So you're actually projecting less of citations because people are more in compliance. Is that the thinking?
I'm sorry, just what line item are you on? Sorry.
The code enforcement,
Citation.
code enforced citation.
Okay. Enforcement citation. Well, if you look, in FY 23, we collected about $150,000 in revenue.
Mm-hmm.
We're forecasted to collect 300 in FY 24. So, yeah,
And
you're in
budget
between
about
it.
6,000 less.
Yeah, you're in between it. So that was
And you're proposing even less in 25.
well, we're proposing $200,000 in revenue for
Right,
code
that's what I'm saying. You're
enforcement.
proposing that you're gonna collect even
Well,
less.
based on historical averages, sometimes you have a good year, sometimes we don't. It is all dependent. So
So when you say you historical averages, so that means you're using some kind of data to
prior
come up
years,
with that.
prior years, number of citations, we look at it pretty heavily and see what we've done in the past and what we're doing in current year.
Well, I have a challenge with that statement because in 23, you had 149,000, and then you amended it to 50.
Yeah, I don't think
One,
that amendment,
And
yeah.
then for 24, you went way back up to 300,000. So how did you go up that high if you're doing based on historical analysis? I mean, you'd had to show, you'd had to have a tremendous increase in fines or something. I mean, it's just been going citations or whatever to get to that kind of number.
Yeah, Commissioner Kelly, I'll have to investigate that a little further.
Because when we see a lot of violations, whatever, I'm not going to get into what kind, we know they're code violations. And then we passed some recent legislation that is gonna require code to probably do a little bit more. And although you got one person in the zone, some of these things probably gonna require a couple of them going there with somebody, for some of the things we passed. So I'm kind of concerned when I see those numbers like that, how you came up with that based on what analysis you use. You said historical data too, so even if you went historical, I just went back to the 1 year of
Right.
23. So I'm really trying to understand.
Like I said, I'll get back to you on that.
Yeah, that has an impact on the numbers, on the overall, numbers. And
Yeah.
I'm curious because the manager said, you know, the legislation dealt with this, with, exploring. And obviously you decided, I guess, not to put one in the general, but just in the public works, code, because we're out of compliance. So I'm really trying to figure out how that thought process, because these numbers seem way off of, I guess you'll get back to us, on that. Yeah. Boats and vessel permits. I'm glad I saw that page. You're proposing one, because you had audited 400, you amended the budget for 1,000, forecasting 1,000. What is that analysis based on? Those numbers seem very off centered. And I don't know how you do with the boats and vessel permits. I see a lot of boats out there, but you know, assuming they got permits. But how did you, is that
It's
just,
like $100 a boat.
It's on page.
Again, that's a relatively new, is it not? The boats and permit is relatively, no. Okay.
okay, you can get back with it. You out there in that water by
It's a
yourself.
brand
It's
new-
just
It's a brand new license that is required in the state of Opa-locka. That's what I thought.
in the state of
The boat-
Opa-locka.
Sorry, city of
I like
Opa-locka.
that too, the state of Opa-locka.
State of Opa-locka? Governor. The manager must be the governor. We the state of Opa-locka.
So if I
know the
recall,
hours,
we
I
only
know the
had a
hours
couple-
getting late, so.
Last year, we only had a couple $100 brought in. So I mean, you know, when you start looking at that, you have to, if I put $10,000 and it comes in at a couple hundred, that's a disservice to you all. So I'd rather adjust my revenue and make sure that if I put it at 2,500 and we got 3,500, I think that's a better budgeting aspect. than-
Well, I'm challenged with that process only to this degree. You have, well, it says actual, whatever, not audit, but 23,400.
Yeah.
You amended the budget to 4,000. So what made you go that high? I understand going a little higher, but that's extremely high on the amended budget. But then your forecast for 24, which means you had to see some kind of analysis that took you back down to just 1,000. And again, these numbers are not high, but it's relative to the whole concept and discussion of when you putting budgeting numbers together. That's why my concern. But you get back with this.
Yep.
tonight,
Thank you.
Vice
Yeah.
Mayor. Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Mayor.
you. Thank you, Wilma.
Mr. Manager, the only thing I would like to see as it relates to code enforcement is that we have nothing in there about education. And I don't think we've had any workshops on, no, the community, educating the community
Oh,
about the new laws and ordinances that we passed.
so there was a line item for printing and binding and
That's
that-
what that's for.
yeah,
No,
that was the.
No.
Oh, I apologize.
That's in community development. The community development hosts the workshops to educate the community on the ordinances.
That's the community, okay.
Yes,
all right. So I guess we'll get there when we get there. All right, next, anything else for code compliance?
Building and licenses.
Building and licensing. What page is that, Ms.
88 and 89.
All right, do we have any questions as it relates to building and licensing?
You said 88?
88 and 89.
Budget book. Commissioner Kelly, budget book.
This is your budget book, Mr. Manager. You got Miss Lawson to flip your page. I ain't got nobody to flip my page.
I'm flipping my pages too.
We over here on our own. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Trying to find it.
88 and 89. In the budget book. The budget book.
That says community development.
No, building and license.
Oh, now it says, I said community development earlier.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're just gonna move on.
I'm gonna do all that. Probably don't even have a question.
Nope.
We never have questions for building.
Okay,
All right, I think we're good.
community development is
Community
next.
Oh, wait, y'all good? I'm sorry.
Community development can be found on page 77 and 78. And I have the Director of Community Development here if you have any
All right,
questions.
so Mr. Manager, my question as it relates to educating the community, where would that be found in community development?
Mr. Gay?
We do have a section that deal with general expenses for marketing and informing the community of special events and activities, and also to inform them of modifications and changes as it relates to the code.
We've got 2 community workshops. Is there enough money in that fund for both?
The amount is
Outreach-
10,000.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Mr. Manager, is there any way that we can put in the budget, maybe at one time every year that we send out, the legislation that was passed year prior, put it in the water bill, send it to the residents?
Absolutely.
So that they know, so we passed this ordinance, we passed this ordinance, and is that something that we can add
Yes,
in this budget?
absolutely.
Cause a lot passed this year. Under, for new laws and ordinances that we. So I just want to make sure that our residents know. All right, any other questions for community development?
We're good.
Oh. What is the, it was forecast, the residential maintenance assistant. What was that? Was that one of the grant things or something? I'm
That
trying
is
to-
correct. That is funded by ARPA.
Oh, that was funded by ARPA.
Mhm.
Okay. You should have put ARPA right next to it so we'd have known. That's one that has that why he's out of there. I don't know if it's a budgetary question per se, but there seems to be a disconnect sometime with folks who are coming into the city and community development. And maybe it's a communication challenge. I don't know. So I'm gonna try to go through this over the next couple of days, look a little more detail. Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And we're fully staffed in this department?
That's correct.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
We're budgeted for 5 staff members.
No, that's what I'm saying, but every position is full.
Yes, at this time.
Okay. All right.
Well, with the exception of the city planner position, but we're going to be forecast to
I thought
fill
we
that
had a city
position.
planner, the guy from Fort Lauderdale, no?
Yes, that person, we had some issues with him, so we had to terminate him.
Oh. Okay, so we're missing.
We don't have a city planner at this moment?
Not at the moment.
So who's filling the role that, because city planner has to sign off on stuff, right?
No, he doesn't.
City planner doesn't have to sign off on anything?
No, he doesn't. He or she, I just said that.
Okay.
Interesting. Okay.
All right, any other questions for community development? Commissioner Williams said go.
Go. So the next one is housing and social services can be found on page 82 and 83 of your budget book. And I believe the city manager wanted to weigh in on this one.
Well, it was a matter of not having hired a director for this position yet, so I wanted to speak to it and give a status on where we're at. We're currently budgeted for 2 positions for this. for this department, a director and executive, and it says admin assistant, but I really like to see that as executive, see that as executive assistant. If we can support that financial salary for an executive assistant, that will be a little bit of an increase, but I'm hoping to make that change. Right now, the discussion is to have these two persons full-time and then cooperate with the county to get support staff on additional days, 2 or 3 additional days. Once we commence with a build out that can house them and have an agreement with the county in place. We've had some meetings and some progress with the county about what they would like to see and how they would like it. And they're going back and forth on whether they have the budget for lease or whether they don't. I'm anticipating that they're probably going to push hard for the city to give them that space for free. That'll be a decision. If that is their final bottom, that'll be a decision I'll bring to the commission on whether we're going to move on that. The other thing is location. I would like to meet with the commission one-on-one, preferably, or if you're available to have that discussion now, to make a determination on 3rd floor, 4th floor, where the commission's going to be. As Commissioner Kelly said, he would like to see us move forward with, renting out space. So we have to know, there's been some discussion about the commission moving to the 3rd floor where your chambers are. And in fact, doing some additional build out on the other side of this chambers to, provide you with some additional vent space here on the 3rd floor. We really need to have that question answered to move forward with this department. Because if that's going to happen, then this department will likely be on the 4th floor. If that's not going to happen and the commission stays where it is, then we will move. Then what we're looking at moving this department to this floor, which would be on the other side of these chambers.
Okay. I have a question, Mr. Manager.
Yes, sir.
As it was my legislation, the intent for this was this to be something that residents can go to for help. Is there any way that this department can be on the bottom level? So
we currently do not have any space on the bottom level.
Okay.
Now, there hopefully will come a day when the county does move out. That's not this year or the next year. Once we're in a position to take over our services back as far as our billing. And then I would love to put that department on the ground floor then, but right now we have no space on the ground floor.
And none of our parks are available?
Parks?
Any park available?
We haven't explored putting this in a park, but.
Because I would love a real human services department where residents can go, they can apply for jobs, they can apply for whatever benefits the city have. So it's a pipeline to.
Yes, that's what this will be. And we hadn't looked at putting it in a park, but we certainly can do that.
Okay.
I think we have space at Shabundi on the 2nd floor where we could potentially place this department.
Well, if I had my way, it would be someplace visible. Like when you go to cities, other cities, they have their human services department in the storefront, on the main thoroughfare. Hey, we're going there to get, so it's visible.
Oh, so you want us to?
No, I'm just saying.
Okay.
I'm not saying do that, but I'm just telling you, because tucked away in a building, it defeats the purpose. Because the purpose is for you to go there to get services. So if you want to, whatever we have to offer, you go there. So they're not going bothering the clerk for applications for rental assistance. They go to the human services department.
Yes, that's the intent.
That's the intent.
That's the intent. Because right now for the city, they're coming actually to the city manager's office, and our staff is helping them process the rental and mortgage.
And even if we have maybe a computer lab in there, so they want to apply for a job for the city. It's readily available. So everything, it answers all of the questions that the residents need, but that's just that. But I guess we'll explore that. Commissioner Kelly.
So the bottom number, for us to get the housing and social services going is $302,000 as you're projecting it out with all of the costs. 302,000, I guess. Well, 325,669 for this for the housing and
correct.
social
Yes, sir.
services.
Yes, sir.
And then the salary you mentioned earlier was based on, you said a director and
An executive assistant.
a director and executive assistant. And then the hope is to get a county buy-in to help with some of those
It's a matter of the,
services.
yes, the county, said they will provide it staffing for 2 or 3 days a week.
All right, I'll wait to see where you wind up gonna put it, because that's
Yeah, it's the location that's gonna matter with this department. It'll only be effective if it's visible and seen. But, yeah,
not only that, but whoever the director of this department is gonna really have to be a hands-on director.
Yes.
They're not gonna be able to sit in the office because you only got one person, really one staff person per se, there. And I know the county may come 2 or 3 days a week, but they're there for the service they offer. They're not gonna be doing anything else that we may be doing as a part of our programming. Okay, I'll wait to see what comes back in location. That's gonna be kind of a challenge.
yeah. Can we come together with a plan that can be presented to the commission for final approval?
You and I?
Yeah,
Yes, absolutely.
if y'all don't mind. All right, yeah, it needs to be, I'm gonna use Commissioner Williams' word, fleshed out a little bit more.
Yeah, I think to start out, that
Yeah, we need to
300 and
flesh it
some
out.
thousand is too high
Yeah.
for me.
Let's put it together and then bring it back. All right, going forward to next is,
Parks and Rec.
Parks and-
Uh-huh.
what page is that?
108, 109. Moving on. So the biggest part of Parks and Recs is our friend special events. I don't know if you had an opportunity to look at the special events budget that we put together. We did increase the budget from our initial 120, but we tried to keep it as low as possible. And we
Where you at in the
Talk-
Parks Master Plan,
talked
Mr.
to,
Mayor?
oh, so my understanding is the master plan is almost done. There's probably what, a third? Oh, Ms. Lawson. Parks Master Plan.
So we are pending surveys from the community. We started on Saturday trying to get surveys from the community so the company can go ahead and complete the master plan. It's our hope to have those surveys at all of our future events so they can get the number of surveys they need to prepare that master plan. So once we get those surveys, it's my understanding that speaking to them last week, that they'll be closer to finalizing that master plan.
So we're doing the survey?
We're not doing the surveys, but we're passing them out, and there's a QR code on it. They can scan
That
it.
the one I saw at the fishing thing?
Yes, yes. That's
Isn't that part of their contract?
it is.
Then why are
But
we doing it?
we need to get those surveys in order to wrap
So
this
that
up.
they gave us some money back?
No, sir.
Okay.
They
We have those available.
What was in their contract was to mail those surveys out to all residents, which they did. Unfortunately, they did not get the feedback that they need to move forward. They said out of a population of 16,000, they'd like to see a minimum of 10%, which would be 1,600, and they got back less than 100. So we've given them a deadline. We've given them a deadline and said that we're going to collect as many surveys as we can for the next month and some change. And after that, we're going to turn them into you or you're going to have them since they're electronic, and we need you just to move forward with whatever you have.
Well, I will say this, well, me and you had a meet, we talked about that.
That's what you requested, correct, sir?
Yeah.
Okay.
Cause I felt that we need to move forward with the Parks
And,
Master
and
Plan.
we implemented your recommendation.
So, but the cutoff date Like, we never, what's the cutoff date? Like,
No, I spoke to the company on last week and I told them that we have to have a cutoff date by August 31st.
so if we, whatever surveys they have by August 31st,
Yes.
and then how long would it take them to turn around a plan?
It's my understanding that the plan will be turned around within 30 to 60 days.
From
after.
August, so
Yes,
we're looking at, Thanksgiving.
correct.
So, all right, and then we're gonna partner with New Worlds Reading, whatever that is, whoever that is. We have a partnership with them now?
No, sir, not at this time. We don't.
Okay, that's part of the objective that you're supposed to be trying to do?
Yes, yes,
So I'm assuming that's gonna come before the commission at some point.
correct.
Okay, the other thing, in the actual staffing, you have listed for 2 senior coordinators?
Yes, that's correct.
Why would you need 2 coordinators?
The program is currently expanding. And we're actually trying to get more buses. The new bus is arriving, which will probably bump that program up to about 75 seniors, potentially more. We're looking to hire someone that will be bilingual or trilingual. So that some of the seniors that are in Archbishop McCarthy and Town Center 1, we can solicit them to come out and enjoy some of the things that we provide for our seniors.
Okay, so this is in addition to the driver.
Yes,
Okay, so you're hiring another senior coordinator and you're adding a driver, an
Correct.
additional driver.
yes, sir.
And the reason for the additional driver, because when this came up before, I thought the driver you have now, we were told that in the meeting that driver has the credentials to drive the new bus that will be coming.
She does, but she can't. We'll have 2 buses assigned to the senior program then. So
Okay, the commission, 2 buses? I thought the commission passed to buy
So-
whatever big
correct.
bus.
So there will be a bus driver assigned to each one of the buses. That's the ultimate end of it. So if we don't hire an additional driver and we do have additional bus, we'll have a bus sitting somewhere.
How many buses we're getting? 2 new buses?
No, just
No, you're getting one bus, but I
bus,
thought the
2.
bus we're getting was a
Yeah,
bigger
okay.
bus to accommodate more
accommodate more.
seniors.
correct,
It's a big bus.
correct.
But I was told we were told in the meeting that the driver we have now could drive the bus. They have the
She-
credentials to drive the bus.
She does.
Okay, so then why we need another driver? I don't understand. You say
So
you got
that-
2 buses.
So the bus that the seniors have now,
Okay,
that could also be utilized for parks programs if we have someone to drive it.
okay, but this says senior.
Coordinator. So 2 senior coordinators and an additional bus driver.
Okay, no.
So the bus drive, you're adding an additional bus driver for parks?
4 staff.
That's what you're doing?
Okay, it's 4, I think what was getting mixed up, there's 4 staff members, 2 senior coordinators and 2 bus drivers.
Correct.
Okay, so that's Commissioner Kelly's question. So
You're adding,
you're,
Adding 2. So
you're adding 1 more senior coordinator and 1 more bus driver.
So yes, we're adding 2. So we have 2 now and we're adding 2.
2 what?
1 senior coordinator and 1 bus driver. So 4 staff total.
Uh,
So there'll be 4 staff total. 2,
for the seniors program?
no. 2 senior coordinators for the senior programs, a bus driver for the senior program, and then a driver or bus driver for the bus that was the senior bus.
Why can't the bus driver be cross-trained?
Cross-trained?
That bus driver will stand as the senior coordinator and the bus driver. Like they go with the seniors, like, so.
So the bus driver does go with the senior coordinator now. The new bus, it holds 50, what's the capacity?
It's a big bus.
Huge.
30?
Huh?
Right. So we would still need 2 vehicles to be able to transport the seniors.
We downsized? Wait a minute, the bus, I thought the bus that we were purchasing for the seniors was supposed to have been like 50-something passengers.
No, it's not that big. It's not that big.
Okay. All right, Madam Clerk, can you pull that for me, have my office? Because I thought we were buying a big bus to accommodate all the seniors to be able to get on, because there's so many of them and the program's expanding. So now you're saying it's 30-something, and if you add the handicap, it's less. So
it's bigger than what we have now, but it won't accommodate all of the seniors.
okay, and how much we paying for this bus?
200 and
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. 'Cause
$1,000.
something not correct from what was proposed in the commission that we passed was a big bus. Like you see, and that could hold 50 seniors or 55 seniors or whatever. Because the question was enough room, or they had to make 2 trips for bingo, they had to make 2 trips for there. So that's why we went for the bigger bus. So if that's the case, and we're paying $200-some thousand, and the current driver could drive that bus, because I remember asking that question. Now the manager's saying you're gonna have 2 coordinators. I got that. You want to have 2 people because you got more seniors. That's not my challenge. But you're gonna have 2 bus drivers. So are you saying the bus driver you have now can drive the bus, but the other driver is going to be for who?
To be able to drive the other bus in addition. So there's not enough room on the new bus to accommodate all of the seniors. So we would have to take 2 vehicles out.
I'd also just like to add, my reason for supporting this is I don't want to have a bus. We have a growing parks program. We have a growing football program. We have a growing cheer program. We have all these programs growing. If we have an additional bus, I don't want the bus sitting there. Let's have a driver. Whatever program, this is what I said to the Parks Department. Make sure that you have somebody that can drive all of the buses available, so that we don't have a bus sitting somewhere and kids or seniors need
No,
transportation.
I got that, but would this person, this bus driver, be working for the seniors because their hours are different from the park?
There will be 1 bus driver that will be dedicated to the seniors, and then this additional bus driver will be as needed, so that wherever they're needed, whether it's a football program or the seniors program, as Miss Lawson is saying, that bus will be able to be utilized because we'll have a driver that can use it. I do not foresee we purchasing an additional van, taking the driver from the previous van, putting it in a new van, and then having the old van just sit. We have to have a driver, so.
Well, I'm not referencing a van, because my thought process of understanding this legislation, we were getting a big bus to accommodate 50 or whatever, 55 seniors, whatever that may go, because the current 20, I don't know how many of it holds now, was insufficient. I got that. So we're actually doubling the amount of capacity that could hold, and the current bus driver could do that. I got that. I know the old bus, well, the one that's there now would be there. I thought that was just going to be utilized probably, if they don't have a big group, they'd use that one as opposed to. But I did not anticipate that we were going to hire an actual additional driver, because I thought the folks in parks could drive the bus, not the new one necessarily, unless they get trained, because that's probably a CDLB. But I thought they could drive the other one you got now.
We do have a staff member who has the license to drive the bus. However, if we pull that staff member away, then it'll be pulling away from the youth.
But again, the manager said this bus is supposed to be used for the youth. So I don't understand how you'd be pulling them away. I'm kind of confused. I'm not understanding the need for the additional driver just to drive the bus.
Okay.
That's what I'm kind of confused on, because I thought the reason we're getting a bigger bus so that it could accommodate the senior. And I'm not talking about special situations where there's a lot of them. So now the new bus, the current driver's driving that, no problem. The second driver that you're going to hire now is actually, what I'm hearing, is going to be like a floater, wherever they're going to be needed to drive. So what are they doing when they're not driving? Are they a rec leader? Are they a senior person?
I think until we get it, as Commissioner Williams would say, more fleshed out, perhaps the best course of action is to eliminate this additional position for now.
Well, I'm not saying you got to eliminate. I'm just trying to understand. You know, you got it in the budget, so somebody had to think of some reason. I'm just trying to understand why you have it there. But now I got a bigger question. The newer bus is only holding 30 some people. Is that what I'm hearing?
The new bus holds 40 people.
Okay.
And the current one that we're using, the old one, holds 24 passengers.
I knew that was small. So the
So
new
it's
we're
all-
buying holds 40?
Yes.
And how many handicap, wheelchair, whatever possibilities can you get in that one?
Is it 2? The wheelchairs are in the back, right?
Just provide the number, Bob.
If you what now? I can't hear you.
If
so-
you use the wheelchairs, it goes down to 38.
What happened? So we're spending 200 and some $1,000 on a bus that holds 40 people? Is that what I'm hearing? Is that what I'm hearing?
So wheelchair access is the coordinator.
Yes, sir. Bob Anathan. That was what was presented to the commission at the time. It was 40 or 40. I'm working on memory, but I believe it was 42. If you had wheelchairs in there, it went down to 38. That was what was presented at the time.
Okay, I'll go back and do my research. Wow. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. All right, any other questions to Parks? All right, the only thing, Mr. Manager, you might want to check with them to see how they mailed that out. I never got it in my mailbox.
How they mailed what out, sir?
Huh?
The survey.
survey.
Survey,
Okay.
I never saw
I
that.
never received that,
Okay.
like never.
Yes, sir.
All right,
Mr. Mayor, real quick, oh my God, I can't believe I'm asking a question. Real quick, these programs, specific programs I'm looking at, like Little League Baseball, soccer, were these something that the park staff wanted to do? I've never seen this happen. Is this a projected, like, want to do Little League Baseball, want to do soccer? Cause I've, on page 111. And even basketball was hit or miss, because that depend on your age.
Right.
Because they started for littles and it never got off the ground. So I'm just saying, like, are these projections or?
Yes, these are projections that was made by the Parks and Rec director.
Well, but why not, like, if things, I mean, we already know we have a very viable football program and we have, and more than likely those kids, they take, a lot of them actually go into track. So it's kind of a partnership there, and of course cheerleading, et cetera. But but to me, basketball is like huge. Why not make that fix that instead of adding more? And if you have a very thin park staff as it is, who, according to what I know, not what I heard, what I know. What was told to me is, we don't have anyone for this age group, or we don't have anyone constantly to come work with this age group. So if you don't have the staff to man all these age groups, then why add more sports? I mean, I don't get it.
We can
So,
definitely take a look at it and be prepared for
Okay.
the second meeting workshop.
Thank you.
all right, and I want the commission to take a look at, page 110, which is your initiatives and events to ensure that what you desire to see throughout the year is captured. Yeah. 'Cause we're streamlining events, right?
There are 60 events here, which means that the city of Opa-locka will be having more than one event per week the next fiscal year.
You said there's 60 events here?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor? QRT, that would be quarterly
Yes, sir.
for cleaning Opa-locka?
Yes, sir.
Why is that in here as opposed to under building the beautification?
It was a special event requested
Oh,
by
this
the
is a
mayor.
special event, okay.
Two
From one of us, I'm assuming.
That's correct, sir.
I got 30 events, Mr. Manager.
So then you're not counting the ones that happen more than once, like the quarterly event that happens 4 times a year.
Oh, though, okay, that's what you mean. Okay,
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah, so we will be having more than one event per week.
And I noticed you cut the business luncheon down.
From quarterly to annually. Yes.
But I guess my question is, when you all make these decisions, why didn't you come back to the sponsors to say, this is, well, I wanted it quarterly, which is why I asked for 2,
There
to
just,
do $500 a quarter.
there just wasn't enough time, sir. Just wasn't enough time. We had a special events workshop, then we had one-on-one meetings, and then we're here. We can have a one-on-one meeting with you again tomorrow. If you want to discuss it further, we can.
Can we schedule one?
Absolutely.
I want a lot of, yeah. you
Yeah,
guys need
I just,
cuts.
yeah, no, I just want to be mindful. We're at 60 events. That is more, there are 52 weeks in a calendar year. That is more than one event per week. And this is still, our goal was that we discussed with the commission, that we discussed with the state, is that we would try to bring our special events budget down to 120,000. We still about $30,000 above that. But just didn't feel
When did we have that discussion?
at the workshop.
You told us, but it's at the will of the commission. Y'all kept saying that.
And
phrase that
it still
y'all
is,
say,
it still is at the will of the
but you
commission.
never said that it's never said, was stated that the state said.
No, I didn't
one-
say the state said. I said what was discussed with the state and what was discussed with the commission is that we would try to bring the budget down to 120,000. And in fact, we brought a document that had that as a goal, as 120,000, and
So-
that it is a public record.
Then my question is, public records. My question is, because if you don't even, but you all came up with that number. You didn't even allow the commission to make that decision.
We've asked, so that's,
we
so
totally
if I can respond,
We
there's a,
we totally disagree, even to the fact
Mhm.
where we asked for the Arabian Nights, and that's not even here. I mean, there's stuff that we asked for that was taken out. So you all took it upon yourselves to make the decision for us.
no one is making this decision for you. This is the challenge. I'd like to just say this is the challenge that we have. If we bring a proposal, there is some pushback on why did you make this proposal? You didn't bring it. You didn't get feedback from the commission. If we've had workshops where we say, okay, we're here, we're ready, we got you all the background that you need, tell us what you want to see. And you're like, well, no, bring us back a proposal. So it's a challenge because we are trying to fulfill the will of commission. Your hands are not tied. I just need to have some clarity on what it is that you want. Now, obviously, these are numbers. So whatever you add, we're going to be taken away from somewhere else. So then if we add the Arabian Nights, which at minimum is going to be a $250,000 cost, we're going to have to make the decision to balance the budget to remove something else. So we still would be making a decision without consulting the commission, which is the purpose of these workshops. You know, do you want us to come back and say, hey, if we put Arabian Nights in here, if we put, make your annual business luncheon, turn your annual business luncheon to quarterly as requested. These are the capital improvement projects that we will not do. Then that becomes a different conversation, but we are willing to serve. This is not etched in stone. This is your first bite at the apple. You're going to get 4 bites at the apple. Just tell us what you want to see.
The interesting part about that, Mr. Manager, is everything you just said is totally inconsistent with what has been done. We had a workshop, the commission told you what we wanted to see, and that was not captured here.
Sir,
at all.
It's numbers, but we cannot do everything that you,
a number that
It's
you
so-
chose.
no, and we didn't hit that number. We didn't even hit that number. We're $30,000 above it with 60 events.
But I'm confused. Didn't you meet with all of, didn't we?
Exactly.
Well, no, I'm just saying because Well, okay, if the manager met with each of us individually.
Yes,
Correct?
correct.
Now, I gather is that you met with all of us and you took specific opinions and
Correct.
ideas and
Yes,
merged them together. So maybe what
Yes.
it is maybe you're not privy to everybody's meeting.
yes.
No,
I don't know. I'm just saying, because
I'll say this. The 120, I don't know where that number came from. Also, when I discussed my meeting, I only discussed my initiatives. I didn't focus on anybody else's stuff. I didn't do that. I focused on my initiatives. So that's why I'm a little,
Well-
and if things were going to change, then you should have come to me and say, hey, we're changing
Well-
this because of this.
Well, sir, your colleagues, the assignment was to go over the entire special events budget, and that's what your colleagues did. So your colleague said, yes, I agree with this. No, I don't agree with
So my
that.
colleagues chopped my initiative, that's what you're telling me?
I didn't say that.
But that's
I didn't
exactly
say-
what you said, your
That's
colleague.
not your, to repeat what Commissioner Williams said, it is a collective.
I said. No, not right now. I'm saying, I know that I personally said, and I say what I said, on that meeting is everybody gets chopped.
And I don't mind.
And that's
that.
what I said,
I would like.
because some was chopped and some weren't. And I'll be honest, that's what I said. If there's going to be a minus, then it needs to be a minus everywhere. I didn't give,
That's what we
yeah.
attempted to do.
Well, exactly.
I was very specific with the budget team to not favor any member of the commission, that if we did some chopping on the mayor's side, we got to do some chopping on the vice mayor's side. And that's what we sought to do. And we presented.
And karaoke went from 4 times a year to 2,
Correct,
for the record.
correct.
Okay, I'm not even on that. It's not personal. My thing is, if that was the case, it should have been communicated. We get here and then you get frustrated because I have an opinion. And
I'm not frustrated that you have an opinion.
If other initiatives can take place in other departments, surely, and I go back even to Commissioner Kelly's point, everybody has a miscellaneous fund, but the commission had to be chopped. And for whatever reason, and there are departments with multiple miscellaneous funds. It's all through this budget, but the commission has to be streamlined and chopped. So you're telling me now that this number that you came up with is based on, I don't know what, and then it's the guilt trip that, well, I just want to let you know that if we cut, then we got to cut it from CIP. We got to cut it from this. And that's, to me,
Mr. Mayor,
we're good. I can fundraise. We're good. I'm gonna do it.
Thank you, sir.
I can fundraise, but I just want to let you know, I don't agree and I don't think it's right.
Understood.
If I may, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
I thought we discussed not changing Christmas. It was at 6,000. I see it says 5,000 here. Is it possible that, and I see, Halloween is at 5. Can we take, if we need to, can we take that 1,000 from Halloween and put it back at Christmas? So Christmas stays 6.
Absolutely, we can do that, because that's just a transfer of this. That doesn't increase the amount.
I like what you did there.
Yes,
So Opa-locka,
yes, sir.
you have it at 10, move it to 9 and put $1,000 at the mayor's business luncheon. That'll
Absolutely,
take it to 2.
absolutely. Done.
And Mr. Mayor, real quick, and not to point out anyone else's events, please, I don't want, but like the baby shower and the chess tournament, did that do a minus?
Yes.
I don't know what,
Yes.
I don't know what the turnout is for chess right now. Is that, if it's in a growing process? I mean, I'm looking at other
We have
items.
the budget for, we cut the budget for the chess tournament in half. It started off at almost $4,000 and we reduced it to 2.
Well, no, and I get it. I completely understand, but I guess what I'm saying is, if you have a large turnout for something like the mayor's lunch, just hypothetically, if you have a large turnout for, but right now chess isn't biting. Maybe it's biting with like 5 kids. I'm just saying, do we do we cut there or do we like, I don't, because right now I'm looking at like, okay, perfect example. If you look at the Easter compared to the baby shower or community chest, or I can go another one, Memorial Day pool party, right? So like, everybody knows that Easter is a huge event. So like
Yes,
you're
we-
comparing it.
So
Okay.
let me give you some background on just on that Easter event. Our new, and I want to put her on her spot, but we had this meeting with her several times before we went with that number. She guaranteed us that she would be able to match those dollars in sponsorships.
Okay.
And that's the
okay.
only reason why we agreed to that number.
Okay, I'm in,
But-
you know, I'm spearheading Easter every bunny jump every year, and it is expensive.
Yes.
Yeah.
It is.
It is. That's
She-
what
No, and
yes,
it's
I'm
a
aware-
large
I'm aware.
turnout. That's why
it's a
I'm.
large turn. That's what I'm saying. When you have
There's
certain,
13,
yeah,
yeah.
certain events where it's a large turnout, you almost, I'm just saying it's kind of, I would just kind of.
We're on the same page. We only
look at
agreed,
some of those
the
things
team
and
only
look at-
agreed to that number because she guaranteed us that she would be able to get the sponsorships in there. She said that she always got them for her, for the last city she worked for, and she's confident she can do that for Opa-locka as well.
Okay. And again, I'm not, trying
Understood,
to
understood.
slice anyone's.
Right. Understood.
And then, we didn't budge on the bingo.
I think we took bingo down from $3,000 a month to $2,000 a month.
Bingo was passed through legislation though.
correct?
Yes, but bingo, that legislation was not permanent forever. That legislation was for this fiscal year.
Is that stated in the legislation?
Yes.
Okay,
I missed that part.
I missed that part too.
Mr. Mayor,
Commissioner Kelly.
Please, yeah.
yeah, I had the concern with bingo because it's very popular and I stated that as well. And I know it took a decrease. I'm concerned, and I'm just gonna put this out there because this is just historical experience. I don't know how many is that in count. The manager says there's 60. What did you say? We're having something once a week?
We're having more than we'll be having we have 52 weeks in a year and we have 60 events in this schedule.
So you have, and I know some of them are, you said repeat, whatever.
Yes.
So we're having one event basically a week.
Correct. If we spread them out evenly, there would be more than one event a week. There would be some weeks where you would have to have two.
Let me say this in hindsight, and I appreciate the fact of trying to break it down and take from. I am disappointed, not to say what it would have been, but I was disappointed not to see the Arabian Nights in there somewhere with an amount and then allow the commission to decide what it wanted to do. And I mentioned that to you in my meeting.
Yes.
I didn't agree with the 250,
Mhm.
but I did want to see something with a line item Arabian Nights and look at something, if it wasn't going to be 3 days, but look at something to get a starting point. So I was disappointed. I did not see that
Mhm.
in there at all.
Mhm.
Definitely wasn't looking for 250, but I was hoping for something as a starting point to get the Arabian Nights Festival going.
Mhm.
But it's not there. So now you're looking at IE 26 before you would potentially start Arabian Nights. And having said that, based on this 52 weeks, once a week,
Mhm.
what does it cost on average? And I know, for example, chess, you even got maybe money down to $200 and that's, miscellaneous, but what does it cost on average for most of the events that we're having that does require staff that where they're not working? Anybody ever did that analysis?
Could you repeat the question, sir?
Okay, the events that we're having,
Mhm.
and you say we're having basically one a week, potentially maybe more,
Correct.
but at least one a week. Hasn't any analysis been done to say what it costs for the event? In other words,
For staffing or just for?
for
expenses?
staffing,
So we
staffing.
haven't done that analysis we have not done that analysis for staffing. Because we would have to just look at those staff that are working outside their normal business hours. Because if it's during the week, we're pulling that staff just
No,
from.
no, I don't mean during the week. I mean, like, for example, bingo, they're there, parks are
Correct.
there, so I'm not counting them because
Correct.
they're working anyway.
Correct.
But for some of the others that we do that do pull after 5 or Saturday or Sunday or
Yes.
whatever, that's not normal working hours, what does that cost look like?
So we haven't done that analysis. We don't have enough data yet on these events. Like some of the events, they're the first time that they ever been done was this outgoing year. So we're still working on getting a finalized event list and knowing like some of these events we have new events this year in this new budget that we've never done before. So we're going to have to determine. So we don't even know how many staff we're going to need for them or how many people are going to come. So we're still working on getting like a stable roster so we can get that number.
I'm trying to read it quickly,
Mhm.
but I obviously, what do you have that's new? You say you got some new ones that's not even been
Yes.
listed. I'm
Mr.
trying to
Davis?
read fast because we're on this.
Sure. The reunion picnic, what is that? $700?
Reunion picnic?
Well, that's England Park Fun Day, really, but yeah,
Oh.
I call it a reunion picnic, but that's what that is. Okay, I know. I mean, we all want to see different things or what have you. That's the only thing I would have said is would like to see that number in there and then allow us to, if possible, make cuts or figure out from other funding that we wanted to put in that line item for Arabian Nights. Because honestly, one of the things I thought about with the $500,000 interest was to use some of that, not all of it, but just maybe 40, 50,000 to go along with whatever for some part of that for Arabian Nights to just kick it off. But I mean, I understand why it's not there. It is a big item, but I know we did mention that and want to see what it would potentially look like to have something.
Yes, sir.
I don't know, I guess it's commission. That's a lot of things. 60,
Well,
60.
I would like to see the Arabian Nights Festival there.
So,
And it was a unanimous decision on that one.
Mr. Mayor, if I may. So we did hear you. We did hear Commissioner Kelly, but the majority of the commission stated they would like to see the Arabian Nights come back on the city centennial. And so that's what we moved upon.
Who said it?
Um,
You said this. You didn't mind. Don't mind.
that was the feedback that we got from the commission.
I didn't specifically say centennial. I just said if we don't have the money, I don't have a
Correct.
problem
Don't
with,
mind.
yes.
So we would like.
That's what I
to-
said. If we don't, yeah.
Yeah.
I think all of us understood the magnitude of the cost. And I said the same thing. I mean, I understand if we don't have it, but also it's very clear that if it was possible to do something to get it going, not 3 days. And I think that's where the challenge is. You met with us individually, and I don't know, maybe the way you interpret it was it's a no at totally. And again, I can't speak to anybody else's meeting. I'm okay with not having it. But I would have liked to seen it in here and then allow us to work on that number or whatever, decide. But looking at all of these that we have now, quite challenging.
I could agree.
Well, we do have the majority of the commission here. If it's the will of the commission for us to put Arabian Nights back into the budget, then that's what we'll do.
Well, okay, from my perspective,
Yes, sir.
it wasn't just the idea of putting back in the budget, but if it was in here, for example, if you decide to put in here at, I don't know, $75,000, let me use that number, $100,000, whatever. And then you would have obviously had to adjust some of these other numbers. Now the commission could have decided, well, you know what? Maybe because Arabian Nights, I can fundraise more for this one, or I can take out the family reunion picnic. I can still have a picnic, but now I'm gonna have to go out and get some donations for a barbecue or whatever, because the Arabian Nights for the city is just that important. I'm not saying anything we got eliminated. I just would have liked to seen what that would have looked like. And that's probably a daunting task between now and Wednesday. So I'm gonna forego pushing to have it done. Since you said you had the will of the commission majority, I guess to forego it altogether, I won't press the issue. I just hope at some point it does come back. Understood.
Thank
Can I,
Madam Vice Mayor.
real quick, thank you. I wanted to say, think what happened is we had our meetings before we actually saw all of the budget, this entire budget workshop. Because and this is just me, Arabian Nights was, I think, 250,000, correct? I know from what I'm looking at in this book that there's money sitting out here. We talked about in code enforcement. I know that there's, we know that wasn't even mentioned, the settlements. I didn't see it, but anyway, so I'm saying if there's money that are sitting in various spots, I don't know how we can. It looks to me that there are some funds, some money sitting in various places throughout the city that I don't want to say hiding, but there's somewhere. And I think if we can find it, and I'm okay with that, because the budget, this particular workshop that we didn't have prior to that, I think there's some funds somewhere. And if even if it's just 150,000, maybe it's not the whole 250, but that's just me.
We'll be happy to look for it.
And I'm okay with, coming back to have that presentation to see, not coming back, I don't want to come back, but I meant like, if you all can, find, if it's possible. I know that I said, if it cannot be found, and if it's the city cannot afford it, it is not my job to bankrupt the city for an event that can be pushed to the following year. And that's, so if that's, and I also spoke with Ms. Mawkins as well. So, I didn't make my decision lightly. I want to see Arabian Nights, but I also want it to be done correctly and not just something that's thrown together for the sake of having it. So that's my 2 cents.
All right. Is there anything else on parks? All right, Mr. Manager, the
Yes.
time is really late.
Mhm.
So what I'm gonna ask you to do is, the first page, the last one will be Public Works. And if the commission doesn't mind, let's stop there. And then we can continue this on, Wednesday. But Madam Clerk, and Madam Attorney, just for the record, if we stop, this is what I just asked the attorney. If we stop today, we don't have to recess to restart the meeting, and then this can be considered our first budget. We don't have to go through the entire budget as the first budget hearing.
No, he's not here. He works.
Workshop, I'm sorry, workshop.
That is correct. All this information it's available for the public, so.
Bingo. I just wanted to make sure that we were right. All right, so, Mr. Manager, can we bring up Public Works really quick? If the commission doesn't mind, and then we could adjourn, and then we can continue with page 2, the enterprise fund. No, Public Works, because that's the last one on the page. Give it to us quick.
Yeah, we'll give it to you quick. Public Works consists of the admin.
Any questions for Public Works? It's
oh,
on page
yeah, perfect.
122, 123.
Roads and sidewalks.
Commissioner Kelly.
Well,
I just realized that. Commissioner Kelly.
This paper is loaded down.
A hard stop.
I'm not even gonna do that. Well, you do that.
She said, okay, any questions?
Mr. Mayor, quick question based on your timeline here. We have to, on Wednesday, we have to give you the budget that we are, okay.
No, I'm very much so aware. So what I'm proposing is that we continue with Public Works, finish with that. Then the next week, we only have 1, 2, 3, 4, Wednesday, 4 to present, which is enterprise funds, capital improvement funds, IT, and town center.
Okay.
Right? And then you can do the updates that you're gonna do. We're just on a time.
But I don't think the challenge is how do you do updates? And you're supposed to have that as on the agenda. That's what he's really saying. And with the things that you've suggested or whatever, want to find money, change this, that has to be
Yes,
done in
in
addition
the
to
resolution.
the departments you're going to hear that you might want some adjustments on. And that's why I was very reluctant on the time frames that we gave. And I know August 1st says go to the state, but I was very challenged when we were going to do one on Monday and this on, because I knew this was going to happen like this. It's very tough to do budgeting.
In agreement with you, sir. You're the only one.
Yeah, I know. I found out the only way, right? Because it's just an impossibility what we've done. We've actually defined, and I kind of agree with Commissioner Williams. I think there's some other place to save money to push or to move around, not push. And so, but it's very challenging here. And then we get here, we got two books that we're kind of going back and forth. So I think that's the challenge for me, Mr. Mayor. Even if they're able to incorporate most of the stuff we're saying and redo it, you still got 4 departments. So how many of it left? Because honestly speaking, Public Works does have a lot of stuff we need to really look at. I know we're trying to let it go for time. We don't want Mr. Owen to be here all night and lose his cool, his curls. But there's a lot of questions, not a lot, but there are questions we do have because that goes to infrastructure and other stuff. And I don't want to rush that in addition to the 4 or 5 you may have. So I'm really going to suggest we can try. We can try, but I will be not surprised if we don't wind up having to have some kind of meeting before the 1st of August, obviously. I mean, we could try to get it done Wednesday, but I think that's a tall order, given what we are asking and suggesting to have it in document form for us to vote on Wednesday. Because, you got a long agenda already at the meeting. I'm just letting you know now, you can always have individual meetings with the manager and don't have to have it here, but those workshops, and again, this was done tonight. A lot of people didn't know. Wednesday, you probably may have some voters and citizens here who, business people got concerns about streets that they didn't get here tonight because it's raining. So you got to factor into a long commission agenda as well. So, pardon me?
We have 1 hour.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You only have 1 hour for the workshop, and then you'd be voting somewhere that night. So that's why I was reluctant. But
then my next question would be, because we still have time to re-advertise. Could we extend? Would you all be amenable to come in at 5 or 5:30 on Wednesday?
It has to be, is that enough time to be average?
Yeah, we only need 24 hours.
20, yeah.
So as long as it's done before 5 o'clock tomorrow, we have time. That's why I said it. So would you all be amenable to that? No, not tomorrow. Wednesday at 5 or 5:30.
And how many more departments we have left?
A lot.
A lot. A lot more departments.
well, if you're going to do that, Mr. Mayor, yeah, we can come in at 5 on Wednesday. We can wait and let Public Works go on Wednesday. We can end tonight this way, but it's still going to be challenging.
I just wanted to, Mr. Mayor, real quick, I guess we can decide how we want to do it. I was going to suggest that those that have already presented, that they can, if the manager wanted to dismiss, if not, I don't mind staying, completing it, but then we write our questions down and not stop.
Okay, but that means we have 54 minutes, so we got to end it by 12 o'clock.
No, I don't know, because does 5:30 work? If 5:30 works for everyone, then 5:30
I would love
works.
for us to revisit the option that Commissioner Kelly, which would be a special commission meeting on Monday. That gives us plenty of time to find all the nooks and crannies where there might be some money saved out, because we got at least 4 more departments. You're going to have some more things that you want to change. So that gives us time to really bring back for a vote, a full.
Next Monday.
Yes, next Monday.
All right, so looking at this paper, Mr. Manager, and that's fine.
Okay, great.
Give me a short one would be IT, right?
Town center.
Town center.
Town center would be the quickest.
Town center.
What about IT? Can we do both?
IT has a lot of software.
They have the.
I don't want to
Yeah,
get into that,
don't-
Mr. Mayor,
yeah.
because we're already kind of rushing. I'll be
Yeah.
honest with you. I have plenty more questions with some of these departments that I didn't even ask because for the brevity of time, and I don't want to do that because Wednesday is going to really be tight. I don't mind coming in at 5 or 5:30 and see what we can get done. But I'm just mentioning if we somehow get to, 6:45 and it's obvious we still are not where we need to be, I don't want us to vote on that budget because once we do and it goes to Tallahassee,
Correct.
we're in a different zone there.
No, I'm in total agreement. I don't mind asking the manager to pull the budget from the agenda. And then we complete the budget workshop. I'm
Fantastic.
So I'm good for 5:30.
5:30. So we're polling.
5:30.
5:30 on Wednesday. So Madam Clerk, 5:30 on Wednesday. All right, as far as tonight is concerned, are we hearing another or are we adjourning?
Let's wait. We're gonna let Mr. Owens have his night off.
Okay, are we doing another department?
Vice
For
Mayor.
the- what time thing? No.
Yep.
All
That's
right,
a-
all right, we're good.
I had that.
You sound like Jalen. She just said, "No, please."
Motion to adjourn.
Can I get a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All right, moved by Commissioner Kelly, second by Vice Mayor. This meeting is adjourned.
Oh, my goodness. You did
We don't have no meetings or anything in here, right? I can read my stuff. Let me write my name.
My family, we're not eating. Came back home.